I have 5:30. We will call the meeting to order. Item 2, Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 3, Agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Terry with the motion,
Second.
Megan with the second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4, action items. 4A, South Dakota National Guard lease agreement. Business Manager Brett Burdett recommends the board approve the lease, maintenance, and use agreement with the South Dakota Army National Guard as presented. The existing agreement expires November 1st, 2025, and is now due for renewal consideration. The motion is to approve the lease, maintenance, and use agreement with South Dakota Army National Guard as presented. Do we have a motion? Terry with the motion,
I'll second that.
Tom with the second. Any discussion?
So this extends our next 25-year lease with the National Guard, and as they currently are working through the process with Senator Rounds and Senator Thune for the possibility of an addition to the high school to move in the future, the possibility of Black Hills State National Guard unit and also the Belfouche over that on top of the 15 acres we sold to the National Guard to put their 30,000 square foot VMS building, which will be just to the east of the high school campus. They're a great partner and recommend we approve this.
From what we initially looked at, or we've been discussing for the last 3 months, what were the changes made to the final lease agreement?
Really, the terms of the change of the lease agreement were the amount of acres defined under the lease. The original 1975 lease included 5 acres. This lease has been narrowed down to include just the footprint of the shared use space, the exclusive use space, and about another 1.5 acres to the northeast where this addition could potentially go. And that's the biggest change in terms of footprint. The annual maintenance lease went from $5,700 a year to $15,000 a year that the district gets paid to maintain the facility, excluding custodial services. That means we do snow removal, we mow the lawns, we do minimum maintenance in that area. That would also include roof replacement when needed in our roof replacement schedule. So those are the big changes, Brian, of that lease. The rest of the language is fairly consistent. Again, it defines what space is the school space. It defines what space is called the joint use space, and it defines the space which is exclusively the National Guard space. All right. The Guard has the ability to take over the joint use space in the event of national security.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 5, presentation. 5A is the overview of school finances. Business Manager Brett Burdett will present a brief overview of the school finances and how funds are utilized. Mr. Burdett, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're looking at tonight is we're going to go just a brief review of a tool that's been developed by Department of Education Finance Department, and it's a tool that helps school districts try to plan their budgets. And in the general fund, which we're here to talk about tonight, the state aid formula, or our state aid need, makes up about 80% of our revenue budget in the general fund. And so what we do is we work through a document at the top, and I'll walk down through that, where the highlighted sales are input sales that input other than the stuff provided by Department of Education puts in or the Department of Revenue. Top one being enrollment numbers. That enrollment number will determine what is considered our teacher-student ratios, and then that calculates down into number of FTEs. The LEP and the other ones are assigned specifically for certain school districts in the state, And those numbers, after enrollments are certified to the state plugs those in for us. And so typically the numbers we worry about is the enrollment number. Everything else is really determined in legislative down in peer. And that's where we first look at the first category, and that is, again, what our projected enrollment would be. And as we go through this comparison, the district had budgeted 3,028 kids in this worksheet a year ago in terms of what our projections were going to be. Actual enrollment now is 2,948, and we'll look shortly at what that impact is to our revenue budget in the general fund. We go down and plug 2,948 in, it kicks out a ratio of student to teachers of 15:1, which determines a theoretical number of funded positions that this formula would fund based on that. So it's saying 196.53 FTEs. Okay, that is not what the district has, but that's what this calculation worksheet shows. Then it talks about LEP students, again, a number provided by the state. To total number of FTEs, the next one down is the target salary. Every year, legislature determines what that funding formula is going to be for target salary, and they approve that. In about 2017, the formula went from a per student allocation to a target salary in order to try to get teaching salaries up to a competitive level, to be up from 50, up there a little bit higher category. And these are the numbers we've been working with since 2017. So FY25, that target salary was $62,821.19. And then it takes in a 29% overhead rate. That overhead rate is your Social Security, your Medicare, health insurance, and workers' comp. So they allow a district to add 29% to that salary to come up with a target salary benefit. And then you take that target salary benefit times your 196.53 FTE and gives you an instructional need, okay? Essentially, this is saying this is what you're going to get for funding for those instructional functions in your general fund budget. Teachers, classroom supplies, those type of things. Those would be considered instructional expenditures. Overhead costs are what it takes the rest of the district to run the school. Maintenance, technology, fiscal, school board, all those things, co-curricular, they fall under that overhead category. So you take the 15,926, you multiply it by a factor of 38.78, so it comes up what they call an overhead need. Those two needs are added together and you come up with the total need. The next step in this is determine then what portion of that funding comes from property taxes, and what portion of that funding comes from the state aid. And so you take the total need, and then we take numbers that are certified by the Department of Revenue for pay 24, pay 25, and those are plugged in there at the top. You see ag, owner-occupied, and other, with about a $3 billion valuation. Then we have to estimate based on what historical growth and numbers are in those particular categories, and we start to plug that number in. And we try to come up with it. So the numbers you see there, the 496, the 1796, 843, those are the numbers that have been sent to Department of Revenue and Peer to certify, and we backed into that percentage of growth. Again, it's between Lawrence and Meade County, which determines these increases in valuation. The levies you see below that are the ones that were passed by legislature in the 25 session. That is 1.125 mils for ag, 2.518 mils for owner-occupied, and 5.211 mils for other, which is commercial. And so then those turn around and those will then calculate out what those valuations will generate in terms of actual tax dollars when those levies are applied. Once those are determined, then the total need is the total tax value created by those levies is subtracted from your total need, and then what's left over is picked up by the state of South Dakota. One calculation that's in there is you see the category called local effort, other revenue. During the Blue Ribbon Task Force in 2017, the task force made a recommendation that the category of other revenue in the state received by all districts was to be put back into the formula and redistributed out based on enrollment. And those categories of other revenue that affect the Meade School District of the amount of $719,000 are utility taxes, which is rural electric and rural telephone, revenue in lieu of taxes, so in town we have a high-rise tax on one of the buildings. We have county apportionment, so in Meade County and Lawrence County, those waste stations that collect fines and our law enforcement centers that have fines, a certain portion of that comes back to the district through county apportionment. The other one we get is bank franchise tax. The state has a tax on banks in the area, and part of that tax comes back through the district. We receive those and record those as we receive them through the county and other agencies, but the state, when they calculate our total need, reduces our need by that amount. So again, you take your total need of 22.1 million, subtract the property taxes, reduce it by the local equalization of local revenue or other revenue, comes up what the state kicks in for state aid, all right? So that's how we try to forecast and determine what our general fund budget is going to be in the combination of property taxes and state aid. Tanya, if we can look at the revenue budget that we adopted last year, and this is going to show, based on those enrollment numbers, that the first column shows a budget, and the highlighted yellow are the property taxes and state aid, which make up that need. Your property taxes don't change. Regardless of enrollment, those levies are applied, and that's what's collected. Once the board agrees with that levy and asks the county to do that in July, that is what is assessed. What changes is your state aid down below. As you'll see, the reduction of those 80 kids resulted in about a $600,000 reduction in revenue to be received by the school district. So that projection in revenue, which was short, resulted in our revenue budget coming up to be about $600,000 less than projected. That's a big reason why we're here tonight. So when you look at the overall general fund budget that was adopted for this year, our overall expenditures went up about 1.1%, and that was truly on the back of a 2% raise approved by the school board for the staff of the Meade School District. Beyond that, an attempt was done to keep those costs flat and level. The other big increase we saw was in our property insurance through EMC insurance. That premium went up around $100,000. So when we look at the overall expenditures, our actual in FY24 at $25.1 million to an approved budget of $25.478, that's a little bit about 1.15%. If you look at our revenue reduction, our loss of revenue, it going down $608,000 was about a 2.389% reduction in revenue. So when you add those together with an increase in expenditures and loss of revenue, that puts us in that $1.246 million structural deficit in that budget. Again, and that number is valid only if you spend everything you say you're going to spend and you collect 100% of what you say you're going to collect, then that would result in those numbers. It is a goal of the district to never spend 100% of our expenditure budget. We like to be in the 98% of that budget if we can, and we typically budget a little conservative on the revenue side, so we usually always trigger that 100% mark. So we always try to be conservative on the revenue and not spend all the expenditures. And that's really a snapshot of what we're here to talk about tonight and how do we close that gap of that deficit. Any questions from the board?
All right. Hearing no questions. 5B, previous reductions through attrition. Superintendent Mr. Wormstead will present to the board the previous year's reductions through attrition.
So on the attachment that's in the packet, I'll just read through these. In 23-24, we absorbed a middle school core section teacher and went from 26 to 25 core teachers. 23-24, Stage Bar Middle School reduced a core section teacher from 19 to 18. 24-25, Hereford lost a teacher to fill Elm Springs teaching position because we had no applicants. We absorbed that position. 24-25, Sturgis Brown High School did not fill the business computer position. We still do not fill that position to this day. 25-26, Piedmont Valley Elementary reduced a core section of teachers from 25 to 24. And 25-26 Meade County Central School reduction of core section teacher from 4 to 3. And then 25-26, we also reduced 23 to 21 bus routes for that. So we've done about $467,000 in natural attrition with that. Also, we've cut the dance program that was in the high school in that same time, about 2 years ago with that. Every time I talk about a core section, that's a section of 5th graders or 6th graders, depends on the principal how they want to move those sections around and increase the class sizes in that building for that. So every time we've been able to naturally absorb positions across the district, we've done that, not to fill those positions, to put us in a better position when we're seeing enrollment drops of 13 or 8 or and 10, not 80 at once. Questions, board members?
I think one thing to just clarify is through natural attrition, we're sliding teachers from one place to another when a teacher retires, leaves the district, et cetera. So I've fielded a lot of emails lately that see as we go through these budget cuts that we're going to lay teachers off or rift them from the district. And our goal is to get to our budget at the right number through absorbing these positions. And that means that we're going to try and have retirees or people who choose to go to another district and we'll slide these positions into those, correct?
Correct. And I'll talk about that during the early retirement incentive that you've already improved to help give us hopefully some breathing room in some of those areas. Yep. Other questions? That's pretty straightforward. The Finance Committee asked for that, so that's why I presented that to everybody.
Hearing no questions. On to 6, discussion and open forum items. Tonight we will host an open forum on each of the proposed budget corrections. We ask anyone who wishes to speak to address each item individually as it is presented. You are welcome to speak on multiple items, but only when each specific item or topic comes up. Open forum is an opportunity for patrons to share their thoughts and concerns. The school board will listen, but no discussion takes place, and there will not be board action. Board members may ask clarifying questions. The protocol established for open forum is to provide a time limit of 2 minutes to share concerns. If a patron would like a two-way discussion, they are encouraged to schedule a meeting with the superintendent. Appropriate and respectful public decorum is expected. Any complaints about school employees should refer to School Board Policy KL, Complaint Against School Employees. So I've had a couple of questions since we've published this, and typically we do 3 minutes for open forum. In this setup, we know that we're going to have a lot of people that want to speak, so we shorten that down to 2 minutes, but you're able to talk at multiple different topic areas that you want to. So typically you'd be limited to 3 minutes, but if you have 3, 4, 5 topic areas that you want to speak at, if you're at 5 topic areas, that's 10 minutes that you're going to get to speak in a normal meeting. It would be 3. We do ask that you first fill out the form and identify what areas you would like to speak in. And then we're going to have you guys line up at the mics, and we're going to have you come up and speak so that we can go through this in a fairly steady manner. We ask that you hold your applause until the end or we're done. To try and go through this, as we want to try and get as many people that want to speak up here and speaking. When you come up to the mic, since we are not going in the normal order like we have in the past, if you'd first say your name, after you say your name, I'll start the timer, and then you can go ahead and start talking about that topic area. Once your 2 minutes is up, please stop speaking so we can get the next person up and they can have their opportunity to speak. The last thing, at our last meeting, I promised kids that I would have candy here for you. I request that you do not eat the candy in here because we're not supposed to have food or drinks. Don't tell Rod about all of our drinks up here on the table. But if you go to the back of the room when you're walking out the door or you're going to the bathroom, whatever, Tanya's got candy for you at the back of the room. Don't tell your parents you got it from me. So we will start out with 6A, and Wayne is going to go through these.
So what I'll do is I'll go through each one of the items, and then as soon as I'm done with the item, then we'll start the opportunity for people to respond from the public. So this one's actually already approved. It's a recommendation to approve 7 early retirements. We've approved the MOU with the Teachers Union, MEA, with that. And implementation already is underway with Human Resources. Our goal with this one is actually to save a minimum of $70,000, but any position that we do not have to replace will be full attrition at that salary amount. Our goal with this is that this will create spaces if we do have any reductions that we can move people around and retain all of our employees as this moves forward. This is the area that if we get enough retirees that we do not have to replace those positions, creates even more space in our budget and helps our deficit correction and gives the board more options later in February, March, and April. The one thing I'll add this, that any positions that are on here that are not school closure or 5th grade, those will actually be addressed in March or April and presented in February. After we receive all of our early retirement incentives, the administrative team will look at our staffing across the district in each of the buildings, and we'll come back with the proposals in January, what we can change or do or have to do more, unfortunately. That's a possibility. So while you come up and speak, there are no decisions for any of those personnel items that are listed in this, and they will not take place until February, March, April, because that's when that has to be done by April 15th. So this is our next trigger in which we use this to really set our final decisions or recommendations to the school board.
Do we have anyone that would like to speak on 6A? Do you have anyone, Tanya? All right, 6B, board approved increased local property tax effort through capital outlay and transfer of funds.
So this one here is the first time that we'll be using a capital outlay transfer as a 3-year fix with this. So currently, the Meade School District does not tax the maximum in capital outlay or a special education. We tax the minimum in that one also. We also don't have an opt-out, a bond referendum, and we've never transferred funds. That's actually rarity for a school our size in all those areas. We're no longer to continue to do that, as one of our first stopgap measures is to increase capital outlay close to the maximum, transfer $350,000 over to general fund to offset our deficit by $350,000, that revenue source. It's going to be proposed in the preliminary budget at the June board meeting, finalized at July by the current board meeting, and this is a tax increase to our taxpayers. I think we're open for comments. Questions from the board at all? I don't think so.
Seeing no comments?
Ask him.
Oh.
Anybody like to come and speak about this? Yep, sorry. Should we invite him up?
Can you state your name, please?
In reference to taxes, up to $4 million is paid by our rural communities in taxes each year. A recommendation might be, and I know that was coming later, but this is also in reference to taxes, a capital outlay deferral, delaying non-critical projects such as the sheriff's parking lot closure, and use a 5-year rolling plan, providing a consistent forward-looking roadmap, so consistent with that 3-year you just mentioned. Wayne Wormstead's proposal is asking us to lose our schools in addition to paying more taxes. Under codified law SDCL 1361, it states that public schools are most effective when they are governed in a manner that assures local school district control and responsiveness to the needs of the students. Closing schools violates SDCL 1361 by ignoring the needs of our school students, parents, and communities. According to the FCSU rural-life census, closing one school can equate to $300,000 in local economic loss. Closing 4 rural schools, as is the plan I understand, and stripping CMCS and Whitewood students to ship them to Sturgis can lead to up to $2 million plus in annual local economic downfall. According to SCSU studies, property tax data, and STS real estate data, when a student leaves the local, that was according to the STS data, and when students leave a local community, no matter how small it is, their families often move with them and take their checkbook as well. There is a 10 to 20% drop in real property values when a school is closed. And if there is no accessible schools in the area, which leads to a shrinking tax base, state aid, the students from closed schools will not
That's time.
they'll be leaving.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak on property taxes?
Hi, my name is Shiloh Lamont. I just want to reiterate the point that we live in rural communities and our tax dollars fund all of the schools. And you guys want to cut our schools for our kids that have limited access. I want you to really think about that. You want us to pay more money, but take away our schools. Thank you.
Kathy, is it on there? My name is Kathy Rice, and I'm a legislator in District 29. We are working really hard to try to cut taxes in Pierre, but this is going to make it, make it hard. I understand our schools are running. Is there any other revenue source that we can use for fundraisers? I used to do, when my kids were growing up, make sure we had carnivals that would raise money, and we did all these extra revenues to raise money for our schools so that we can have, if you want to do a turf or something, that should be raised by people in the district and doing fundraisers, and then we'll get that money for them. But to put more burden on our tax dollars in our properties when we're struggling right now would be, I think, hard for our communities. Thank you.
Ms. Rice, do you have time to field a question?
Yes.
So, do you know what our per student allocation in South Dakota is compared to our surrounding states and what they fund students at?
I have it down on paper, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I looked at some of the funding over in Wyoming. They do have more funding because they do have, they have all the coal and all that kind of stuff that they get extra funding for. And we don't have those kind of resources here in South Dakota. I know it's hard. I know you guys are working hard and trying to figure this out. But I'm just asking, I'm trying to see how we can maybe find another revenue to fund our schools because we need more money for our schools with the cuts and stuff that are going on, but not raise our property taxes anymore. So we're working on that in Pierre if we can find some more revenue to fund our schools without raising property taxes. That was what we're working on.
Thank you. Anyone else for property tax?
Thank you. My name's John Carley, State Senator for District 29 here in Meade County as well. Just want to commend the board, one, for having public open meetings and soliciting feedback. It's great that you guys do that and give people time. I do want to just comment on the property tax. We have a lot of people commenting on property tax. That's probably the #1 issue we hear in Pierre, and virtually every legislator is hearing about that. So, but I also know that you have a very hard job to balance the budget and work on that. We deal with the same thing. So thank you for working on that. Thank you for illustrating that for people to see how it's calculated. And I would just ask that, when you guys look at your priorities, that's the key thing, is prioritizing where you have to do those cuts. That's the key, and everyone kind of has their priority of where it should be cut. But I just ask that you put first and foremost that student learning, as you look at all the different priorities in the school that you have to fund or not fund or cut, just put the ones at the top that are about keeping kids educated: science, technology, engineering, math. And that might be an alternative way for you to find a way to kind of offset some of those budget decreases versus property tax, because I know a lot of people are concerned about that. So keep up the good work, find those good priorities in those cuts, and thanks for working hard on that. Thank you.
Any discussion from the board? Daryl, you coming up?
Excuse me. My name's Daryl Vig. Just got a short comment. I'm going to be commenting on some of the other topics as they come up. the lady over here, I believe it was Miss Lamont, mentioned about closing the schools, the rural schools, but still wanting our money from the rural areas. Short bit of history, and I know Mr. Wormstad, you're a former history teacher. There was a thing in the 1770s about taxation without representation, and it didn't end well for the British.
I'd like to bring something up that I learned recently coming on the board, is that there are school districts around here that have plenty of tax base, whether it be Hill City and Meade, Deadwood and whatnot, and they don't get any state funding at all. They have a big enough tax base. So that's part of our challenge, is our tax base. I mean, it's broad. It's the largest area, but as far as what can be taxed is a concern. So, and a lot of these issues you see us vote on, we've gone over them and over them and over them many times, you know. So if we don't ask questions, it's because we beat that dog quite a bit already. Bad example, sorry.
Just to be clear, the $350,000 tax increase is so we don't have to cut more. That is the entire purpose, so we don't have another 5 to 7 teaching positions or more schools in those areas. This is a gap alternative that we have currently available because we do under levy in our school district. We're one of the few large, actually we're the only large district that doesn't do that entirely, any of those things in that list. And now we're actually gonna have to move to that just so we preserve programs, preserve some opportunities for this as we adjust to our funding that we do receive is set by the state. Only mill levy that the board has authority over to set is really capital outlay. And they've been very frugal on that. The other one they can under levy on is special ed, and we'd be able to do that by 2/10 of a mill also. So you've had a history of a school board during my time and prior to that have been very cognizant, and Daryl's on the board then, about making sure that we are very frugal in how we actually tax our patrons across the board with this. So this is not an easy recommendation or something for them to accept. So just to know that we continue to work on that.
Hi, Katie Rave. I just need some clarity in regards to how the transfer happens on Lawrence County property taxes to where Meade County can utilize those property taxes towards the school, or does it not?
So it has nothing to do with county.
Sure.
It's by Meade School District and where the property is. Many school districts lie across multiple counties, towns, and other areas. So the entire taxing base is the Meade School District. And the county lines have nothing to do with that other than our border of our school district and where it lies. So all those taxes are an entire pool of all the ag land, all the owner occupied, all the businesses across all those properties as an equal share for that at a straight mill rate across that property value.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
Yep.
Shannon Arneson, and I want some clarification, Mr. Wormstadt, on the property taxes. So you're talking about a one-time property tax increase. And did I just hear you correctly that that was to be able to create programs that our district would need, but yet close our schools? Or
No.
did I misunderstand that?
No, so this would be an ongoing 3-year commitment by board resolution to do this. And is not to create programs, it's to preserve and not cut more programs.
Okay.
So it's a preservation effort for other programs and schools and things like that to fill that gap.
Okay, thank you for the
Yep, yep.
clarification.
Thanks for the question.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Ron, and I'm from the Piedmont area. I don't currently have children that are in the school district. We homeschool. But I did want to make you aware of something real quick that does tie into our property taxes. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is a mine proposed coming to the Meade School District area. I have something real quick that I want to read to you, just to give you some information. That is all I am here for, to make you aware of that. And the way that this relates is that our property values are going to start decreasing if we continue to allow this. So I'm coming to you as a concerned citizen. I want to educate you about the proposed mine coming to the Piedmont Valley area. You will find it licensed by the state as a sand and gravel mine, as they are after the valuable limestone that is all along that corridor. So all in Meade County School District. While this is a bit off topic of this specific special meeting, talking about budget, with this specific mine location, it will be directly impacting 2 large schools within your district, and it won't be off budget topic for long. I don't have much time here to educate you, so you will have to get plugged in to the grassroots efforts group, Protect Piedmont's Future. We've started and start doing your own digging as well. I have papers here for you to begin that education. Some of this mine is proposed to be located within the city limits of Piedmont, putting it less than a mile from PVE and less than 2 miles from Stage Barn Middle School. My direct concerns for this board are the safety of young lungs once they begin blasting to get to the limestone. Some of this limestone is easily accessible, but still will create plenty of dust. Sorry, I lost my spot. Create plenty of small particle dust that can and will impact young developing lungs. Other limestone is buried deep and could potentially be releasing silica and or asbestos. Both are known class 1 carcinogens into the air. Combine that with the lovely South Dakota wind, and this will directly impact every child at Piedmont Valley Elementary and Stage Barn Middle School for the next 20 years at least. I also have concerns for the learning environment this will be creating for the kids as well. I sincerely hope that I have convinced you to at least look into this mine, ask questions, and figure out how we can keep our kids and the next generation of kids safe from the environmental harm. Thank you.
Any paperwork, please give back to Tanya. Would you raise your hand back there?
Absolutely.
Admin assistant, she'll take it
My
for the
best
board.
friend.
Also, the one raising her hand has got the Candy Kids. I apologize for the clunkiness of this. We're trying to make sure that we allow time for patrons to come up and speak. So, 6C, reduction of 1 FTE, talented and gifted program.
So the Talented and Gifted program serves about 135 kids across our districts. Elimination of this program will not increase class sizes across any buildings and does not change core instruction for all the students. Approximate savings $64,000. That'd be done at the March board meeting. Do realize that the reason I use the number $64,000 on each one of these, it could be more, but the reality is that with seniority cuts, the least senior person gets cut in a school district, which is usually a first-year teacher, so that's how you make those absorptions as you move people around. That's why you'll see that number the same. I was asked that question in an email, and that's the reason why. So, questions from the board on tag? All right.
Questions from, or anybody want to get up and speak on tag?
Hi, my name's Raven Osborne.
That again,
and-
please, I'm sorry.
Raven Osborne. And this is Franklin Osborne. First, I'd like to say I am so glad I'm not in any of your positions. I know this is really tough, and you guys have thought about this really hard and are trying to do the least damage, make the most impact. But for us, the TAG program is a wonderful program aimed at children with an overall IQ of 116 or higher. Laura Sadden is the teacher there. She crafts individualized lesson plans to challenge and enrich each student's educational, social, and emotional growth. Gifted programs like this provide challenging and advanced learning on subjects that these kids have already mastered in the classroom. Gifted programs foster creativity and encourage these kids to think outside the box, which is going to carry them throughout their entire life. By providing challenges, these gifted programs also reduce boredom, which reduces underachievement, and in my house, reduces problem behavior. There are around 120, 130 kids that benefit from this program.
My name is Franklin Osborne, like she said. What did you say? You messed me up.
We're learning about public speaking.
It's okay.
I forgot. Skip this. It's okay. I just have what I wrote down.
Do you want me to read it? All right. A little bit of stage fright, which I totally understand. I'm shaking too. Why tag? It helps me learn stuff that normally wouldn't get to, or stuff that I wouldn't normally get to do. It helps me with my ADHD, provides by providing challenges to make me focus. It's also fun. And then he drew you guys a picture.
Thank you, Franklin.
Remember, you can leave all that, anything with Tanya in the back of the room, please.
Yes, of course. Oh, she's the one with the candy.
Oh, I already have candy.
Take some extra candy for your dad, Franklin.
Can we have a quick look at the paper, the picture?
Franklin, can we see that?
It's got a Kenyan samboa, a heart.
Right on, buddy, thanks.
Sorry, I'm starting my own timer because I thought I'd have 3 minutes. Jessie Beeson, and I've been in front of you guys before. It's usually about the same topic every time where you're trying to eliminate the tag program. And every time you hear from the parents, you hear from the students, the only reason the kids get up to go to school is because they have tag that day. And my kid was in it kindergarten through 8th grade. Those regular classroom teachers, no offense to any of you, cannot absorb that position. Some of them tried, they could not. Some of them flat out would not try. I had many, many conversations with the regular classroom teachers for 9 years. They cannot absorb the position of the tag instructor. It's not possible, at least not with the staff that you had before and you still currently have. And taking that away from the kids, you're affecting 135 kids at least every year. They no longer want to go to school. They no longer care because school's too easy for them, so they can sit there, they can do whatever they want, and they still pull an A out of their butt. So it's not beneficial for them to learn that's how you go through life. Whereas when they have tag, they are challenged, and they're around other kids who have that same intellectual ability as them, so then they don't feel as alone. They feel as though, hey, they do have a community, they do have a reason to go to school, they can have friends that understand them. And I really think that's important, and that's something that everybody sitting up here should remember. It's about the kids, it's not just about making the numbers work, obviously we have to, but you also have to remember it's the kids that you're affecting directly that you need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Just have him jump.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mason Allen. I'm a 5th grader at Whitewood and a student council representative. I'm here to ask you to keep the Talented and Gifted program. I've been in tag at 3 different schools across 2 districts. Our current teacher, Ms. Sadness, serves 5 campuses and 124 students in grades 1st through 8th. Even with that big load, she still works with us in personal, hands-on ways. She's the most effective tag teacher I've ever had, and this is only my first year in South Dakota. Tag helps me because I learn quickly. Instead of repeating what I already know, I get challenging work that keeps me excited to come to school. It also helps my classroom. While I am working on advanced projects, my teacher can give more attention to the classmates who need it. That means tag helps everyone, not just a few kids. Right now, our tag group is preparing for a state math contest. Competing gives us goals, builds teamwork, and shows that academics are worth cheering for. Programs like TAG grow strong students and future leaders for our community. This is the kind of program our senator just asked you to put as a priority. They're also the kind of programs that make families like mine want to live here. As my little brother is in the program too. I know the districts faces a deficit and hard choices, but cutting TAG would remove a program that is already efficient. One teacher supporting 5 campuses, and that lifts students without leaving others behind. Please keep TAG in the budget. If changes are needed, consider options like rotating campuses, adjusting schedules, or seeking partnerships and grants instead of eliminating it. Thank you for listening and for all you do for our schools.
I had to follow Mason. I'm Laura Sandus. Good evening. My name is Laura Sandus, and I am the gifted coordinator for Meade School District. Tonight, I stand before you recognizing that you have some big decisions to make, and I thank you for allowing me a moment to advocate for talented and gifted. Thank you also for supporting the Talented and Gifted program and its students for the past 2 decades plus in Meade School District. Our district stands out due to its commitment to all students, and the TAG program provides commitment to a group that is often erroneously thought to be fine on their own. Did you know that DODEA schools have gifted programming? This year, Meade School District is working to ensure that all buildings are Purple Star schools, meaning they embrace and support military families and their needs. In order to fully support military families, we need to have appropriate programming. TAG program provides that. Gifted students are not more capable. They are differently wired. They learn faster, they think deeper, and often feel more intensely. Without the appropriate support, many become disengaged, anxious, or even underachieve. The TAG program provides this support. We invest in athletics to nurture talent, in arts to develop creativity. So it's only fair that we invest in academics to support intellectual potential. The TAG program provides that. Our mission at Meade School District is to build knowledge and skills for success today and tomorrow. To meet that mission, TAG students require opportunities and support that goes beyond the general classroom. The TAG program provides that. With the outlook of potentially larger class sizes if FTE positions are eliminated, the need for support for the teacher and the TAG student is even more important. The TAG program provides that. In conclusion, gifted education isn't about giving more to some. It's about unlocking potential that strengthens us all. As JFK said, a rising tide lifts all boats, and gifted education is a powerful way to rise the tide. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sally Jo Michelson Cooper. There is no TAG program in the rural. That's all.
Hi, I'm Jen Aldrin, and I am from Sturgis. Eliminating the TAG program risks academic stagnation for advanced learners. Students' social and emotional development may be negatively impacted. And then there's also equity concerns that arise when TAG services are removed from students who might not have opportunities for alternative enrichment. Budget savings must be weighed against loss of student engagement, achievement, and future opportunities. My 6th grade son, Brennan, who participates in TAG, wanted to share that he likes how it allows him to dig deeper into subjects. It makes everyone think harder and use their brain differently. And we think in ways that we haven't been asked to before. I like it so much, he says, that I would be mad if they got rid of it, and so would all of the kids he's in TAG with. And he even said he had peers that were in tears with the news of TAG potentially going away. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Crystal Petty. I have kids in both the high school and in Stage Barn. None of them participate in the TAG, but I really do believe that this is a crucial program because psychological tests have proven that intellectual stimulation in the classroom resides not only in the classroom experience, but also has a direct correlation with the income that they earn later in life. So we're not just affecting what they are doing here and now, we are affecting the possible success of their entire future for 124 students. Thank you.
I know I already had my 2 minutes, but can I respond to the rural? Yeah, the point that was made that there's no TAG program in the rural.
Yes, you speak to the fact of that, yeah.
Okay, so this is my 12th year here. I have assessed 3, I believe, students from the rural school. They didn't qualify, and if they had qualified, we would make a way for it to work, but it is tough being spread thin. There's a student right now who was close to qualifying, so we're trying to work with some extra support for that student through the math contest that Mason referred.
Ms. Sandus, can I ask you a question quick
Yeah.
while you're here? Do you do all the evaluations for
Yeah.
for the kids that get into the program?
Yeah. That's about 60 or 70 a year, I think.
I'm Hillary Hill. My daughter, Addison Hill, was in the TAG program. She was hoping to come and talk to you about it tonight, but she's not done with her piano lesson, and we're already on this topic. So I was just going to say a few words on her behalf. Both of my daughters actually went through TAG when they were in middle school. They really learned a lot. They loved learning because of TAG. I know that there are a couple of school board members who have had kids go through the TAG program and have learned a lot and had really great experiences from that, and have these students that I see in my choir classes as well. A lot of them, they go on to take advanced classes in high school. They go on to be in the National Honor Society, and so I see it being a really great asset in our program, in our school district. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert McKinney, and my son attends the Hereford Rural School. I can say with certainty that he was never tested for the TAG program, and I'm pretty certain he would qualify because I grew up in gifted programs my whole life. I see all of the same qualities of myself growing up I saw in him, so no disrespect to the lady. The rural schools are definitely not seeing the TAG program whatsoever.
Hello, my name is Joe Trask, and I didn't come here to talk about TAG, but I did want to now. I want to defend the school board and the administrators for putting this TAG program cut potentially on the budget. This is the exact program that me from afar would look at and say, what can we do to thin out the budget? And the school board and the administrators have to prioritize such things. And unfortunately, a wonderful program like TAG has got to be questioned whether they can afford to keep it going or not. I was actually a talented and gifted student from Elm Springs, and I didn't ever do anything with regard to a formal program, but they labeled me that and asked me if I wanted to. And so along the lines of TAG, for the young men that spoke tonight and the others that are perhaps listening, you're going to be talented and gifted no matter whether you're in a program or not. And I encourage you to read more books when you get your schoolwork done quicker than others, and help other kids learn when they might be falling behind you. And that's a way where you can foster your skills and your God-given gifts more so. I encourage the school board to take a solid look at that program as one to eliminate, and maybe someday when our schools are flourishing and full, then put it back on the budget. Thank you.
See no further, we will move to 6D, reduction of 1 FTE counselor.
Rationale, addition of 2 counseling positions was added with ESSER COVID funding from the COVID support for students, and funding has lapsed since 2020. The district actually added 4 teaching positions and 2 counseling positions during that time. That funding is gone. We've made back many of those through attrition, but that is March board meeting decision on whether or not to eliminate a counselor within our district, and has a direct impact on access to supports for students, counseling, mental health, guidance, etc. Questions from the board? You've seen it, so.
Sure. How many counselors do we have currently?
Nine for just under 3,000 students.
All right, we'll go to open forum.
Good evening. My name is Maria Hartoon, and I've had the privilege of being a school counselor in our district for going on 10 years now.
I'm here today to speak in support of not cutting a school counselor position in our district. This is not just a budget decision, it's a decision that directly affects the mental health, academic success, and safety of our students. School counselors guide students through academic challenges, help them plan for college and careers, and provide critical emotional support. In a time when anxiety, depression, and social pressures are at record highs, counselors are often the first and sometimes the only trusted adults students turn to for help. The American School Counselor Association recommends one counselor for every 250 students. Our district already unfortunately exceeds that ratio. Cutting even one position would mean hundreds more students per counselor. Students who will have to wait longer for support, who may fall through the cracks, and who may never get the help they need until it's too late. If we go down from 9 counselors to 8, our ratio will be right around 1 counselor for every 370 students, well above what is recommended by our governing counseling body. Counselors don't just comfort students, they empower them. They help raise graduation rates, reduce disciplinary issues, and build stronger, more connected school communities. Their impact supports teachers and administrators, strengthens school culture, and helps prevent problems before they grow into serious challenges. When we invest in counselors, we invest in safer schools, higher achievement, and stronger student outcomes. Cutting this position may balance the books today, but it will cost us far more in the long run. Our students deserve access to the academic and emotional support they need to succeed, and that starts with keeping our counselors in place. I know that this is a very difficult decision. Before I end today, I wanted to extend a heartfelt appreciation to the members of our school board. Thank you for listening to, processing with, and engaging in conversations with your stakeholders in order to make the best decisions possible for our students and for Meade 46-1. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Casey Matt. With the grant money coming in to hire the counselors, it's a ending in sight, and to then take it out of the general fund to be able to continue it on. If we see one-time money in our budgets, we can't keep spending further on. So there are several students that removed them, the parents removed them from the counselor in the rule, so it's not being used fully.
Do I need to reintroduce myself every time? Okay, Delana Richter. I first want to start out by saying I don't think it's rule against anyone else. I don't think it's Whitewood against anyone else. I think all of us are here to put the education of our kids at the forefront. I know you all and me as the youngest of 6 girls can appreciate mental health and mental health awareness, and although that's a joke, I don't mean to take that lightly. If you want to look at mental health, you should also consider mental health in the rural. Closing the schools would obviously cut access to those counselors, in addition to closing the center point of those communities. It's important to factor in how many rural students might lose access to counseling if they no longer have a structured learning environment. And some might dismiss it, but I know I was a student that utilized counseling to my benefit. Many families would be forced into homeschool situations that are not prepared to do that. This would inevitably lead to unnecessary mental stress in our rural student population. Rural schools deliver core academic instruction. Combined, Whitewood and rural comprises 13% of our district. So school closures can lead to longer commutes and many people moving out of the district. This can increase absenteeism, mental stress, and dropout, according to the South Dakota DOE data. And so I asked you to add activities to your cuts. That's not listed anywhere. We have a tag program that was listed. Nothing about activities. Bring back our counselor. Cut maybe one more uniform a year.
My name's Keith Schultz, and I'm kind of the opposite of this. I wasn't aware until last year when I went to talk to the teachers with my kids that every student has to go to counseling class. And I didn't realize that was the job of the school to counsel our kids, every single one of them, whether they have problems or not or what. And so I'm of the opinion that if my children are having problems, I need to know about that. And I need to be able to get them the help that they need. So I need to be able to be in control of that. And so I don't really feel that the school should be in charge of counseling every child. So I do feel that some of those positions could be let go. Thank you.
To clarify, we do counseling social skills to classes. So it's an entire class that gets social skills training on that. Individual counseling that we do has to be signed off by parents on a one-to-one basis, or should have been if it wasn't, to be honest with you.
Are those the counselors that we're talking about?
Yep.
Or are they different though?
So social skills classes are taught by counselors. Sometimes you'll see social workers or even some classroom teachers trained in that for the social skills that kids need to relate and work with others. So that's the group classes that we teach. So individual one-on-one counseling for trouble and issues that may be taking place, or small group or permission-based with the parents, the small group stuff.
And so I'm still confused. Are the counselors that you have employed as counselors teaching those classes?
Yes, they do both. They'll do the individual counseling, career counseling, small group, but they'll do just basic social skill classes also, especially in the elementary.
And so that was all I was saying.
Okay,
Is
okay.
I think you have, if they have time to teach every student or counsel every student in the class, they have plenty of time. So
Okay.
there might be a way to get rid of a few of them.
My name is Al Trask, and got kids at Elm Springs. And mental health isn't a big priority of mine, but I have benefited from a lot of counseling over the years. And I think that my kids could probably go without a counselor. I don't know her, but I'm sure she's a good one. But I know my kids, they always kind of grumble about going to counseling, and I've got my kids in counseling different times when needed. And so, I mean, I think counseling's a good thing, but, you know, I do think I'd be cool with that as a cut. You know, nothing against counselors. I've been to a lot of them, so thanks.
Hi, my name is Terry Berry, and I am kind of with the other gentleman who was just up here. I know that a big part of what the counselors do is called guidance, and I know this firsthand because I did a lot of subbing at the Piedmont School for the counselor, and all the kids come to that room, the entire class, and they watch a little video, or she reads a book to them, or that's what I did, and they were life skills type things, and important topics, but I do not feel that they're as important as a classroom teacher. And if it comes down to cutting a classroom teacher and loading up on the other teachers, giving them more students, that I think keeping class sizes smaller enables the teacher to keep a better tabs on those students, nip things in the bud when they start, and have relevant conversations at the time that are relevant to those kids and what's going on with them, and provide all that support that the counselor said the counselors are there to do, because unless those kids' parents sign them up to see them individually, they can't see them anyway. So how many students actually meet with the counselor on a regular schedule? And I think that, you know, keep enough counselors to handle that, but I think keeping a counselor on the payroll for guidance classes and reducing a full-time classroom teacher is just wrong. I mean, I had 5 children of my own, and I sent them to school to be educated, not for guidance classes and for guidance from someone that you don't even know. And maybe, you know, ask the teachers, do they want 3, 4, 5 more kids in their classroom the next year? Or would they rather not have to send their kids to the guidance? And I know when I've subbed in the schools in town, and it was almost a little bit annoying at times. You're in the middle of a lesson, you're doing good, and then, nope, sorry, they have to go to specials and they have to leave to go to, one of the things would have been guidance. And I think they could benefit from more time in the classroom doing reading and math.
My name is Becky Brook. My kids go to school at Atoll. They are not in counseling. The reason why we didn't put them in counseling is because some other students were told by the counselor that she was living with her boyfriend. She told the student she was living with her boyfriend. I don't need that kind of counseling for my kids. Thank you.
Rainey Lisco, I think it's really important to realize that there is a lot of privilege in the room right now, that none of us are at work right now, and there's a lot of parents that aren't here that they rely on a school counselor as the only form of mental health for their children because they cannot afford an outside counselor for their kid. They might not be able to even drive their kid to a counselor in Spearfish or Rapid City, and that our school counselors might be the only mental health that they receive.
Hi, my name is Camila Allen. I don't really know what the answer is to the budget cuts. Obviously, none of us do. We're all pulling for our own side, and I expect people who don't need access to a counselor or haven't used it or don't think that it applies to them to see it, or to come up here and speak on to why this should be a cut. I'm not here to say whether it should stay or not because again, at the end of the day, it's not my decision to make. The only thing I want to speak on is to any parents that are maybe unsure about counselors, and I feel like the counselors that are here already spoke and so they can't stand up to defend their position. But in the 5th grade, I was very troubled, not because of anything that I did wrong. I was a great kid, but I had a really terrible home life. I was the 2nd oldest out of 6 kids to immigrant parents, and the only person that saw me at that school was a counselor. I didn't even know that I was struggling with things until she pulled me aside and said, "Hey, let's talk." And she didn't counsel me. She didn't guide me in, steps to take, things I should do, things I should say. She just listened, and she was there for me. Had she not seen me at that time in my life, at a young point in my life, I don't know that I would be standing here today. There's a lot of things that I had to overcome, and there's a lot of people that helped guide me, and one of those were school counselors. And so I'm not, again, here to speak on any positions or decisions. I'm just here to speak on the importance of a counselor, whether you've had the opportunity to encounter one or need one or not. We cannot sit here and say that they're not important and they're not valued, because there's many kids out there that like Ms. Lisco said, that is their only form of contact. That's their only warmth and counsel that they get throughout their lives. Thank you.
I'm going to add to that most of the parents here are not going to be the parents that you're going to be worried about. These are the parents whose kids probably don't need that counselor. Derek Allen, by the way. Sorry, Whitewood.
Hello, Jen Aldrin from Sturgis. And so I have children, 4 children, one in elementary school, 2nd grader. I have one in middle school that is a 6th grader, and 2 at the high school that are freshmen and sophomore. So I have seen kind of the span of counseling services throughout the age groups. So exactly right, teaching social skills at a elementary school level. I actually loved that programming. I think it was really great in building friendships, preventing bullying, and creating great culture within the school and in a positive way. So I actually really advocate for that program. In the middle school setting, I'm sure you guys can go back to your middle school settings and remember what middle school is like, right? And actually one really great thing I'll call out, as my son would call her, Mrs. Serbo. Excellent job there. My son struggles with ADD, and she met with him every 2 weeks and did grade checks and kept him on track for the entire school year. And I really appreciate the work and collaboration and just cheering on and the tools she provided to him. And so now he is at the high school doing well. And then on the high school level, they also provide a lot of direction in moving from 8th grade to 9th grade, and that selecting classes, planning for your graduation if you're going to be doing dual enrollment or AP classes, and ensuring that you're taking all the correct steps to graduate and be prepared. Also with graduation, post-high school planning. And so some of those things can't be replaced if you haven't experienced them yourself recently. And so it would be a shame if any of those went away. Thank you. And I'll just add the other important things and barriers. According to the Department of Health website, ages 10 to 19 in South Dakota, the leading cause of death is suicide. In adult men ages 30 to 49 is chronic liver disease or cirrhosis. Thank you.
Crystal Petty again. So my daughter has an IEP, and our guidance counselor was absolutely instrumental in obtaining that. Before Stage Barn had a certified counselor who could come and diagnose her ADHD, it was taking over 8 months to try and get a diagnosis for her. And by then, over half of the school year was gone, and she was floundering in her education. It was extremely difficult for her to get caught back up. And once that guidance counselor came with her certification, we were able to cut that time down into 1 week. Not only was she able to do that, but then she actually sat down with my daughter every 2 weeks and provided support on how to regain her confidence and how to get her grades back up. So we would not have been nearly as successful this year without her.
Shannon Arneson. I'm kind of on the fence with this position because I can understand the importance of the counselor. And I remember attending school in Sturgis and having a guidance counselor's office. We have 9 counselors right now from what I'm understanding, and we're going to eliminate one of those positions and go down to 8, correct?
That's my proposal, yes.
Okay. So while I know that would spread the other counselors thin, and I understand the importance of them, our school district would still have those counselors. Whereas when we're looking at actual closures, we have multiple children without a counselor or the potential of having even a classroom because of the difficulty that it's going to provide for families in commuting and transporting and getting their kids to and from school, and how it would hinder their livelihood as well. So I don't discredit the importance of the counselors. I understand that. I also understand like I said, when I was younger, we had guidance counselor offices where we would go into. We didn't have the actual classes that were being taught to us. So I'm not discrediting the importance, but I am stating that if we still have 8 amongst the district, but we're closing schools and displacing children who wouldn't have that opportunity, I see that as a problem.
Chase Arneson. I just want to do a quick little thing here, and it will include the TAG programs, the other programs that will be discussed tonight. When we talk about this, I'd like you guys as a school board to just do one thing for me. And I know this is going to be silly, but in your minds, you remember the alligator eats the more important one, right? The bigger, the better. In your minds, just education, programs. education, a counseling position, one out of 9. I'll come back when you bring up the other things, and I just want you to reiterate that I think that's important for us. Education for our kids, just a baseline education, not up here, not down here, just a baseline math, reading, arithmetic, that stuff. Way more important than any single position, any activity, any program, any future programs. Much more important, just a baseline education for everybody, in my opinion. And I would hope that would be the stance of our school board also. Thanks.
Seeing no one else. 6E, elimination of contract for 1 FTE school resource officer services from Somerset PD.
The Meade County Sheriff's deputy that serves Piedmont Valley splits time with Stage Bar Middle School be our proposal with this. This would be the same coverage we currently have in Sturgis Elementary and Sturgis Williams Middle School. In 2020, our cost for SROs was $83,000 because we received a lot of school cops grants, they're called. At that, now it's over $200,000. And this increased cost is due to grant funds no longer available. Savings about $28,500 due at the March board meeting. Effects or response time to safety situations with shared buildings, PV and Stage Barn, and relationship between law enforcement and students that with lack of visibility. Board questions?
Any comments from the audience? Open forum.
My name is Michael Pauling. You've seen me here before for other reasons. Now I'm talking to you as somebody who was trained and certified by the United States Army and local law enforcement in emergency action planning, crisis response, anti-terrorism, force protection, and all yada, yada, yada. Bottom line is this. When you look at response time, you have 4 things to look for. Number one, the number one hope is that we never have to have a situation where you need a response. Number 2, that you have actionable intelligence and the resources necessary to thwart an attempt to harm the students or anybody in our schools. Number 3, you have an instantaneous response to blunt that force, because I don't care how you cut it, how you analyze it, how you methodicize it. When you have a bad person with a weapon, the only thing that's going to stop that person is a good person with a weapon. That requires an instantaneous response. When you look at response times nowadays, you can't calculate it in minutes. When you look at high capacity magazines, double pull triggers, and lone wolf attacks, which are very, very hard to detect until they actually occur, you need to have somebody there to blunt that attempt. Now, I understand there's a need to balance safety versus cost, but I asked the board, and I asked my fellow people who were in law enforcement, how much money is worth saving if it might cost another child his life because it took an officer to respond 5 to 8 minutes to a situation when you had an officer there in the building. Now, based on calculated risk, hopefully we never have to find out. But if we do become one of those systems, we do become one of those stories, those are the questions you're going to be facing the public with. Thank you for your time.
Representative Kathy Rice. We have passed a Sentinel bill a few years back, and a Sentinel bill is that we will train maybe military people or teachers or whatever to have a good guy with a gun that is on campus. No, the kids don't know who it is. It's concealed. It's put away. But in our rural schools and our big schools, we needed to make sure we have these kids protected. The world is a weird place now, and they attack where families gather and just to be evil. And so we have to And I know I asked, why aren't we using the Sentinel program in our schools? And they said it's something about insurance.
And I can answer that.
Okay. And so I'd like to maybe do a bill this year for the Good Samaritan bill. So if it, anything goes wrong, that the school's not liable for that, but we have protection for our kids in our schools. And that way it's a volunteer program or a teacher in the school doing it, and it's not costing you extra money with the police department. I don't know.
So what took place is when our property liability companies across the state have said that if you do a Sentinel program or the armed staff member with the training and those pieces that the legislature has set forth, they would not insure us. Okay, that means property liability insurance. We would not be able to write a policy for hundreds of millions of dollars of property and the unknown risk across the board for anything other than that option there too, because the possibility of risk within that. So we're in a position to wipe off all of our property liability, especially liability insurance, for that with what the legislature's put in place. So we can't then mitigate that risk at the other end also from it.
Okay.
So that leaves us sort of exposed one way or the other. to a
Right,
degree.
so legislation needs to help with that, if we can.
Yeah, and then that means that you're probably asking which is a big issue, is property insurance. You look at our property insurance, liability insurance has gone up $297,000 in my 4-year time, over $300,000. The question is, who's going to insure that? Is the state going to put us in their property liability pool for everything that the state does and insure us in that? Because that's the risk mitigation that would need to take place in that. That's 148 school districts across the state that the state would have to absorb into their property liability insurance, which they did. That would be a $600,000 savings for us.
Okay, got it.
Shannon Arneson again. As the gentleman said, the response time for children's safety, there should be no question about that, right? We should put our children's safety first. So I applaud and appreciate the resource officers that we have at our schools, because I understand the importance of that, especially in today's society and the crazy world that we live in. With that being said, out in the rural community, we don't utilize resource officers. You know what we utilize? A doorstop, a teacher, and a cell phone. That's what we utilize. We don't utilize a resource officer. That's another budgetary cut that we are not a burden on the district for at all in our area. Again, we utilize our teacher, a doorstop, a locked door, and a cell phone to protect our kids. And if any of you know the New Underwood Road that runs north and south, we get a lot of foot traffic on that road. And we've had a lot of crazy instances happen out in the middle of nowhere, believe it or not. And so I can totally understand and appreciate the importance of a resource officer, but I also want you guys to understand when it comes to talking about cuts, because that's what this meeting is about, that is just one of an entire long list that I've sent you guys that our rural schools are not a burden on. So I just wanted to make that point too. Thank you.
Hi, Nathan Hannon from Hereford.
Say your name again, please.
Nathan Hannon from Hereford.
Thank you.
So we're talking about school safety and stuff, and we're talking about response times. And you said something about your insurance company that insures. We got a Sentinel program that the state was kind enough to give us. We got tons of military veterans that would be willing to put a gun on and go protect kids. I'm looking at doing it at the school that I work at. Okay? Why don't we change insurance companies? Can we put that on the board up here in this big fancy thing and vote on it? If the insurance company is the problem, then it's not a problem. We can find a different insurance company. Legislation would help, please, ma'am. But the kids can't learn if they're dead. And I can shoot bad guys.
The issue is that we have companies across the country that are no longer insuring schools for the risk that's taking place, and we're down to basically associated school boards that they have that, and this one. I would love to have the options we had 7-8 years ago for insurance companies where you can 4 or 5 companies compete for that. We're down to getting one right now. And I agree with the Sentinel. I'm probably more pro than you think on that.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm not trying to be a
Yep.
jerk, okay? What I'm saying is, there's got to be a way. And every time that I've been to a meeting, all two of them, every time somebody got up, somebody on the board is like, well, we can't do it because of this. Well, we can't do it because of that. There's got to be something. Chess has millions of moves in it, okay? And again, it's more important to worry about A, the education, and B, the safety of the children than it is about anything else, okay? How about we talk to the sheriff's department and say, hey, why don't you get on a hiring kick and figure that out? Although they got their own budget problems in Meade County too, because you got a road that don't work.
Any discussion from the board?
I'd like to say something. When it comes to safety of the students, I don't think there's anybody up here that doesn't think that is at the top. And our superintendent has brought safety up to us more than any other person since I've been on the board. So I don't think safety it's very important to him, just so everybody knows. More to him than anybody I've ever been on the board with or as a superintendent. So we're not saying it isn't important.
Okay, again, not tit for tat, Lee, but currently my kid's front door of the school that runs along 34 doesn't work. Additionally, last year, for most of the school year, that front door that shields 50 kids didn't work. Maintenance was sent out 3 different times. Our secretary fixed it.
Then we need to figure maintenance out. I mean, but I'm just saying, our superintendent has brought this to the front more than any other superintendent I've been involved with. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying we don't have things to fix, because I'm sure we do. But yeah, I'm just saying it's not that it isn't important to us and the superintendent.
My name is Shiloh Lamont. I have a quick question. I'm curious to why you guys are taking the deputy from Piedmont and Sage Barn when they're further apart than Sturgis Elementary and Sturgis Middle School. Like the time response from Piedmont to Sage Barn is obviously a lot longer, like to get there in miles and whatever, than it is from the elementary to the middle school.
So we serve about the same number of students between those, and that's the exact model we have here. We have one SRO that serves both. And after talking to the sheriff, Pat West, with what we have there for a full-time deputy at PVE, that's why we chose to do that at this time. Same model. We know it's 3-4 miles, but we need to, we're finding solutions for that.
Derek Allen again. I want to thank you for bringing up the attention of the insurance. That's something that's not known to anyone that's not on the board. Instead of presenting, I mean, I understand we're going to make cuts, but can we bring up proposals of things you guys are struggling with that us parents can go to our representatives and help you fight to help save you $600,000? Use this force with you instead of against you is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I will say there's a long list that we could talk to legislators about, and one of those is statewide, is property liability, state aid funding, because here's the deal. We don't get more money in taxes from you for general education fund. That's set by the state based on our property valuation. The state makes up that difference whether you're a wealthy district, such as Lee Deadwood, who gets no state aid, okay? We live within the parameters set forth by our state legislature for funding. And those priorities like that, and yes, they know I talk to them and I lobby them and all those other things. Yes, our issue at hand that I give them a tough time about is that we don't have the revenue sources in our state to fund a lot of these things. So I think every superintendent and school board across the state would think it'd be great if we could join the state insurance pool.
Can you and the other school superintendents publish this so that us people that don't have your struggles can see those and voice them? So it's not just you lobbying them. You have hundreds of people lobbying.
I can give you the large school platform that we just met with Governor Roden on just last week for that, and listening to the potential tough situation that all of our legislators are going to have with funding this year, with revenue shortfalls and state or federal mandates. With that, we're going to see an exasperation of our problem from revenue at the state level and federal levels and reduction at that. So they don't have an easy job. We may not always agree philosophically, but they have a very tough job in trying to figure out how they're going to support the state also. Yep, not a problem. But you really look at, there's probably a 2-year window is what I'm, to 3-year window, that all schools across the state, if you have declining enrollment, even if you stay level, it's gonna be very difficult. At the same time, all cities, I shouldn't say cities, they have sales tax, counties and state government are going to have difficult problems. I'm looking at all of our legislators I see here and visiting legislators like that. One sits on appropriations and sees everything comes across. There is not an easy answer. If it was easy for the legislature to give us money to solve these problems, I think it'd be done. If it took care of property taxes and gave property tax relief, it'd be done. We're early to the game because of one reason. State law says we have to publish and make a vote on closure of schools. And the reason we're doing all these items is realize that everybody show up that it is a bigger problem than just closure of schools that we're facing with declining enrollment. And it affects a lot of people in this room and everything we serve for these kids, because that's the focus. And Lee, thank you for saying that. Started a safety response team that is led by some great staff. We're having a half day out for reunification, things that we're doing so we can take care of kids. We have a huge focus on safety. And we pushed out to the world too. We don't have the funds to put our SRO everywhere. I wish we did. I wish the law allowed us to do the Sentinel program with our insurance company. I'd be all over that. I'd be a leader on that piece. Not a problem. We're living with the handcuffs sometimes given to us by the federal government and or the legislature, no offense folks here, but we have within our statutes. And that's how we have to operate. And then I come up with a list, a proposal list, and give it to all the board members as you're listening about, and I put them in a very difficult situation to make decisions. And anything they say no to, I have to come back with another list of items. Because that's my job, is figure out how to run the best K-12 system I can to serve all kids across this district, regardless of location. And we are the most unique district in the state, and probably in a 5 or 6 state area with our population base and things that takes place. And I knew that when I took this job, so I'm not worried about that. It's just that everybody should give everybody some grace regardless where you're at, and the board members for the decision they're doing this. It is not gonna be easy. And I'm gonna look at these people and see you at, whether it's an event, and I know that you might be disappointed in the proposal or what the board decided or happy with what they decided. Nobody wants to be sitting here doing this. But until you come up with $1.25 million, and I've floated this multiple times, I'm gonna say this out loud, an opt-out for $1.5 million, approved by the board and not challenged or approved by the voters, okay, will give us a 5-year window to see if the enrollment from Ellsworth Airport Space and other areas come and take that up, and you can lower that down. That's a $500,000 or $50 per $100,000 evaluation. When property taxes are already a burden, it's not a very popular idea, is it? So there's options, but nobody wants the option that affects them. So sorry, I went on a little bit tangent on that one. Apologize.
I'd like to make a comment really quick. Mr. Allen, I really appreciate you coming forward and saying that you would like to help advocate for some of those things at a higher level. That is something that I encourage everyone to do. And I would just like to point out that these aren't discussions that we have in a vacuum. The issues and the difficulties that we face as a district and as a state happen year-round, and they happen at our meetings. I would encourage you to, if you can't attend a meeting, watch it on YouTube or take a look at our agendas, and you will know what we're talking about and the struggles that we face year-round, not just when hot topics come up like this.
6F, reduction of 2 FTE teachers overall in PVE, STEL, Whitewood, SMS, and SWMS.
This is just a vague placeholder. Right now, I calculate that we'll need to cut at least 2 more teachers across this area, saving us $128,000. This is the floating thing. If the board chooses not to do certain things on the items, what they may do, I know all my proposals might not go through, and we're all realistic about that. Everything that doesn't go through dollar for dollar, I need to work through either in other programming, which you'll see later on that. But that just increases the FT and other things we have to do across the board. So it's really just a placeholder to make the board aware. They have not been identified, will not be identified until after we know what the board decides on schools in 5th grade, rural schools in 5th grade, and then also what we get that back for retirement incentives that will allow us to adjust our budget based on how many personnel we will be able to not replace.
Anyone for open forum?
Should be the easiest one.
Good evening, Mary Fitzgerald, District 31 representative. Could you answer, if possible, how much do you have in reserves currently?
In the general fund?
Yes. How much does your school district have in reserves?
Again, let's go back and say the state allows us the maximum we can have in
Sure.
reserves is 25% of our low cash balance months of the year. Currently, right now, the district has a little over $2 million sitting in CDs, which are classified truly as reserves.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you for answering that.
Yes.
Okay. Have you thought about consolidating? Because the financial situation in the state of South Dakota and the federal funds that probably will not be flowing into the state, have we considered consolidating some of these school districts? Because I think we're going to have to start consolidating a lot of government entities.
I could answer that one
Okay.
there. We are 3,100 square miles.
Sure.
Our only consolidation is what we're trying to do, and you can see the reaction by our rural folks. And then I have proposals from people to put Piedmont Valley and Stage Barn together, which that's 900 plus students, which won't fit in the one building. We are very unique in that. Consolidation, possibly. My home school consolidated. Small school I taught at is no longer there. Before Timberlake, where as a principal, they consolidated with Isabel. Yes, it's possible, but you're not going to see a consolidation for us in a situation that would actually make us more efficient. It's going to make us grab more area and run another school different farther away in a smaller situation. I believe consolidation for the Meade School District financially, in my experience, would be more difficult for us to maintain and finance. Now, where I grew up, Artesian, which is now Sanborn Central, on a farm in that whole area over there, they consolidate different areas. There's places consolidating,
Sure.
and you can find efficiencies. I think that's a question for the legislature for across the state, but I don't see how you, with Rapid City, with Spearfish, I mean, is that what we're talking?
I was looking like, how about if we had one superintendent for Bellfish, Spearfish, and Lee Deadwood? That would save on administrative salaries. And we're so closely, right now, our schools are so close. What do you think of that, just as an idea to try to save some money?
There's a lot of small schools that have done that because of workload in those things area. I think you can propose anything like that. I average about 65 to 70 hours a week right now. On my low weeks, it's 50 plus, which is similar to a lot of people I know when I grew up in the ag sector. That's what you do, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if that is a viable option for large schools because of the amount of workload, knowledge, and things you have to have. But honestly, I've been approached in a smaller school system where that was a strong possibility of doing.
Sure, and just one other thing, if I may add, if I could, if you do move that 5th grade to Sturgis, you move it from Whitewood to Sturgis, Whitewood will no longer have the DARE program, and I think those drug prevention programs are so valuable. And so I would hate to see the students not have that available to them. And a DARE officer did talk to me about that today and is concerned about it. And I would sure hope that we try to do something about drug prevention because we're building a new prison because of what's happening in our state. So thank you.
Biggest impact for against prison rates is actually preschool, full access preschool. As a big-
Education.
As state-funded preschool would solve that problem. I have to ask a question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head about our 5th grade at Sturgis Williams. Maybe somebody can tell me. And we do DARE at 5th grade.
Yep.
And for parents with that, I gave a tour to past legislators, board members again, to our 5th grade at Sturgis Williams up in the building there. I invite you to see what the school board has done with the code funds to make an isolated learning environment for those students. I'll talk about that later too.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Burt, if we choose to not make these cuts, how long do our reserves last before we get into financial trouble in our district?
I'll help with one thing. Depends on what our enrollment is every year. First.
Right, and so if we go back to the worksheet, we look at that top input sale. If you hold that number steady, we don't drop enrollment, where we could use that enrollment in the calculations of revenue. We're looking at about 18 to 24 months when we run those forecast models. We'll just close down October's balance sheet next week, and that's going to tell us, what we'll do to that is we'll remove those $2 million worth of CDs from that beginning balance of July 1. That'll tell us what the first 6 months look like. Then we'll forecast that over those next 18 months, Justin. And it looks like about 18 months to 2 years at the rate we're spending right now.
Six G, reduction in supplies, professional development, and after-school supports. Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Terry Berry here again. I just want to say that if it does come down to this and you have to reduce 2 teachers at any of those schools, I would hope that you would make the classroom teachers the absolute last choice. And I know this will bring up a whole new bunch of people that might be upset, but if it could be, you could let some PE teachers go. Kids in the K through 4 classrooms have 3 recesses a day. I'm sure they would survive much better without adding PE to that than they would getting more kids in their classroom. The smaller you keep those class sizes, the better that is for everybody. Those teachers have enough on their plates already. That also, keeping those small class sizes, like I said before, can help with those issues where they might need the guidance or the counselor. It can help them deal with some of those tag kids if that program goes away. Just please make the classroom teachers the last choice. Keep those class sizes as small as you can and deal with it by letting some other things go that aren't quite important. Do I want my kid to go to school and have PE every day, or do I want 5 more kids in my child's classroom when they already get 3 recess a day and plenty of outside time when they're in the K through 4 classrooms? Thank you.
Hi, Katie Rave with Whitewood. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of data points. I've sent this to all of the board members today, but you're actually just transferring the problem. This FTE that you're proposing for Whitewood would be tied to our 5th grade class potentially moving. When you move that class over, it's about 15 students today. You're now maxing out your classes in Sturgis or Sturgis Middle School. And so it's a very short-lived savings that you may have because you're just transferring that problem over to your other school to max out your student to teacher ratio there within a very short period of time. If you have any bit of growth, which we know will be contributing to that because we've already talked about our growth in Whitewood, that number will be maxed out and you will have to add another teacher just to manage. We are bringing students with a lower attendance rate or lower attrition rate in regards to their attendance. We're 5% compared to your 22%. So we're not bringing you problems, but you have your own problems to deal with. So leaving our students where they are and leaving our teachers where they are is very smart. I have a question for the room, by the way. How many of you have followed a really great leader in your life to a new job because of their leadership? Anyone raise a hands? Attrition is many things. And when you take away one of our best leaders, by the way, in your district, attrition happens. And I don't know if you have the ability to backfill that based on the fact that you're not doing well in backfilling roles you already have. So this may happen naturally if you take away our leader. Thank you.
Can I go back to Terry's comment real quick? I've also asked Mr. Ormstad a little bit about some of our specials and encore classes that we have. And just from being a teacher in the district myself, usually those classes are those happen when our teachers get their planning periods, which are also required by law, I think. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
We have some required prep time, and then also it's inside the contract that we have to have, so, yep.
So if we were to cut something like PE or another program like that, you would just have to replace it with something else potentially?
Well, yeah, or, you know, Terry Berry must have my crystal ball or my notes, but yeah, honestly, there's some areas within those that I've identified within those 2 FTE and some other things that may take place that we'd be able to do some of that stuff, and that's sort of that conversation at the very end about other items. So doing this very early, you're being transparent and telling people stuff. At the same time, you're not trying to cause a panic across all staff members, but we're trying to be very transparent, saying this is our issue. I really don't want to identify positions that can identify people until we're to the point where we have to, in February and March, when we have to bring that forward, because then we have all the information we have to have. But there's a lot of items that I have in order to meet those targets, which would be in January, probably early February, that we'd actually release that information after we have a chance to look at where we're at. The entire administrative team looks at all the possible options, and we work through that. But yes, some of these specials and things that we are going to have to consider and look at, for sure.
Can I just, I am currently a para at the Atoll School, and none of the rural teachers, of course, there's no PE teachers out there. The contract does say 1 hour a day for planning time, but the teachers out there get an hour of music once a week and an hour of STEAM once a week. And the teacher where I'm at does give the kids PE once a week, but she uses the para to do that. And I think that there are things like that that could happen in the schools too. K through 4 PE, I don't want to downgrade their positions or anything, but I think that a para could play games with them in the gym for that half hour. That maybe you'll have to utilize paras to do some of the things that you have teachers with big salaries hired to do right now.
Yeah, so with that, what we do also, the rural runs on a 4-day school week, so we run 2 different calendars, of course. We built into the calendar time on Fridays that the staff has for that. It's probably still not enough. You know, I've taught in small schools and doing a lot of different things all at once. It's never probably compensation enough, but we do have some of that built in outside the student contact day.
Yes.
For rural too.
There was a reference to maxing out classrooms for 5th grade if Whitewood comes over. We used ESSER funds to remodel those classrooms. Are we nearing capacity on 5th grade?
No, our classrooms are 1,100 plus square feet about, and we are required by code to have 2 exits on it. If you tour that, it is the largest, nicest sunlit classrooms we have in our district, because the district use those funds for possibility of that.
Any other open forum? All right. 6F, reduction. Oh, we did 6F. 6G, reduction in supplies, professional development, and after-school supports, etc.
So we continue to look at areas across the budget, across all areas where we can reduce costs with that, including looking at our professional development needs for supervision of activities, changing what we do in the middle school activities, the minimum impact on student opportunities. We know we can make a minimum savings of $50,000. I think it's going to be more. That's April preliminary budget. We'll have those all defined after we see what services we're providing with other potential reductions. This may reduce after-school supports at the 2 middle schools and the high school. May require reduction that require flexibility in where we assign activity staff. May require calendar revisions to alleviate need for substitutes. That's early release, late starts, modified 4-day week calendar, and school week. And on the agenda in December, I'll have actually an item for discussion for the board about a 4-day school week because that was very clear in our strategic plan that people want to review that as a possibility. And I'll have a modified 4-day week calendar to try for next week for a certain period of time in the winter. But also at the same time, that is, I want to done a lot of research on this through grad school and over the years. It is not a 10-20% savings 4-day school week. It's like a 1 to 3% savings. But on our budget, could be $250,000 to $750,000 to do that as a possibility. We're currently right now, I'm just on our bus contract service we have to do. We're actually putting a proposal in for if we went to 4-day school week, what would be the direct savings and costs for that? So we have that number on a contract written in. But it will take probably 6 months to 8 months to truly do the surveys and research for a district of 3,000 students to see if that's going to alleviate with all the headaches, or I shouldn't say headaches, obstacles that may come with the 4-day week program, to see it, give it a true look whether it works for an entire district this size. I've got a lot of feedback on that and emails that are sent to me, and that's my response. That's one that pops up in this as a possibility. Questions on that board of those items? Staff development is a cost a lot because of our substitute cost to have our staff trained. We have to have somebody in the classroom, so that's why we started a sample this year, as you know, late starts, to avoid that sub cost for our staff, but inconvenience our parents greatly. And we have one early release this year doing that. That's why we're looking at a modified 4-day week for the entire rest of the district to see if that would alleviate a large cost in substitutes for us to do our training that's required, that we can do for instructional practice and things like that. So I have a calendar ready to continue to move forward and see if that's a possibility as a trial run.
Do we have anyone for open forum?
I have a question real quick first. So is this item where, like, some people have mentioned that activities aren't on this list at all, or some of these other items aren't on the list? Is this kind of where this lies?
Yeah, it lies inside this as we continue to look at where we can increase savings with that. I mean, our staff, I had our business manager and HR director work through and say, what could they identify? After they identified items, I had my entire administrative team make lists of items where they could save and where they think they can get back. And in all honesty, some of them, cut way too deep, including, summer school for high school graduation, saying, could we get by without this? So the number we started with is much bigger, but we lose services for kids towards graduating on time, which is a big piece for kids that struggle, and some other areas there. So we're still working on this. I know right now today I can hit $50,000 minimum. I'm hoping to grow that much larger, but I know today with our early work I can hit $50,000. The problem is in 2012, 13 was it that the 10% cut happened?
2010, 2011.
In 2010, 11, I'm sorry, when we had the 10% cut to education after the housing crisis. The Meade School District still continued to run very lean in a lot of these areas and did not add much back. So there has not been a lot of supplies for teachers added back in, and it supplies different areas. I can tell you this right now, studying our schools our size, we offer the fewer number of activities with the fewest number of coaches, and we pay the least amount. And that's fine arts and everything. So we're really consistent on that part right now. Okay? And we ask a lot of them on that piece. So, and I'll say this too, when you look at our high school, I just did a comparison analysis of Spearfish and Huron, looking at the number of CT courses, which are very important for our kids in future careers. We offer less than everybody else considerably. Our high school is a very lean program and staffed high school for 829 students. That's why you're not seeing on this. That's probably in the second year, third year, we have to come back to that. But our high school for 829 students to put towards workforce development and moving toward their future is already extremely lean. That is not by choice that I want to not put that items on there. We don't have a lot of room within that. We may have to hit some of that, and I'm be honest with you as we go through this, but ours is considerably less programming than neighbors and other like-sized districts.
Delana Richter, a couple things on that. Our football team had 4 different jerseys this year. Our golf team has monogrammed golf balls. So additionally, just some improprietary items. Activities was listed as a number 4. You implored the board to remove that from budget consideration. They voted not to number it. It disappeared from the minutes, I believe it was August. And then it was no longer on the next item. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be looked at. Before I take up any more of my time, increase student numbers. If increasing student numbers is the goal, cutting teaching supplies and closing schools is not the way to draw in students, not a good look for our district. The superintendent is asking the board to cut teachers' direct support, which we already did a couple months ago, over across the board percentage, over and across the board. Where instead's proposal is to short teachers, but to leave activities untouched. The stadium would approximately affect 10% of our students and hold 0 academic ROI. 1.25 million would equal 25 real teachers for 25 years, or for 5 years. Teachers directly affect student education and mental health. TURF does not. The image that our district is currently portraying, which is major upgrades to our stadium, closing schools, cutting teachers' direct funding, and increasing already above average administrative pay. And that's according to the DOE in 2024. So instead of cutting teacher supplies, let's look at freezing admin salaries for the next 3 years. Our admin salary is already above the South Dakota average. And speaking of the pool, joining that health insurance for the statewide pool could lead to a reduction of 8 to 12% premium drop in addition to wellness incentives. So instead of cutting teacher support, let's look at expansion by partnering with BHSU and Mines to reduce AP courses and increase college credit options.
Becky Brook. In looking at these reductions of supplies and professional development, after school supports, this reminds me all of these little titles, including bigger things like the counselors in town per school, the police force help. I'm troubled by these charts that show the rural kids' cost per student through the roof, and we don't have any of those things. Is there perhaps a little bit of inflation there that's not quite correct in price per student, cost per student per building, when there's all of these things for the town students? Is that not being applied to the town students' numbers? Why do the students in the rural have these ridiculously high numbers in comparison with the town students? Like, we just have so much stuff that the school district is paying for these spoiled brat rural students. I don't understand.
That is basically economies of scale. How much revenue we pull in from the district versus the cost, straight cost for that takes place. No, the rural for small schools do not get any charge for activities or other items they do not receive. And Mr. Burdick can give you all the charts and everything on that we've done with that. Any costs at the high school are directly attributed to the high school, middle school to that, and that includes activities, extracurriculars, anything that takes place within that, that's actually there, and then divided by a cost per pupil on that. So those are accurate after breaking everything out, including down to bus routes that serve different areas. If you don't have service, you don't have a cost. If you have mileage to your school, then that's attributed. We've broken that down into multiple aspects to try to get a true perspective of what we spend, including busing across the district for serving schools.
Shannon Arneson, to try and stay on topic, and I have a couple of comments and then a couple of questions, if that's okay. When you're talking about a 4-day school week, at the last meeting, you said that if we did that district-wide, the savings wouldn't be instantaneous, obviously, but it would be up to a 3% savings. At a previous meeting, you said the general fund, 80% of that fund went to employee salaries, those benefits, those kind of situations. And then the 20% is where we needed to look at making cuts. And in order to do that, we needed to have a 2.3 or a 2.5% reduction in costs on that 20% of the general fund. So if you went to a 4-day school week and you got up to a 3%, I think that would make up your numbers there. Now, I know the concern was, well, parents are going to be upset because they don't have daycare, they don't have this. Our school district is not a daycare. Our school district is to educate my children. I, at one point in time, had to figure out how to find daycare for my kids after school, when they weren't in school, when they were in preschool, all of those things. So I think looking at a 4-day school week is actually a very great move and something that the board should consider, because we would meet that 2.5% savings or reduction in costs in that 20% of the general fund where we see the highest deficit. So I think that is something that you guys should really consider and look at those numbers. I do also have a quick question. On the 6G, are the majority of these costs coming from the general fund or capital outlay?
These are general fund costs.
General
So,
fund costs, okay.
Any chance that we have an opportunity such as uniforms, things like that's actually capital outlay costs, we defer those things as much as we can, and the law allows us over to capital outlay so it does not impact the general fund. So there's a lot of differences in that, we can go over all there. But anything we're looking at here is general fund savings, general fund cuts, general fund expenditures.
Okay.
We're not, only thing we're doing is moving capital outlay levy authority taxes into the general fund to offset number of cuts.
And then do we have reserves in the capital outlay?
Currently, right now, there is a $500,000 CD that's set aside for, the board is set aside for either self-insurance or catastrophic loss in capital outlay. Other than that, every year, basically we have between, depending on what the levy is, we'll have a $6.5 million, $7 million levy, and a $6.5 million budget. We build then in either a surplus in there when the board, or we decide we need to bolster those reserves. Example would be if we have a project coming up that we know we need to pay cash for and we don't want to borrow the money, we will build multiple capital outlay budgets with a surplus in there and put that into savings until that project is come to realized and approved by the board. The last one was putting about $2.5 million to help offset the cost in the construction of the kitchen in the commons area on the high school. We took us a couple, 3 years to put that money together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we're required by law to have a 5-year capital outlay plan for that. So if anybody would like to see that, we can show what it is. The first 2 years are very strong and on, and then the other 3 years are what we project we're going to spend and do in the next 3 years.
And that will be released at the November meeting as well for the next 5 years.
Jesse Beeson again. I had an interesting thought when you said that right now the school district is running super lean. Out at the high school here in Sturgis, how much have you guys spent on the intercom system in the last 5 years?
I would have to look up at our expense stuff that's taking place there.
Mr. Wilson, you know the answer to that? Neither do I.
That's a tough one without looking and pulling all the per item
Okay.
list out. Yep.
So I ask because my kid recently graduated from there, and as of last May, the intercom system would kind of work in some rooms and not at all in other rooms. And the kids had their own roomer. I don't know if that was a correct dollar amount or not, but it was a very high dollar amount. And so my thinking is, if we're running lean, what benefit are we getting from this intercom system when we could just send out the daily announcements to the teachers and just have them read them out loud to the class?
We don't have any cost for the intercom system. The reason the intercom system is that way is because it's very old, and we have multiple attachments and additions to that building over the last 30 years, 40 years, and it's caused problems. That's why we've gone to a whole new system for alerting our staff of emergencies. And if you ever heard it go off, you know exactly what I'm talking about, from minor things to major things that take place in our district.
Right. But it had been worked on in the last few years. And if we're now looking at running lean and possibly getting rid of some of the after-school programs that we know the kids who are struggling need those programs, and we need to have that alternative high school, then, like if we're running lean, why even consider spending money on stuff like that? That really is not essential and doesn't work out for us.
I don't think it's on our next plan to replace, but if we did, it'd be capital outlay expense anyway. It would not be a general fund hit.
Okay.
Yep. That's what I can tell you. I know it would not be a general fund hit, it'd be a capital outlay expense if we replace that ever. And I don't think that's in our next 2-year plan at all right now.
I've seen it.
I don't think it's in the 5-year plan, is it? On the list of items from last night's meeting, I missed part of that.
I didn't see it.
It's not in there? Yeah, it's not on our horizon for capital outlay priority right now, I can tell you that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Aldrin, again from Sturgis. So keeping our after-school program is an investment in students and our community. Cutting after-school program would have long-term consequences that would far outweigh short-term savings, especially in rural districts like ours. We don't have the services available like our urban neighboring districts. For after-school programs, they are proven to boost academic performance, improve attendance, and increase graduation rates. For many rural students, these programs are the only opportunity for tutoring, enrichment, and hands-on learning beyond the school day. Removing them would reduce access to academic support and enrichment for the students who need it. And then the hours immediately after school are when students are most likely to be unsupervised and at risk for accidents or risky behavior. In rural communities where parents may commute long distances, these programs provide a safe, structured environment that keeps them engaged and out of harm's way. After-school programs provide more than academics. They build connections, confidence, and emotional support. They give students a place to feel like they belong, which is vital in rural areas where isolation and limited access to youth activities are real challenges. And then in terms of the sports topic, because I'm trying to condense and be short, rural youth often experience higher isolation and limited social outlets. We don't have a movie theater, we don't have much teens can do, and so that provides a space for peer interaction and provide mentorship and stress relief. So not only having the physical health benefits, but also mental health and leadership skills that can prepare them for life. And these activities and practices and games are built on the backs of free labor of volunteers because, again, they are paid very little and spend an extensive amount of time each week working with kids. Thank you.
Robert McKinney, father of a Hereford rural student. I would be happy to forego any after-school programs if my kid gets to have a school where he can socialize with his friends and learn the basic life skills he needs. The after-school programs are a supplement. They are something that are to be enjoyed when the budget is not in a huge negative. It is not something to keep while closing schools and something to prioritize over the education of the students.
Yes, I was going to get one in here.
My name is Mick Trask. I had one question. I know you're not supposed to ask questions, but when it comes to paying for the intercom out of the capital outlay, isn't it up to like 45% you can transfer over? So when we separate them always out, one of my concerns, and goes back to the tax issue and everything the whole time, obviously we knew there was a chance of this deficit for quite a while, except for I always hear every school board meeting about how that's capital outlay or deficits in the general fund. We're going to hit all of the deficits out of the general fund. But every time I watch the school board meeting, especially last fall, with the football field and everything else, it looked like we overspent on the capital outlay, so there wasn't extra reserves there, and then saying we have a deficit in the general fund. I personally, from an outside view, I'm a rancher, I deal with multiple mortgages and operating note and taxes, and I understand multiple accounts. But personally, this looks like a partially self-inflicted problem we got going from overspending in one account and now saying we have a deficit in the other. So, thank you.
So I think one thing there is you do bring up the transferability from capital outlay to general fund. We are at a $1.25 million deficit. So we have to either fix that deficit issue that's in the general fund, or every year we would have to transfer over 1.25 million and then increase it from there. We can transfer some, and we are looking to transfer some in the future, which is something that Meade County our Meade School District has never done. But that puts you on a slippery slope because the state has outlined that capital is for building maintenance. And because districts had got into problems in 2015-16, they started allowing that transferability over to the general fund to cushion their blow. And we now see those districts getting into problems because they didn't maintain their buildings. And that's the slippery slope that we get into, is we could potentially do that transfer over, but then in 10 years, a board that I will not be on will be a board that will have to come to you and say, we need a $100 million opt-out, or we need a $200 million opt-out to repair our facilities.
So with that right now, we have, I think it's 45 to 47% of our capital outlays used for debt. Then we use our curriculum at about 500,000. We have our technology, we have our buildings repairs, maintenance, playground, safety stuff. There's a lot of lists that happen, and I invite you to see what we do in capital outlay in November with our 5-year plan about how much we plan and try to make sure that we use those tax dollars efficiently. And Mick, you're right about this, is that we could have the board could have taxed the max and built a reserve and transferred all that over and continue to do that. But the board chose not to do that for years, okay, in order not to put that tax burden on our taxpayers with that. The issue is not planning, is that we lost 80 students and we're down from 3,081 students 4 years ago down to 2,948. And as we've been doing natural attrition, we continue to look at that, and we're gonna have a smaller deficit correction, and then we got hit by an extra 80 students not being here. That's what's exacerbated that.
I'm not saying you don't got to do cuts. I understand you got cuts in the general fund. What I'm saying is, in the ranching world, totally different budget. But if I'm short on income in one of my accounts, I quit spending in the other ones to do. So even if I got to still do cuts, I felt there was some spending done this last fall that put us worse in this situation now. I'm not saying you can just transfer the money and you don't got to cut programs or schools or that. Everyone here is here for the same reason. We know the problem. I'm just saying, don't overspend in the capital outlay while we're in this deficit. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying.
That's why the board has left that ability for that transferability in there, foreseeing that if we ran into a problem, the board would have an option where some districts have had that maxed out and then trying to do it, which Mick was talking about, it caused a bigger issue. So previous boards before my time had planned for that. I know we have previous board members here and had looked forward to using that flexibility in the future. And we're to that point, we got to use it.
I'm Tomalyn Traskin, also from Elm Springs. So I want to point out, especially, it seems like we are fighting with Whitewood or Sturgis or Piedmont or anywhere, and I don't think anybody wants to fight. I think everybody is on the same page that in the July meeting, you voted to give a raise to both Mr. Wormstadt and Mr. Burdett. You voted to turf a football field for $1.3 million, and then you came out and said, oh my gosh, we have no money, what do we do? Let's take Whitewood's 5th grade, let's close 2 country schools or 4, let's take a counselor, and let's do all this crap. Maybe we should look into undoing some of the stupid decisions that you already made in the last 3 months.
Seeing no one else, we will be moving on to 6H. Before we go to 6H, we are going to take a 10-minute recess to give everyone a second to get up, walk around, use the restroom. And so we will be back at 7:52. Keep this thing on. We are going to resume as soon as we get a couple more board members back up here. I think I saw him go into that back room. But, yeah. So as we get ready to go again, I just need to let everyone know that if you walk outside the doors of the community center after 8, the doors will be locked, so you will not be able to get back in. So you'll need a buddy to go with you so you can go out. They hold the door and walk back in. We will go ahead and get started with 6H, self-insurance of buildings.
So this is where the solutions using capital outlay to help offset our costs in general fund. We have 8 buildings right now, is that correct?
Yes.
8 buildings that are, our primary carrier, EMC, will not insure because of age of buildings. So what we have to do is go to a secondary carrier that we pay about 3.5 times the rate because of the age of the buildings. We're now looking at saying within our capital outlay funds, hold an emergency reserve there for any damage and self-insure those buildings. That would save $68,000 in general fund by capitalizing our costs in a savings account for future damages.
Any discussion? Open forum?
Hi, Representative Terry Jorgensen, District 29. I feel for everyone up here because I'm on appropriations and along with Senator Carley, and we know it's going to be a tough year. I am willing. I know we need to get together. I know you've asked me and it hasn't worked because I've been traveling so much. But I definitely want to sit down and talk about the state insurance pool. If that's a way that we can save quite a bit of money, probably statewide, which would be good for all of our schools. So I'd love to get together and definitely talk about doing that. And then just a quick question. I know we've done some, we're going to get to the closure of the elementary schools, but I know that we have done some e-learning in the past. I know Northern University does that with the high school. Is that something you've delved into more with the students at some of these schools that might help offset some costs?
So we actually we do some online learning internally for our academy program at the high school. But we've really started a second year of a pilot of what's called Homeschool Connections, which we've seen great growth in that between homeschool students coming back either in person, part-time, or online, and having some of our students who felt more successful leaving to go to that program. We are officially a year and a third into it, I think. We talked today, Britt, about that, and we'll have a report in December or January, I think probably December, about how well we've done on that. And then over January, February, we'll see how we can actually expand that, which will cost some investment, but we think that investment will have a return on serving Meade School District students across the board. And we piloted out of Whitewood to a degree with Sturgis on that. We have to figure out how to make that a district-wide program that serves even more kids as a service to those families, because when I walk into a banker, a restaurant, or whatever it is, I'm not concerned whether you're a rural student in the past, a Sturgis student, a homeschool student. These are our people that make our community stronger, regardless of where they got their education, and it's our obligation as a district to serve those students who want service from the public schools. But I'll be very clear, I'm for school choice and what you want to do as a parent, but I'm anti-voucher, because that just exacerbates the problem we're looking at today for school districts. But yeah, we're working on that. So we'll be probably having a proposal that it'll be the only increased probably cost proposal we have across the board looking at this, but that's an investment to gain more students, to serve more students, to help generate revenue that helps us offset our losses.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if that would help with the gifted program as well, if you could be using this not just for, to also look at the rural schools so that some of those services that they haven't had that maybe they'd be able to have.
Distance learning and those pieces are something that could tap into those services with that. I don't think in the history the district has done much of that for the rural schools, but I know other areas have done that. The infrastructure costs are high, but that would be a capital outlay cost if we chose to go down that path. So that would be something we could defer to create more access in different areas of the district.
All right. Thank
Good
you.
idea.
Thank you for what you're doing. I feel your pain.
Wayne, could you clarify? It sounded like when you were speaking about the homeschool connections that it was a Whitewood program, but just
No.
can you clarify? It is
No,
a
it's
district-wide.
It's a district-wide program that in our pilot we started with in Whitewood with Mr. Porterfield for that. It serves some Sturgis kids. It serves a rural student. It serves some students down in PV and Somerset also. So it serves that. What we have to really look at is how we can make that even more of a district-wide program, because right now we're just in pilot phase and learning. The board approved a 2-year pilot to see if this was feasible for long-term supporting of the students and future growth with that. Some of you heard this, some of you have not. There's, 1,200, well, I'm gonna pick on the state a little bit about what they passed for homeschool and reporting. We aren't sure if the numbers are right. But what the state tells us is Rapid City has over 1,200. Douglas has close to 600. We have a little over 500. And Spearfish has over 500 students. So you're talking almost 2,700 students across those districts that are homeschooling. Okay? And we have people doing great jobs. We have people that maybe not, but we have to figure out whether or not we can provide a service to our Meade School District students because it's the right thing to do. And the state funds us to do that. So it's a win-win to a degree. It's one of the few win-wins I can talk about in this room. And I'm happy to do that. And we started that 2 years ago. So we have growth in that, and I'm hoping that really grows a lot.
So when talking about homeschool connections, you keep saying support our Meade school district students. If this is a good program and we're having success, why aren't we expanding it statewide or potentially even over state lines?
And then you get in some difficulties. So when we become an online virtual provider, we have a lot more rules to do, and that means I'd have to track students from Sisseton, Sioux Falls, Brookings if they enrolled, and be responsible for their graduation rate, learning, and everything else. There are districts that do that, and I'm going to say this politically correct, are able to serve those students at a great advantage in revenue. But I think those distances cause problems on being able to make that contact and serve those students for the benefit of their education. I think I said that gently enough.
Can I just add, this is separate from the Northern University, you use their e-learning for the high school?
No, we do not. We use a
you
lot
don't?
of connection with our students internally, and we have a lot of online learning for dual enrollment courses through SDSU, USD, Black Hills State, Western Dakota Tech for our students to be able to take college courses at an extreme discount compared to tuition as a freshman.
Okay, thank you.
That's used mostly by small schools that can't fill teaching positions, to be honest with you.
Sandy Cass. Mine's kind of a general one, so this is the one I picked. The solutions proposed by Mr. Wormstead are not new, and that's because they are sound. These changes do not take education away from children, they simply change its location. The reason such changes haven't been implemented before is that emotion has led the discussion. Yes, these adjustments may mean longer commutes or slightly larger classes for a few dozen students, but inconvenience is a part of parenting, and responsible decision-making sometimes requires it. Governor Roden recently visited our schools and emphasized their importance. I'm curious if he had any proposals on how we could possibly overcome a $1.2 million deficit to preserve those schools. Has the state considered providing additional funding to rural districts so that these schools can remain sustainable without forcing local cuts? Mr. Porterfield has done an outstanding job and parents are right to praise him, but Mrs. Mickelson has also demonstrated exceptional leadership and is fully capable of managing both Whitewood and the rural schools. Whitewood is an excellent school. So are Sturgis Elementary and PVE. Moving 5th grade to Sturgis will give all 5th graders equal access to opportunities within the district. Some parents say that they will homeschool or move their children if these changes pass. That's their choice. School choice exists for a reason. But those same students should be moving to the 6th grade anyways. What then is the real harm of moving them a year earlier? If this proposal fails, the alternative is to cut more teachers, dramatically increasing class sizes across our schools. Many parents may not realize this is the true consequence of inaction. Some parents have suggested delaying or eliminating building and grounds improvements. Using capital outlay money is not something that solves the problem. Eliminating programs and eliminating teachers may cause students to open enroll out of district due to the lack of the programs they are interested in, or due to the class size in our district being drastically higher than another school that they could choose to attend. This only causes our enrollment to go down, which makes the problem worse in the future. You were elected or appointed to make decisions that serve the entire district, not just the loudest voices. I urge you to look beyond emotion and convenience, to consider the long-term health of our schools, and to make the choice that secures the future of this district. In closing, Mr. Wormstead and Mr. Burdett are worth every penny that we pay them.
Delana Richter. Days ago, the district put brand new siding and windows on the uninhabited Union Center School. Up until last week, the school had sat vacant and poorly maintained on a very useful lot for many years. The old UC school was recently suggested as a place for traveling directors to stay, but they declined because the building is in poor condition. An offer to purchase this building has happened from local community members as early as next spring. Why is the Union Center School receiving attention prior to holding a public vote on whether the schools should be closed? The idea is the vacant school will serve as overflow, as our leaders assume the closed school students will all go marching to Union Center. This is the literal definition of counting chickens before they're hatched. In addition to not being good stewards of the district resources, as seen in Board Policy Code of Ethics number 2, it's also highly improper, to use terms mildly, as no vote or public discussion to close schools has taken place before the go-ahead was given to proceed implementation of Wormstead's budget proposal. If this was truly seen as a proposal, no action would have been taken regarding the overflow building. Furthermore, there has been no polling or reliable information research conducted on the students who will attend CMCS if the board decides to close the schools. One of the schools recommended for closure is Atoll. It has just recently been painted. Why would the district mismanage funds toward a building that they want to close? The numbers. Upgrading will increase the perceived financial burden on our district. Exploring options such as leasing or selling off unused space could result in savings of $60,000. Renting open classrooms to daycares, pre-K, senior programs, community colleges is a way to raise extra funds. In addition, let us look at energy efficiency overhauls, LED, HVAC upgrade, solar at the Sturgis High School, and apply for SDDNR grant to cover up to 50% of that cost.
The upgrade of that building at Union Center was planned ahead of time for future use if necessary long-term, and not let the building become any more dilapidated on that. We still continue whether the board votes yes or no on an Atoll or Hereford closure. If they vote no, we still have to continue with our plan to do our maintenance that we're supposed to be doing on the facilities. We also increased over the years, redid Opal, Elm Springs. We continue down that path of making sure whatever facilities are available are still cared for. That is part of that process there as we do that. Yes, I would love
No students attend that school.
Yep.
And that school has remained decrepit for how long? When was the new school built?
18.
18. So 7 years. That school has sat there on valuable land that could have been sold. We don't maintain it. It's not useful. Sell it.
So that is one point of view. Our view is to keep that asset in case something comes along. Example, if there's a person that wants to use that space for preschool or something like that, be welcome to come talk to us. We will work on that. We want to see services provided. We just can't provide all those services. I'd love to see the state actually do state-funded preschool, so we could have a preschool center there. Long term, it's just smart asset because I don't know what the vote's going to be yet. Is it Atoll? Is it Hereford? Is it neither one? I don't know the answer to that. At the same time, we still need to execute our facility and maintenance that we have.
And Mr. Burdett, I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but wasn't that in the 5-year capital outlay plan like 3 years? I remember like there being an influx on rural maintenance.
Well, we put a plan together to try to address all the rural facilities, and the Union Center School that's being referenced. We were asked to turn part of that into almost like a mini apartment in the event that staff that was traveling from another community to teach at Union Center if there was a need to stay there, they would have a place to stay. And so part of that is kind of we put a shower and some stuff in part of it.
I just have documented proof that this fall, 2 play directors refused to stay there because of the the decrepit nature of that situation. So whether, 5 years ago you remodeled it or not, it's not used. It's not being, I mean, it's in your policy that you're
Ms.
supposed
Richter,
to take
like
care
we have
of
to stay on
resources.
topic.
Okay.
But her 2 minutes has been exceeded.
And when the other person, the question was asked, try to keep it orderly to a degree.
I'm Casey Matt, and I just had a comment about the preschool. My children attended preschool at Union or at Enning. When the new school was built, we asked to go into the new school or possibly use the old school, and it was made very clear there was no space available. We asked for the insurance waiver because at that time it was $900, and it was denied. We have tried to have preschool in rural Meade facilities, and it's been denied.
I honestly wasn't aware of that.
Shiloh Lamont, I would like to yield my minutes to Delana Richter, please.
You don't allow that.
We had set the precedence at the beginning of the year that we wouldn't allow that to happen.
Derek Allen Whitewood. With the buildings not being used, possibly renting, I understand you weren't aware of that. But possible income, possible reduction of cost, or possible getting of money, right? But also, you mentioned at the last board meeting the 3%. Have you ran those numbers? Why aren't those numbers being voted on?
Which percent? I'm sorry.
The 3% by going 4-day schooling.
Because that would not be feasible for us to get that in place for next school year budget. That'd be an impact on the following year 27-28 budget if the board chose to move forward on that.
It couldn't happen next year. What are the regulations? Why couldn't it happen next year?
So what would take place is I'm going to give you a general outline that I'm going to give in December. Is we have a whole lot of work of surveying, making sure that we have availability to do it well. If you want us to throw a 4-day school week and see what the outcome is and whether people leave or not leave without surveying and making a very informed decision, we could slap anything together. But I'm going to tell you that is not a very good process for a major change for a district of 3,000 students that have people up and down the valley and in the rural to make sure that all happens successfully.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, it'd be unfortunate for me, but I'd find a way to take care of my kids. My kids are my responsibility.
Yeah, and I have parents of 3,000 kids, and I got to figure out how we serve all those and whether or not that's actually a good idea or not. I don't have the answer to that because we haven't done the work on that yet. But it's definitely going to be something we're looking at for the 27-28 school year as one of our options there to reduce anything else if we have issues with enrollment again.
I'm just hearing all these different budget ideas, and none of them have been reflected on this list since the last meeting we had. It's like you're set in this is the only way.
No, this is the proposals. When the board asked me to give the best proposals, my professional opinion, this is what it is. They'll vote things up or down, and we'll have to do alternatives, not that. And yes, I am tracking people's alternatives and to see if they're feasible with that. I am doing that.
When are the alternatives presented?
That would be if the board chooses not to do these things, we'd start looking at the other alternatives.
All right, understood. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll mention that I did ask about the 4-day school week, if you'll remember, at the last meeting, and that modified 4-day school week kind of option did get added to the list since then as well. So that has been a question of mine too. And just to say that I do see it on there as an option now.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to, like I said earlier, let's have a clear image between the board and us, because we're on your side, but we're on our kids' side first. So.
And if we could please stay on task, so we are on 6H, self-insurance of buildings.
Becky Brooke,
Like we've kind of ran off of that, so.
how much will it cost? So insurance of buildings, Becky Brooke, how much will it cost to insure the Atoll and Hereford schools if they are shut down?
Well, it depends on what the board's decision is to do. If they were to renew the policy with Chubb, again, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I believe they're, again, if you quote me on this without that in front of me, probably $1,800 in that area with that same company per building. And if you were to self-insure them, then you would drop that cost and you would bear that risk of repair.
Hi, Sarah Fitzgerald. Just to piggyback off him real quick, if you guys need options for the 4-day school, check Belfouche, Newell, Custer, Hill City, all those schools. If you have no idea how to do it or need explanation, go check with them to see how that they do it. Just real quick. My comment.
Yeah, 20. I know about 20 schools that do this. We'd be the largest district that has attempted this that I'm aware of in about a 5-state area with a very unique thing. And that's okay. I'm not afraid of doing that. I just want to do it very well to make sure we take care of all that. And yes, I'm aware of all those districts and communication with the superintendents about what they did and what they're doing on their off days to support families that don't have daycare access. And what would that look like?
I'm pretty sure the rural schools would prefer 4-day than no school. So us being a large school district, that's the majority of your area is the rural schools.
6I, closure of Atoll Elementary School.
So this is closing the Atoll School in proximity to the CMCS for that to serve the 11 students in a different location, savings about $126,000, one teacher, 2 paras. Operating costs must be completed by board resolution prior to December 1st. If it is acted upon, the patrons of our district have the right to sign a petition and push that to a vote prior to March 1st on that. Questions from the board?
What's the percentage on the petition?
I believe it's 15%. It's in the link of all the pack we have there on the timelines and everything else. It's linked in there, including this codified law for that.
Before you guys start my time, I have some handouts I'd like for you guys to look at, so I'm going to come up and grab this for you. Unfortunately, my printer died. It's only 7 copies, so you guys are going to have to share.
Yes.
Oh, the projector's bright.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen. All right. So many of you may not know me here today. I've said my name about 3 times now. I'm Robert McKinney. You don't know me because I'm originally from Florida. My family moved here after watching my rural community get paved over and hundreds of houses put on our rural community. I moved here to be part of the rural school system. So the school board is constantly saying they need people to move into the school system. I'm your golden goose, guys. But here I am with the first of my 3 kids' education, having to defend their school from being closed. It's not a good look for somebody whose first engagement is with this county. So, as per state law, a petition must be filed by the superintendent with the business manager by January 15th of this year to begin the process of the school closure, culminating in this vote on December 1st, correct? So, this petition is supposed to be made public, but today it's not visible on the school district website. I didn't see it in any of the previous meetings, minutes, and none of the parents I talked to were aware of it. So, we were notified of these closures this month. The school district also partnered with a company named Struder Education Response to come up with a strategic plan, and that's what you have in front of you. This was published 12/31/2024. You'll notice that this plan says they are going to support 3 rural schools, not 5. The plans are already being made to move forward without 2 rural schools by a company you guys hired to help with your strategic plan. This information has been withheld from the constituents of this district until the last possible moment, and this has been made, and attempts have been made to stifle any disclosure or any discussion as much as possible. And that right there is one good example.
My name is Becky Brooke. I have 7 kids. My husband Tom and I have 7 kids at the Atoll School. I really hope you don't close it. It's very important to me. I did homeschool my kids for 6 years. I really love Atoll School. I really love the teachers there. It means the world to me to have that school. As a mom, I wanted to share a scripture verse that I find great consolation in. Isaiah 40:11. He tends his flock like a shepherd. He gathers the lambs in his arms and carries them close to his heart. He gently leads those that have young. This is my insurance policy. He gently leads those that have young. He doesn't do crazy things. He will take care of us. I beg you, please pray. Pray before you vote to close our schools. I don't believe that this is from God. We can all trust this word. It is a promise that we need not grow fearful and act in desperation. We are tasked, you are tasked with the care of his children, and he will provide for us so that we can rightly provide for them. The proposed budget cuts to close Hereford and Atoll are a net cost of $150,000. That it's $252,000 that is being said that will be saved, but those 2 schools together cost $150,000. Those numbers were on your own charts. It will also take the $150,000. That money is going directly back into those communities. It will take those jobs from the communities, from the families that you are elected to serve. Please keep our schools open.
Good evening. I'm Casey Bauer from Fairpoint. I attended Atoll for 5 years after Stoneville was closed. I had hoped my 2 children, ages 1 and 4, would be able to attend as well. Our daily commute to Atoll would only be about 32 miles a day. Going to Atoll is going to increase that to around 80 miles a day or 2 hours of drive time. What are we supposed to benefit from by sending our tax dollars here when our roads are garbage and rural school closures will more than likely force my family to homeschool our 2 little kids over the daily time constraints? Busing would be out of the question, as there is no one I would trust to drive on our crappy roads. Cuts to rural operations occur all the time, but I have never heard of any cuts to your precious sports programs that you waste our tax dollars on here in town. I expect most of you have already made up your mind on this issue, but I wish you would reconsider and try another way. I understand this is a very, very hard decision for you guys, and thank you for your time.
Shannon Arneson. I'm from Elm Springs, so I don't have any children in Atoll or Hereford. But this is the second time in 8 years that you guys have proposed to close our rural schools. Somebody mentioned that we're up here speaking on emotion. Absolutely. When you have to bus your children on those gravel roads over 100 miles or 50 miles round trip, 100 plus miles a day, you tend to have emotion. If you had to do it, you would probably have emotions too. On top of that, our schools, our rural schools, we don't have resource officers. We don't have a lunchroom. We don't get hot lunches, hot breakfast. We don't utilize that. We pack our kids' lunch. We supply our schools with napkins and paper plates and condiments and all those things because we want to. We don't want to utilize those resources because we know the cost that it would take to do that clear out there. We don't have a PE teacher. We don't utilize the school nurse. Our teachers do all of those things. They protect our kids. They take care of our kids, and that's one staff member. So when you're sitting here saying, well, we're speaking on emotion, not facts, no, these are facts. These are numbers. We are not the burden on the district. In fact, we don't utilize half the resources that the other schools in town utilize. Whitewood, you're getting rid of the best of the best. Really? We tried having that administrator do Whitewood and the rural schools, and it was a tough job. Mrs. Mickelson is amazing, but that is a tough job and a lot of miles for one person. So until you actually have to have your children displaced, please do not lecture me on emotions.
I know that delaying this would delay further hurt. But as you see, you have community that are willing to work with you. You have potentials of earnings of renting rooms out that are not being used. I asked the board to be the board that we want you to be and need you to be, and respect that we have desires. Take this year, give us the Band-Aid. Work with us, see if we can work together as a community and help fund this deficit. Work with the community rather than just tell us, hey, we're not going to do our job and we're taking your kids' education away. You have a line coming up, the unknown cost of transportation for these kids in the rural school. Who's going to say that you're actually going to save money by cutting these programs? I want us to work together. I want us to be clear. I want us to communicate. I want us to have more town hall meetings, more community forums where we can work together, where we can have committees that help fund these schools and keep our kids educated. Let us work with you, not against you. Let's not have these meetings where we're fighting you. Let's have these meetings where we're helping you and where we're working together to get our kids educated. Let's make the school district the best.
My name's Mick Trask. I was wondering, did you guys just put the savings of $126,000 up there, or did you do a poll to see how many students will stay in district? Because if you put what you're going to save, if you get rid of a teacher in the school, but also what are you going to lose for revenue? So like, let's say 7 of the 9 students don't stay, you lose $67,000. Really, your savings would be half or that. I mean, based off of the schools. Do you guys have a comparison there for how many students are going to stay, or have you done a poll?
So if the district does that, makes the decision, or the board does, we have to poll whether or not, according to law, what services are needed and provided. Those student loss, which if there are 20 students, be about $150,000, the net would be about $102,000 net difference that the district would save in that. That is a savings specifically to the cost side of the budget. The revenue side of the budget would be whether students are lost in the rural, Whitewood, Sturgis, PVE, on any of these decisions, would be that number that we're going to have to fund the budget next August off, or September off of.
Okay, so you guys have weighed that best case scenario, you'd save $126,000. Yep. Worst case scenario, off of the 2 schools combined, you might only save 100.
252 or 102,000. That's the range that would be at. Yep.
Daryl Big, I got some questions. Mr. Burdick, can you tell me what your contingency funds are in your general and your capital outlay?
Contingency or reserves?
Both. 'Cause
Contingency.
you already stated your reserve, so what's your contingency?
Contingency is what you would build in the budget. So
Right.
if you had a $15 million budget and you wanted a 5% contingency, you would add that 5% to your budget. Right now, these budgets in the general fund does not have a contingency.
You don't have any in general fund?
No.
Okay, so what do you
Capital
have?
outlay, we were proposing in the 5-year plan, and that plan to have a $25,000 contingency in capital outlay.
So you got 25,000 in your contingency fund for your capital outlay right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I know that budget's long, it's 115 pages. And I don't want to, I'll just ask. How many of you guys read that entire budget? You don't have to answer it, just think about it. Because I read the entire budgets when I was on that table. 150 pages is a lot of reading, but it's important that everybody on this board knows every figure on that board.
Daryl, I will tell you that I've had sleepless nights going over that budget.
Yeah, I know, it's not fun. Okay, how much of your transportation costs can be apportioned out to student expenses? We've talked about this before.
Yeah, 15% can be transferred to capital outlay as an expense for that, and we do that currently right now.
That isn't what I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back when I was in school, I know it's a couple years ago, districts would charge so much per student, not the full cost, but a portion of that for bus funding to offset. How much can you do that here?
You can charge for transportation within 5 miles of that. Currently, we don't do any transportation inside the Sturgis proper other than transfer
No,
buses.
I get that.
Yep.
50 years ago, they were charging for 30 miles out.
And we can't do that anymore.
You can't,
for
so
that.
there's a law for that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think you possibly could charge open enrolled students, but I'd have to look a little bit more deeper into
Right.
that.
The other question is, if you've lost 80 students in 4 years, have you figured out why, and what are you doing to allot that?
131 students in that time, 80 students this year. Yes, we try to track where they're going from homeschooling to open enrollment out of the district, things like that. We're still a net gain on open enrollment of 100 plus students across the district.
My name is Missy Urbanik, and I am the K-8 Atoll teacher. The closure of rural schools is being categorized as an efficiency. We are told that Atoll and Hereford students will have the same educational access if they attend CMCS, but as has been pointed out here tonight, this is untrue. The educational access is not the same as their peers in other schools in the district. No PE, no art teachers. Our middle school students have no access to band, choir, Spanish, unlike their peers. Not to mention no school lunch program, which means there is no title program. Wouldn't it only be fair if rural parents came before the board and asked for the same access as other students in the district? If it were your children, wouldn't you? Instead, rural parents come before you tonight only asking to maintain our bare minimum. We don't need band or Spanish. We get by with a para for PE. We feed our children ourselves. Please just don't close our schools. For our part, rural teachers find it, in polite terms, curious that we are deemed inefficient. We have already seen the loss of 2 FTEs to the rural schools. That impact is already being felt by the teachers in those schools. But again, we ask, just please don't close our schools. Finally, I must point out that the travel time for these students won't be the same. There are no schools northwest of Atoll where there were once 4. But there are families with preschool children there. Atoll is their school, as Casey attested to, and some of them will travel 20 miles of minimally maintained dirt roads to get to Atoll. CMCS will be at least 45 minutes away, more like an hour on rainy or snowy days, with the rainy days being worse. Even if the mileage is offered, that lost time cannot be made up. The district is only shifting its financial burden onto these families. Every teacher is aware of our task to meet students where they are, academically and emotionally. Shouldn't the district meet students where they are geographically? Thank you.
Delana Richter. The proposal lists a savings of $252. Below that mentions that 1 teacher may have to stay, so making that about $190. By the administration's own admission, it hasn't sought true numbers on the cost of closing schools. It could be over an estimate of $110,000. Stipends alone for Hereford, we figured would be $61,434. Cost of busing, drivers, mileage stipends when no drivers are available, maintenance, insurance, etc., in addition to the liabilities of hauling small children for hours over some of the poorest roads. You mentioned last time that there are Rapid City students who drive 90 miles in a bus. They get to drive Pennington County roads. Our students are going to be driving Meade County roads. Yes, there are students being bused for those 90 minutes. Ours have a much different journey. which also goes into liability as well. The school board policy operational goals states that the board is responsible to the people, for whose benefit the school district has been established, not Rapid City, and committed to the education of all students. So again, I stand here, like I did the first time I stood in front of you, and ask you to remember you are the Board of Education, period. In your 5 bylaws that you first took an oath to, it mentions nothing about activities. It mentions education, time and time again. And that's what we ask you to consider.
Hi, my name is Joe Urbanik. I got to sit behind there and do this, and I'm glad I'm not there tonight. I'm coming to ask that you table the rural school closures till March with everything else. I understand to hit the deadline for the state, you need to close, but we have a lot of precedent within the school district to suspend operations and close at a later date. The savings is the same. It just gives everybody more time to think about this. It appears you guys have been looking at this for quite some time. We just got hit with this a couple weeks ago. It'd be nice to try to work with one another. I hear some positive things coming out tonight. Maybe we wouldn't have to get into that talks about closure. Maybe by March, I don't know. Anyways, that's all I had. Thank you.
Hello, Joe Trask, Elm Springs. I had several points here, but I'm going to try to skip 3 of them because they've been addressed. Members of the school board and school district administrators, I wish to address these topics concerning the proposed closing of rural schools. First, it appeared to me in attending the last 3 school board meetings that much of the current budget constraints are due to declining student enrollment. Much of the projected budget constraints in the years to come are based on a continued lower student enrollments. I thought the projections for student enrollment were not based on good sources, and perhaps good sources aren't available. I don't know. That's one of my points here is there a way to ascertain this information better than a trend line? If so, I'd like to see that done. Perhaps mailing out a flyer to citizens of your school district to determine potential student enrollment. Maybe that collection of data would be better paired with a March decision. Don't make decisions without sufficient data. You may find that the schools you're proposing to close serve areas with the best future for future student enrollment. Further, multiple comments were made about the impact of homeschool families on the student enrollment. I acknowledge the attempt by the school board and the administrators to embrace homeschool families with the programs administered through Whitewood. However, I think more can be done to recruit and attract homeschool students to give the school districts and its schools another chance. Send a letter to every known homeschool family and write in detail how they can help the school district. Tell them the situation the school district's in. I think many of them will actually care. Also in this letter, communicate the positive activities, community building opportunities a healthy school district can offer the homeschool families. Perhaps ask a staff member or administrator to fulfill a secondary role as a school district advocate. And is that my time limit? Essentially, I'm advocating maybe a salesperson for the school district. 500 students is a huge loss. I don't think that you're going to track that with any other sports programs or activities. So maybe you can get 10% of them. That'll make a big difference. Thank you.
Terry Berry here, and I'm here to also speak about the closure of Atoll. And when I really think about this, I just can't even fathom that another rural attendance center is going to be closed. We only have 5 schools left out there now. When I started teaching, there were 20-some schools. We currently have Union Center right in the middle, and we have 1 school in each of the 4 corners of this county. Meade County is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. If you take out Atoll and Hereford, your entire area west of Union Center, all the way into town, and from Highway 212 almost to the interstate, will have not a single school left. So asking those people and saying, oh, it's not a big deal, like she said, they're just going to another attendance center. They just don't understand unless you've been out there and you've driven those roads and seen the distances. And right now there are that whole area north of Atoll where you've had one family talk. I know of another family who's closer to the Sulphur Creek School who was closed that has had their daughter come back with small children. What are they going to do when those families start? Are they going to extend this bus route that they're planning or pay them mileage? Will these people have to petition to take all their tax dollars to a different district, Newell or Faith, which has already been done in that area, I assumed when Sulphur Creek was closed, but not entirely sure on that. And also, I don't think that you're the $126,000 that was mentioned, I don't think that's a true number, because when one of our patrons questioned that amount, they were sent a list of all the extra things besides our share of curriculum technology, our share of the business office, our share of the superintendent's salary. And I don't believe any of those things are going away if you close our schools. So I don't see that those figures and that extra money that was put on top of our teacher and building costs should be considered, and we shouldn't be thinking that you're going to save that much money by closing those two schools, because the superintendent's not going to take less of a salary, the business office isn't taking less, curriculum and technology, none of those things are going away.
Hello, Shiloh Lamont here again. I have a quick question. Have any of you visited the Fairpoint, the old Fairpoint school? I know one of you has, but raise your hand. Any of you? Any of you? So none of you have drove on that road, that Fairpoint road, to that school. I'm here to tell you that if you close the schools, even if you want those kids to go to e-online learning, and that's the goal kind of thing, if they can't go to the CMCS. When Atlas hit, some of us were 12 days without power. 12 days without power. Our kids couldn't have gone to school. They couldn't have kept up with their e-learning. There would have been no way for them to do that. When sometimes we get, piled on snow and it freezes, drifts to plow through with our own personal tractors to get them to the bus stops, if they're having to drive 30-some miles to get their kid to a school, how do you propose they do that? With their tractor, plowing through the snow drifts that are literal icebergs? Because I don't think probably any of you but one has a tractor on a ranch when it snowed and it's melted and it turns to ice and had to move it. That's a reality. That's our reality as ranchers. And I know, again, it doesn't matter for some people, it looks like numbers, but that's our reality to get our kids to a school and out of even just a hub of just their family. Some of them, school is their socialization hour. Like that or not, it is important for education, but it is important to them to socialize as well. They deserve that. They deserve an education, but they deserve to socialize and be a normal kid. And it won't happen if you shut down some of these schools. They can't get there.
Al Trask, I wanted to say thank you guys for enduring all this, and I wanted to talk about the Atoll and Hereford school closures, and you guys are in a tough situation. We're all in it, but I would think there'd be a option that, something, a lottery ticket, something that we could avoid closing a school and make these people happy, and I can, sympathize with them. That would be a, you know, they talk about have you been up to Fairpoint? I've been there once. I don't want to go back. It's a long ways up there, bad roads and stuff. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Tanya Baker, I'm dead set against the closure of Hereford and Atoll both. You guys, you have 235 acres of land right across from Fort Meade. Sometimes as ranchers, when we overspend for turf and stuff, maybe we could sell some land instead of closing our schools. It's what makes Meade County special as our schools. When you talk to somebody from Butte County, they go, man, I wish we never would have closed our country schools. They really meant a lot to us. When it's too late, that's when we'll realize how special we are being Meade County. So please don't close our country schools.
I just got a quick question for all of you guys. Did any single one of you board members, and I'll lump the Whitewood 5th grade, Hereford, and Atoll, did anybody have a single constituent call and say, I think that's a good idea to shut down those schools? You did?
Yes.
Like one guy, yeah. Okay, well, that's good, I guess. Stump me there. I still would like to just reiterate my previous statement where there's a lot of stuff up there that has been up there that doesn't directly affect straight education. Math, reading, arithmetic, science, all that. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't. And again, like Missy, really well, she put it so well. We just want an education. We want to have a teacher and just be taught. We don't need programs. We don't need all the other stuff everybody's brought up. I could list them off, but you got me at 2 minutes and you've heard them. You know them. That's all we're asking for. It's pretty simple. And if you just ask yourself, what's a school? Is it a place for programs? Is it a place for counseling, mental health? Is it a place for to socialize? Yes, but what comes first? What is a school for? Education before those things. Thank you, guys.
Any discussion? No.
Tomlin Trask again. Chase asked if you guys had any support for closing the schools. Have you had any support for turfing the football field? Because per my understanding, even the people, or a lot of the people that have children that play football in Sturgis aren't extremely happy with it. So still very hypocritical to come out with those proposals. I mean, I know you're going to have input on both sides of every topic, but it's a little bit hilarious that you have a $1.25 million deficit and a $1.3 million turf that could have been delayed to help figure out what the deficit was first.
Any discussion?
I just want to say I know the whole board appreciates all your comments and different things because it's a public school board.
And I don't know if was supposed to talk now or if at the end when it says board discussion on public comments, but this one hits home for me. Yeah, I went to Atoll, my dad went to Atoll, my kids went to Atoll. Everything that was said there is true. I went to Union yesterday. on the freshly gravelled Stoneville Road, which is the best road I've drove on out there in a long time, but it's still not great. Yesterday I went down there and I almost hit the ditch once, and we only had like a tenth of rain. What I'm getting at is what they said is true. And I know I'm on this side of the table, but it is, yeah, there's more to it than just driving an extra 20 miles or an extra 10 miles or whatever it might be. Yeah, I don't even know where I was going to go with this, but this is one of them that I got to think really hard about, because I don't think it should go this route. And I know we're trying to figure out other options. We all are, but we need to look other places if we can.
6J, closure of Hereford Elementary. You gonna give a brief on this, or?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was jotting notes. So very similar to the Atoll School with teachers and savings with that. One teacher, two paraprofessionals, estimated $126,000 reduction in savings. With that, resolution says completed by December 1st. Students assigned to CMS or CMCS. I think we've all seen this. So, Becca.
My name is Becca Gray Smith, and I am in my 5th year teaching at Hereford. I'm a 4th generation resident of Meade County with both ties to Sturgis and the rural. I'm speaking today about concerns regarding the potential closure of Hereford School. I don't believe we've been given adequate time to plan for the situation. I received formal information about the closure only on October 10th. Prior to that date, no rural teacher or community member was consulted for input or solutions. This is my first exposure to the risk of closing a school, and with less than 2 months to find alternatives, it feels unfair. The school district didn't arrive at this budget crisis overnight, yet the board is expected to make a significant decision in a very short time. Closing the school is not just about relocating students, it fundamentally impacts our community. Our community has supported the school for generations, assisting with maintenance tasks and supplying resources when there has been a shortfall from the district. I believe that our community is ready to continue to support and come up with possible solutions, whether that involves eliminating specials, increasing student enrollment, establishing an endowment, or possibly something else. But we have not had the chance to explore this. I propose that we table the closure discussion for a year. This would give the community and the district time to brainstorm long-term solutions. If after a year we haven't resolved the issue, we can revisit the decision. Making such a significant choice without ample time and community input is irresponsible, especially knowing we will never have the opportunity to reopen the school once it's closed. How can you confidently make such a choice with a limited amount of time and information available? When looking over the agenda, the closing of the rural schools has to be decided by December 1st. The most monumental decision that you are tasked with is being rushed. If you were to eliminate a program in a school in town, the students still have a school to go to. If you were to split an admin position or eliminate one, the students would still have a school. If you were to move a grade level to another building, that school still exists. If you were to cut out after-school programs or sports, those students would still have a school to go to. However, by closing Hereford, you would be taking all of it away. Thank you for your time.
So, thanks to the 2-minute limit, I had to split this up into 2 segments. My name is Robert McKinney, and to reiterate, the closure of these schools has been sprung upon the constituents less than a month ago, yet plans were made a year ago to move forward with the school closure, as proven by the document I gave you guys. You've told us to review the budget and solve the issue in less than a month to prevent the closure of our schools, a task you guys as a group have not been able to solve in 3 years. We can sit up here and debate budget points for all eternity. However, it seems like the strategic plan, the decision's already been made. Meade County is a county with a population density of 9 people per square mile, 26th in one of the most rural states in the United States. Others have spoken saying the loudest voices should not receive the most support. I agree. I can't think of a louder voice in Meade County than Sturgis. that it constantly shouts down the rural communities who are already stretched thin. There are plenty of ways the budget can be trimmed to save the rural schools and teachers, but these discussions are being stifled and had in bad faith. We cannot have an honest discussion about how to fix these issues together under the constraints imposed upon us today. We as parents should have been engaged much earlier, and we could have had time to come up with a solution instead of treating us like a speed bump with a last-minute meeting. As taxpayers, we expect the district to balance the budget in a way that does not close the schools. If this cannot be done, Mr. Wormstadt and Mr. Burdett should step down. As the board, it is your job to analyze and rebuff the proposals of the superintendent and the business manager. Don't just pass whatever he proposes. Do your due diligence, talk to your constituents who voted you into office. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorenza Montague, and I am a very proud alumni from the Hereford Elementary School. They're a huge part of the communities. I'm a Meade County taxpayer. My kids went to school there. My nieces and nephews. They're huge parts of those communities. And when you guys take those out of those communities fall apart. They don't show up to Christmas programs because they don't have them anymore. They're very, very important. And no offense, your savings isn't going to make a bit of difference against your debt. Why aren't you guys looking for somebody to back your turf field if that's what you want? That's what Wall did. They found a financially stable group to take care of it. Find fundraisers for it. I know you guys have heard it tonight. I get it. But the amount that your deficit is, it seems kind of odd, is the same amount as your fill that you want. It does raise some questions why it's like that. Those rural schools are very, very important to the rural community. And when you shut them down, Red Top is a prime example. When that school shut down, that entire community became part of New Underwood. You lost all those students. All that federal money went to New Underwood. They didn't homeschool through your program where you still get your federal dollars or whatever you get for it. I don't know. But you're not going to keep those students in there. That money isn't going to stay, so your numbers don't jive. You need to do far more research on what kind of a savings you're actually going to get from it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tammy Hannon, and I'm obviously from Hereford. We are asking a delay in the vote to close Hereford School. It was announced on October 10th that there would be a vote on December 1st for the school to be closed. This is not enough time for the parents to respond. As lots of us have mentioned, it's also not fair to you guys. It's not time for you to look at the actual numbers. It's not time to research other information. It's too fast. A majority vote would simply delay the closing of the school and could provide a year to look at other ways. You guys mentioned that in December, you would be looking at the savings that you would have to be done if we went to a 4-day school. In December, you're looking at the savings after you've already closed our schools. That doesn't seem fair. Earlier, it was also mentioned that you're looking to close Hereford so that you don't have to reduce or close other programs. What are the other programs that are more important than our child's simple school? How could they be more important than just a building that we could attend to? It is wonderful that there are extra activities for children in our schools, but those sports activities or extracurricular activities are not more important than our children having a place to go. The school you're looking to close is the center of a community that provides a tax revenue for Meade County. Removing the school reduces the property values and shrinks the tax base. The goal of every county should be to grow, and cutting Hereford would discourage families to move into a very noticeably growing area of Meade County near the south border. Without Hereford, that closest school in the county to that new development is more than 30 miles away. Hereford already provides an education to children from that neighborhood, and more are to come. Please keep Hereford open.
Hi, I'm Mindy Hubert. My son's a 5th grader at Hereford, and also my older 2 children attended Hereford. Quick question. Do you know how many students of the 80 shortfall are coming from Hereford and Atoll? 6. 6. So we're asking 2 schools to close to take care of 93% of the enrollment loss. According to Department of Revenue, this year, $4.5 million in tax revenue comes from ag sector in Meade County alone. Another $15 million from owner-occupied revenue outside of corporate limits. I'm genuinely curious. Can you tell me how much of our ag dollars went to capital outlay?
The 24 pay 25
Mhm.
or 25 pay 26?
24 pay 25.
24 pay 25, I believe, is a 460 million total valuation. Right? That's the total valuation. It would be 2.3 mils of that.
Okay.
So that's across all of the district, including Lawrence County property through Meade School District, across both counties.
So can you give me a ballpark number?
So, I can pencil that out real quick.
Wasn't it?
So on 468 million, 2.34 mils is about $1,095,000.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
And then in the general fund levy, and this is going to be for 25 pay 26, is 1.125 mils, is about 526,000 across all ag.
so a little over 2 million.
Well, that's $1.5 million, and then when you throw special education in there,
To Jedi mind trick. This is not the droid we're looking for. It doesn't work with us. So we want answers. So did we fix the problem of not having enough eyeballs on the money?
we have 4 staff right now, yes, as long as they stay with us.
Okay.
We
Then
like
we need-
everybody we have, our staff gets recruited.
Then we need to see proof of that on the website through a 2021, 2022 audit that states what you're supposed to have and what you did, et cetera. Okay, so then that, if you fixed it, you fixed it. That's fine. But it doesn't look like you fixed it. And then the weird part is there's a missing audit, and then 2324 says no report of findings. So it's just poof, it's gone. So we don't know how it went.
Not proof it's gone. We were able to achieve what they
When
needed.
you look at it and you read the audits, it looks like it just went away and there was no answer to it. Because in 2020, it said, hey, 2021 audit, we'll have this fixed. But just saying you're going to have it fixed doesn't show me what we did. And then we have, sorry, I didn't mean to rip that off of there. Then we have a $1.25 million deficit, and we got new turf for a football field. And no audit that tells us whether or not we did the books right. That's what I'm asking.
So if that's something missing on the website, we'll make sure it gets there because all those audits are there because I actually reviewed those audits before I even took the job to make sure that we're handling that correctly. So what's very common in school finance, especially in smaller schools, is staffing issues, which is that's a very common finding. If you look at Faith, they're gonna have that finding. Look at Newell, you look at us, because we run currently fewer staff in this district, in that office, than I did in a district that had 1,200 students with half the money. We had more staff to avoid that. That office runs very lean. I can bring audit letters, our auditor, our HR business office, and this is one of the best in the area that people respect and come to us for advice on how to handle things. You may want to disparage the new superintendent, so be it, but what you can't do is a guy who's from Sturgis, from this area, who's committed 18 years to make sure this district is fiscally sound as they can be. That's unfair to a man who's committed so much time to make sure these things are done and done correctly, 5-year plans, all that. I get it, you may not like those answers, but that is not fair to this man right here who's committed a lot of time to ensure that we're doing things the right way, and I've told a lot of my administrators and other people no because we can't do things. So that's the only thing that says you can take your shots at me, so be it. But that business office is outstanding, great people from your community who are dedicated to this district, doing the right thing. And I will get that information for you. We'll verify it all. I know, I get that. Oh. Mike. Tanya. Yep, speak in the mic. Yeah, so. All right, we'll fix that.
Hi, my name is Keely Carmichael, and I am from Hereford. I am a proud alumni from the school, and I would like to just take a moment to address something that we maybe haven't touched on. I feel that we have decided that closing the rural schools is the quick and fast, easy answer of, oh, we can save the numbers. I can't remember them, the 200,000 or whatever. However, we have a problem of students leaving this district, and I myself know of 3 different families that specifically moved to Meade County for the rural school program. I have 2 friends who are currently looking at buying land within Meade because it is close enough to the Hereford school that they would be able to send their students there. And I don't think that we have considered the future generations of people that are looking for these small opportunities, keeping their kids in those smaller school sizes. Obviously, homeschooling has grown exponentially lately, and the country schools offer a very unique opportunity for those people that you get the homeschooling feel, but you still get the same socialization as a larger town school by being able to send those students to a different classroom. I also would like to bring up that there is, someone mentioned that they would get the same education by just in a different location, and that's just simply not true. The thing that makes these schools unique, the thing that makes students or parents want to send their students there is the small sizes. These kids get a better education, more one-on-one time than any private school you could possibly show me. I think that by getting rid of these schools, you are truly getting rid of what makes your district actually unique. You provide an educational opportunity to these students and generations to come because we're all very tied to the land. We are ranchers. We are here in this district. We're not going anywhere. So my children, my brother's children, you know, probably our grandchildren, I'm about a 3rd generation myself that's been here, will be losing that opportunity and probably not fulfilling it. Thank you.
Can I make a comment there? I went to country school. I have 4 grandkids at Opal. Going to country school, there's actually 6 up there. And yes, a lot of us have dug through the snow in South Dakota, so we're familiar with that. But we really appreciate all your comments as we think about make tough decisions in all areas. But yeah, and we all appreciate you taking time to come.
Shannon Arneson, Elm Springs again. I don't have a child in Hereford or at Atoll, but I do at Elm Springs. And like I mentioned earlier, this is the 2nd time in 8 years that our rural schools out there have been on the chopping block. Somebody mentioned that when there's a deficit issue, the rural schools get hit first. Whitewood's now getting hit as well. And that's true. That's a pattern, historical pattern across Meade County. I went to school in Sturgis K through 12. I have 2 boys at the Sturgis Brown High School who do play football, who are in sports and also community league sports. I have a child who is in a rural school now. My 2 high schoolers went to rural school. My husband went to rural school. So I have a deep love for Meade County, but I feel like we're getting away from the fact that our primary job as a school board, as a superintendent, and as teachers is to educate children. We don't ever want to take the fancy things away because we won't get our enrollment increased. Well, obviously that's not the case. We're still not increasing our enrollment. But if you displace 20, 30, 40 students, your enrollment's going to go down, honestly, because out there, it's miles of miles of miles of treacherous roads to travel. And I encourage anybody who reaches out to you and says, hey, let's close those rural schools, please attend these meetings, because I've been attending these meetings since May, and tonight was the first time I had somebody opposed to our schools. First time. So I encourage them to come and speak their piece and give us their reasoning why. But I don't see them here. We, however, continue to grow in supporting keeping our rural schools. I know that in our family, our rule is the foundation of our family, education comes first, sports, extracurricular activities, and electives come second. Your grade slip, the sports go. I don't care how good you are or how important you think you are to a team. In our family, foundation is education first. And I feel like we elected a lot of you up there thinking that you had those same aspirations, same thoughts, same morals. And I'm not discrediting you guys. I do not envy the position that you're in. But closing schools is not going to fix 126,000 here, 126,000 there, but what it is going to do is decrease your enrollment numbers. And it's going to increase homeschool numbers and open enrollment in other districts. And I also, one more, if I could, we're talking about removing 1 teacher, 2 para from Hereford and then Atoll. But at the last meeting, we also talked about then creating 4 more positions for drivers, for transportation vehicles, and purchasing transportation vehicles. Do we know what that would cost? Because I could go through a pair of tires twice a year, driving 40 miles of gravel a day. What would those 4 vehicles cost to insure? What would the drivers cost to insure? What would the maintenance on those be? So you're taking away positions only to fill positions. That to me is very contradictory as well.
Delana Richter, you had mentioned at the last meeting that in your talks with the Secretary of Ed, that one of the greatest things that came out of there was an endowment. A lot of us have lived long enough to see things like our lotto taxes suddenly somehow funneled in a different direction. We're not guaranteed that if one of our ranchers like Hugh Ingalls set up an endowment for our rural schools, that would not quickly be funneled to the rally. Additionally, you know what's a great thing to get an endowment for? A field. You know what's a great thing to get an endowment for? 3 extra jerseys for a team to play for every year. Cuts that would affect the activities, those could be, you know, sponsored by parent teachers and alumni associations. So I'll get back to Hereford. In increasing numbers, like I said before, we need increasing numbers. Closing these schools is not it, guys. That's not it. Cutting schools is a slippery slope. Keeping schools and cutting places elsewhere is far more sustainable. Your goal is to cut 2 this year, 2 next year, and send 5 through 8 to town. What happens after that? So where will your cost savings be once you get rid of all of our schools? Where will that come from? You'll turn against another school probably here in town. So cutting that is dangerous. Once all schools are cut, I guess that's all I have to say on that. With the closed schools, this district will encounter even a further loss of enrollment that's been said before. And like Shannon just said, incur cost. For a data guy, you had 0 data on what it would cost to close schools. That's concerning.
Ms. Richter, you said that we have a goal to close 2 schools this year and 2 schools next year. Where's that coming from?
So that was something that had been mentioned after one of the meetings.
By
I'm not naming names.
We have not had any conversation about closing 2 more schools or moving.
Will you
middle
have
school
a
to high
budget
school.
deficit next year? What
Depends
would
on
be the
enrollment.
first thing that's asked to be on the chopping block?
That will be actually presented up here at the very end of what the next level is that we're going to be doing through the rest of the district. They'll be talking about on that. I already have a roadmap for that for the middle schools and the elementaries at PVE, Sturgis Elementary, and the 2 large middle schools. And then after that, I have a list of what I can reduce within the high school, including activities and everything else there that if we have to go through this. I have a formulated 2-year outline right now that's actually stretching to 3 if we actually have to use it. And I can, I'll wait till that's up. I'll just wait till then.
All right, I'm Kathy Rice, Representative District 29. But this is my first year being a representative. It'll be my 2nd term coming up. But before that, I was a lobbyist, just a volunteer mom lobbyist down there. I'm a mom of 8, and I would go down to Pier and lobby mainly in school issues. And I lobbied against this funding formula. I knew it hurt our small schools. I saw it, and I didn't know why they didn't see how this is terrible for our small schools. And it's not even good for our big schools. But the funding formula is broken. It's not working. It doesn't work. I saw it when I was just looking at it. Is that my time? Okay. And so I'm hoping that we can do something about this funding formula. You know, we can make it where the schools can function, you know, and not have to make cuts on paper and scissors and whatnot, you know, just all these ridiculous cuts that we have to do to keep our budget. I don't know exactly where the revenue of that's coming from, but that's another thing. We need to get a different line of revenue than our taxpayers and to help our schools, because we're not taking care of the schools, the buildings are not getting taken care of, and we're not taking care of, you know, making sure we have the monies to run a small country school. And that's important. It is important to these people. It's important to our country, our county schools around here, our little country schools. They're important to families and ranchers, and they rely on these country schools. And I think it's something that I'm going to be working on this year and seeing what we can do. And if you have suggestions, please help me. Thank you.
Shiloh Lamont here again. I just, again, want to point out, I have 2 high schoolers and I have an 8th grader. And my 2 high schoolers, because we have to travel so far for high school, I had to get an apartment in town so my high schoolers weren't traveling 2 hours a day on 34. Because I didn't want them on ice. I didn't want them in snow. I didn't want to have to worry about them. So I got an apartment. I'm splitting my life in between my 2 households with my youngest out at a rural school. Also, when my daughter and my son both entered into the high school, they were at the top of their classes in their academics. And I firmly believe that comes from their rural school educations. I firmly believe that. And I just want you to think about, again, I wouldn't let my high schoolers drive that road, but you want a bunch of little kids, K through 8th grade, to drive 40 minutes to get to a school that I won't even let my high schoolers drive on. Thank you.
So I think Ms. Rice brought up a valid point that our funding formula is broken, not functional. But a bigger concern is that there really isn't enough funds in the education pot in South Dakota to get us to where we need to be. And to give you an idea of our surrounding states, we are at least $1,353 lower per student allocation than our closest state. And the furthest state, which is Wyoming to the west of us, are funding their students at about $9,500 more than we are per student. They're getting double what our per student allocation is to each student in Wyoming. Now, I get that Wyoming has different resources than South Dakota does, and North Dakota has different resources. But if we had a $500 per student jump, that still wouldn't even get us to what our surrounding states are, the lowest one. We aren't here discussing this tonight. $500 eliminates this problem, and we're probably giving raises to our faculty and staff. So we have a problem in South Dakota with how we fund education and having enough revenue to fund it, which puts us in a district our size having really, really difficult conversations that none of the people up here want to have. And Mr. Wormstead has been given the task of giving us considerations to get us in a line with what the state allocates us for funds. Mr. Trask.
Hello, my name's Mick Trask. One question. How much savings of a plan would the rural have to come to you guys to take it serious for the board? Many of you know, there was a bunch of rural people, 5-6 years ago when it came up again, we were looking at the possibility of having our own district or something like that. Let's say, my recommendation would be to you guys, why don't you table this for a few months? And if we come to you with a plan that can save you, let's say, half of your 1.25 deficit, would the board take us serious? You're dealing with people 90 plus miles away from here, from my house, like I told Mr. Wormstead. I'm closer to Hill City. I'm the same distance to Murdo. There ain't much different. I bet you Opal is the same from here to here, basically. So you're talking, in order for me to drive to Sturgis, I'm way closer. My kids go to the Wall School District. My son does. I go by New Underwood. I go by all the Rapid schools, Douglas, to get here. So part of this deal, I'm not trying to, it does split communities when you're talking miles. So if we did come with a plan to you guys, would the board look at it seriously? If we can help with the deficit. I'm not gonna come up here and say, don't cut something, because I know you have to come up with a balanced budget. I don't want you to cut someone else's thing that means something to them. You guys, I don't want to be in your shoes. You guys got a tough decision, and hopefully you make the best decision you can. Whatever decision you make is gonna hurt somebody. But you guys have to make an educated decision. But I would ask, would you table this for a little while and let us come with a plan? If it works out, present to you.
So, give some background on this. Mick approached the district and asked, and Joe Trask came and Joe Urbanek came to meet with the Secretary of Education, myself, and a couple board members to talk about what those options are. And we went through a lot of stuff that the Secretary of Ed said the law didn't allow us to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what the best idea that the Secretary of Ed gave us, okay, I'm not saying it's great, is a foundation. And how a foundation or endowment works is that the district cannot control the expenditure of those funds. We cannot be the fiduciary. So if an endowment was taking place for, I'm going to pick on you, Elm Springs, to make sure that stays open, the foundation itself controls the assets and the expenditure of those funds. That's where that came from. That is, we would never have access to make a decision on any of those funds. It was an alternative that Dr. Graves came up with instead of an opt-out, if there's not support for an opt-out, and do that locally. Not saying it's a great idea, it's just the best idea that I think that was in the room at the time, correct, Mick?
That was
Of
the
a
state,
lot of
that
bad-
was the state's opinion.
Yeah, the state's opinion, yeah, on that going through, so.
I didn't agree with the
Yeah.
idea, and I didn't think it was a very good idea.
I don't
but,
think it's
um,
difficult.
I
'cause
do
the
think it is a
capital.
possibility. And it's like, instead of cutting a school, let's look at the finance of what is costing the school. Can we cut down each school to a certain amount to keep basic educations in the other rural schools? Can we do the maintenance on the buildings? Okay, what do you have to do instead
So,
of cutting a school is
I'm-
another
I'm
option?
going to answer a little bit of that because prior to my arrival, the Meade School District and future boards are trying to get STEM and other things out to these areas in music and make sure we have that. They're hearing clearly that, to a degree, rural schools in certain areas don't think that's necessary. So that would change the direction of the board to say, if we're not going to fund those positions in order to make it less costly, more efficient to do those things, that's a possibility. If we're talking about suspending that, I can easily contact the DOE attorney about suspension and closure later. I'll get an answer for the board within the week on that, so they know their options, if that's viable or not, so they're fully informed. And like I said, tomorrow I speak with the head of taxation and stuff like that about the possibility with meeting for tomorrow night Union Center about breaking off a piece of the district and moving to another district. Is that actually financially feasible for them to support the other districts, support the rural schools in the manner that you want with the tax base, which we don't have an answer to. So I think there's all those options we can look at. Timing, the question is how far the board is willing to go into reserves or put up the alternative list of cuts to move forward to fill that balanced budget in lieu of that from the proposal I have right now.
Thank you.
And that's the board's decision. I don't.
And good luck, board. You've had a lot of sleepless nights. I don't want.
Wayne, I just want to say thank you for mentioning that you're going to get us that information on the possibility of suspending services versus an immediate closure. So thank you.
Terry.
Oh, sorry, Terry.
Okay, so some of my points have already been mentioned tonight, but I just need to reiterate this, that the closure of these two schools is easily the most complicated topic on your agenda, but it is being given the least amount of time before a decision needs to be made. You've been told us that it needs to be made by law by December 1st, which means you're going to have to vote on it at your next meeting in December, which is 2 weeks away. So from October 10th, when this was brought out, to November 14th, that is just not enough time for the decision that needs to be made. And I don't see how we can possibly vote on this when there's no plan yet. Every other topic on this whole agenda has a clear outcome. We're going to cut this program, we save this much money, end of it. This one does not. You close the 2 schools, and then what? You need to, there's no proposed routes yet for those buses or vans. There are no drivers. And there's a very real possibility that you can't find a driver. And then you've already closed the school, and then what's going to happen? Are those parents being forced into homeschooling because they can't drive that far, and there's no way for the husband to get the kids to the school because it's not there anymore while the mom goes to work elsewhere? So it's just, I just feel there's just not enough time, and I think that you probably just need to let this one set. All the staff was required to do this cybersecurity training for this school year. And one of the things that was reiterated to us at every single module was, if this email or whatever we receive makes it seem like it's an emergency and there's not enough time for research and this needs to be done right away, you just are supposed to back off, and you know that that's not a good thing. You need to take time to do your research, take your time, figure out all your options, and there's just not enough time for that, because people have been trying to come up with ideas, and I think that a lot of good ideas have been proposed, but I think that this one just needs to be put on hold for a while for those reasons.
And I think a point on the savings, I think the majority of Mr. Wormstead's savings are at the max level of what we would save, and except for the retirement one. That one's set at the minimum of what we could potentially earn, and then we could get more out of that one. But we know the other ones will have implications, and that savings will be less. And I will tell you, from the emails that I've had and the communications I've had with tag parents, that one could be a loser. Like, where our net gain from that would be a negative rather than a positive, because the savings from that, more students would leave the district because of that choice than would stay. So understand that those are the best possible solutions which were proposed.
And the teacher cuts are all the least amount that you'd save is all. That's how those are staggered. Everything else is an estimate on that, yep.
Al Trask, with regard to the closing Hereford School, I feel the same way as about the Atoll School, and I'm sure probably everybody up here probably feels the same way. It's just a bad idea, but in Elm Springs, I think you mentioned a program called STEM or STEAM or something, and my kids, I don't know what they teach them in there. I hope it's something good, but they love that program, and they talk about whatever day it is. I don't know if it's every other week or when it is, but man, I'd be a bad guy if they knew I was saying this, but I don't mind telling them if we could cut that out. I'd love that. I mean, as long as they still had reading, writing, and arithmetic, and whatever the other subject is on the report card, well, they could get rid of music, and I'm not against music, but anything. Heck, they could get rid of the playground equipment if it'd help keep some of these other schools open, and I just think that's important. So thank you, guys.
I'm Sally Jo Michelson Cooper. My child attends Union, so these cuts and my concern in these cuts has always been for his peers, because these are his peers. My son says he wants to be a musician, which really annoys me. He loves music. He loves robotics. Cut them all. Cut them. If his peers don't have school at all, cut them.
Maybe we're getting close to the end.
Joe, haven't you spoke already?
On
I'm just
Atoll. I haven't spoke about Hereford. To answer the question from the last school board, Mr. Schneller, you can put forth a motion on whatever you want to. And I wanted to convey that to you. And obviously, today's not an action item, but you were given the authority to do so when you ran and won your election to sit on this board. And so that's awesome. And so all of you already know this, but that ultimately with you lies the authority to make this decision. And Mr. Wormstead and Mr. Burdett are strong and assertive and confident and smart men, and I appreciate the job that they do. But ultimately, they look to you to make decisions and help them, guide them, and if with a confident board behind them, they might feel more confidence to step out, think outside the box, and take on some of these harder outside the box ways to do things to raise funds. I wanted to also point out on agenda items, if you as a board know that you're going to not want something on the agenda any longer, you can make a motion to kick something off the agenda. And perhaps somebody's already done that and it was voted down, but then it could simplify and streamline some meetings. If you know some are out for now or not for now, then get them off the agenda, publish the agenda, and hopefully people see it and don't show up for that item. And then to finish what I talked about at Atoll, I really think that there might be a place for a student recruitment salesperson for the school district. 500 students in homeschool. I mean, even if they visited every family personally, they could pay for their salary or part-time job quite quickly if they could recruit a small amount to sell the positive attributes that are in so many of the schools, all of the schools here. So I wanted to stress that point because we talk about losing kids to the homeschool and beyond. So thank you. Closing Atoll in Hereford's not the right answer. Right now, look elsewhere. Thank you.
Casey Matt, I have one student remaining at Elm Springs, and I just want to, about Atoll and Hereford, to not close them. I drive by regularly the Hope School that was closed years ago. That was 4 miles from my house that we never got to utilize, having to travel to attendance centers. You have fabulous rural teachers here that pour their heart and soul into multiple grade levels. Rural patrons want our schools open, adequately staffed. You want to close them? Maybe our tax dollars can find a neighboring school district. Thank you.
Any further discussions from the board? (6K) District is researching providing transportation for Atoll Elementary and Hereford Elementary to continue to provide the 2 routes to CMCS.
So currently what we're doing is we have to do an entire rebid of our bus services with that, and we have a bid alternative that we're going to be placing in that, what the cost would be there versus what we could do it in for that. That it requires us to use capital outlay to purchase vehicles, which would save funds from the general fund in order to do this, because what takes place with the busing contract is that comes out of our general fund or a busing fleet, then we could actually take out capital outlay. When we have a busing contract, we are paying for the capitalized cost of their equipment out of general fund. So the idea is if we ran a small fleet ourselves, we could drive down our cost on transportation for that. Yes, we will still have those same excess costs that we have within the transportation, whether we contract or not, but we'll be shifting the core cost on that fleet purchase with a new contract out of the general fund expenditure area into our capital outlay to take care of that. We will obviously have issues with finding people to drive, the distances and things that take place. We're well aware of that. We're currently using our current routes to help design that RFP and bid for that to move forward. So we have 2 companies that are considering that as this is an alternate and also for us to pull that out. At the same time, within that bid contract, what we're doing is we're actually requiring an alternative for what if we go to a 4-day school week and the direct cost savings, so we have that information going through next year as we, if the board chooses to explore this, I should say. I'll have a small December presentation on that and say whether they want to explore that. We'd have those numbers of what that true savings was on the transportation piece, and the impact would be for the general fund for us saving on a bus contract. So we're prepping that. That's part of the reason why we just don't turn the flip on a 4-day school week, but I do believe that it's a viable option for the 27-28 as a consideration for the board. So yes, that is in process. That is a low estimate that I think with our personnel that we'd save if we can find the people. And that's a good question, if we can find the people. It's difficult everywhere right now to find people. If you're employing people, it's difficult. It doesn't matter where you're at.
Any discussion from the board? Go ahead, sir.
My name's Neil Richter. I just had a couple questions. What is the current busing contract? What does it cost for the rural schools?
We have 2 bus routes. I believe that number is about $150,000 across that for the 2 bus routes, $75,000 route. And that's pretty standard average for most of our routes. We have a route that costs us $115,000 that runs clear down by Douglas and school district and down to as low as I think 43,000 across that, but about 1.4 million is it for bus routing?
The total bus contract is 1.46 million for this year. 165,000 of it we pay for in capital outlay, the rest of it we pay in the general fund. I can try to get you that rural route number. I can't guess on it right now.
Yeah, I asked because, I asked because I could be wrong here, but I thought at the September meeting you mentioned it was like 40,000, but I could be wrong.
No, those 2 rural routes, we'll have them identified. Now, if they're only running one of them, that might be the case.
Yeah,
If
on
they
that
can't
time.
If they can't find a driver and they Harlow's abandons that route and they combine kids on one, then we're only gonna get charged for that one route for the time of which they're trying to find the driver.
I see. Okay.
That might be where that number came from.
Okay, like I said, I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
the
that's what I
the
thought.
2 route cuts were about $83,000 because they're shorter routes down in the valley around Stage Barn. But our longer routes are usually average around 75,000. So
I
that's my guess.
Okay, all right. And you covered a lot of the points here, so I'll skip some of these, but, has there been an estimate of how much the vans are gonna cost to do this, to buy vans? Cause my approximate numbers, it could be anywhere from 20 to 50,000 for passenger vans, is my guess. Is that correct, or what have you done?
The 2 short yellow buses are probably gonna be more like $70,000 a piece because you have to operate a actual school bus on Highway 34.
I see.
And then we're looking at,
Suburbans.
where it's like suburban type, and through the state bid, you can buy a new Suburban at state bid for about 47 grand right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I guess I asked because, this is all, I mean, I realize it's capital outlay money, but still it's an additional cost, as far as if you close the school, it's gonna have to be additional cost incurred by the district, so. Also insurance, I guess I'm sure you figured that already. So, that's.
Yeah, we have insurance cost averages in all those new vehicles that we have, yeah.
Okay. And the other thing is, and I realize you probably thought of this, but I'll get it on the record. You got 20 kids between the 2 schools, half of them leave, that's $75,000 in revenue gone. I mean, it seems kind of counterproductive, but that's just my personal opinion, I guess. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was, has there been any discussion with the board about liability, like if there were to be an accident, kids got injured, hurt, killed? I mean, it could leave the school district in a pretty bad shape, I would say. So
On the routes?
Yeah, if it went to the van system.
Right now, we require the Harlow's Insurance Company to carry a large liability policy and stuff, and then they have to deal with those issues about bus driver training. You're exactly right. All those things would have to be done. And I'm a colleague of mine who worked for Newell, who ran their bus fleet for them. We've been discussing what that involves. In terms of insurance, we haven't got to the insurance component yet.
Okay. I mean, and I know some of these roads, like Lee mentioned about driving it. I mean, and I know you've thought about it, but the road right now is a totally different road than in January or February when it's covered in snow and ice. That's why I ask about the liability about accidents and things like that. Because it's 2 different things. So I just want the board to consider that too, because it is a very important part of this discussion. All right, thank you.
No other discussion. We will move to 6L, combine Whitewood Elementary rural principal.
This position was split in the 22-23 school year and was previously one position, combining the lower administration by 0.15 FTE and eliminating and reduce the teaching position by 0.45. That's covered that. This would return to previous practice when the district was under 3,000 students as a savings of $57,461. Board decision ought to be before February meeting, but can be late as April. I think March, I'm sorry. March would have to be made by. Increased travel between sites with less time at each location is an obvious effect with that.
Anyone for open forum?
Hi. Okay. Hillary Hill. I actually started to read this 2 weeks ago at the meeting, and then time was called. I talked about fifth grade. So here's what I have to say about the principal position. So having lived in the town of Whitewood for 38 of my 44 years, people who are not from Whitewood can't really understand what it means to be a Whitewoodian. The dynamics of Whitewood are very different from anywhere else. Most Whitewood students live in or near Whitewood while their parents commute to other towns for work, as there are not many jobs available in Whitewood. This creates an interesting climate and very specific needs, for instance, an after-school program. Mr. Porterfield has spent a significant amount of time finding out what will bring people from our area to Whitewood Elementary. Upon finding out that many parents couldn't find after-school care for their students and not wanting to lose these students to neighboring districts, he created partnerships with many organizations, churches, and businesses in Whitewood to make sure an after-school program exists for those who need it. This is something that has helped the attendance numbers at Whitewood Elementary go up. During the time Mr. Porterfield has been principal, enrollment has gone up about 20 students, which is about 25%. And this is because of Mr. Porterfield doing his due diligence in research and recruitment for Whitewood Elementary. He's also done much research and work on bringing homeschool families to our district, and he has added a pre-K program, which has also helped boost Whitewood numbers. Those families, a lot of them, once they start in preschool, they continue on going to Whitewood, even though they may have gone to another town. And all of this, a random outsider would not be able to have these same impacts. An outsider would lose much of the enrollment, not understanding the dynamics of the town. Mr. Porterfield is an amazing asset to our district and representative of Whitewood School and community. No one else would be able to reach and connect with the kids and the families like he does. Moving him from his current position would result in costing the Meade School District much enrollment. If this is truly a numbers game, it seems like a no-brainer to keep him in his position. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, I'm Dustin Hale. I went to Whitewood all of my life. I've been Meade 46-1, K through 12, same with my wife. We have 5 children that have all been Meade 46-1. We have just moved to Sturgis, but we still have one child in 4th grade in Whitewood. I drive her to school and from school every day because that school is where she belongs. Britt does a wonderful job there. So much so that my 7th grader at the Williams Middle School was having anxiety problems to the point he could barely function. What did we do? We homeschooled him with Whitewood School. That is why he is succeeding. He is no longer on any anxiety medication. He is stable and doing a much better job. Britt is an asset. Dividing his time or anybody's time where there's not a full-time student or full-time principal in Whitewood is a huge mistake and will cost this district so much. Whitewood is improving. There is construction. There is more houses going up, more families moving in because of that school, because of that home environment. That is all, it's just because of Britt. He has exceeded in everybody's expectations. He has done more for that school than I saw. It's very hard to see this stuff come up on the docket and to be voted on because I always feel like Whitewood puts out some of the best students, the best education. My junior in the high school went to Whitewood, you know what? He's taking AP classes. That's what Whitewood puts out. That's what you would lose when you start messing with the dynamic of that school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tilly Sabers. So like the mess up, like our principal is great. I bet you he's just like hoping that he doesn't have to travel to any other schools, and we won't really have a full-time principal, and we won't have our STEM class every day basically, so we won't have that, and we'll probably just have to do social studies and stay in class. And it's like in social studies is kind of bad, but so yeah, and I hope you guys make sure that we don't have to take away our principal. Thank you.
And what was your name again?
Tilly Sabers.
Tilly, I have to say that I used to teach social studies, and it's fabulous. Don't give up on it.
Hi there. My name is Jardy Ringling. I'm the proud mother of 2 Whitewood Wranglers. With the proposed changes to Whitewood Elementary, we would be compelled to transfer our children out of the district without adequate administrative oversight. Our children deserve the best educational environment, and currently Whitewood provides that. Thanks to a highly involved principal who is dedicated to serving our students and our community. The principal's role in our school is critical and multifaceted, extending beyond traditional administrative duties. Our principal builds strong personal relationships with every child, and the direct involvement allows early intervention for academic, behavioral, and emotional issues. This creates a safe and supportive learning environment for our students. Our principal's innovation directly affects school sustainability and student opportunity. Consistency is crucial for their development, as reflected in our Whitewood academic scores. And additionally, our children should have access to elementary through 5th grade. Instead of downsizing, we should be considering expansion. Ensuring stability and consistency for our children should be our highest priority, and this proposal does not align with those goals. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns, and we hope our input is being considered. Thank you.
Hello, once again. My name is Mason Allen. As you probably figured out, is I have opinions and can speak my mind. Just be glad you aren't my parents debating with me daily. I know our district is facing a deficit, and you have to make hard choices. Tonight, I'm asking you not to combine Whitewood with the rural schools in a way that would take our principal, Mr. Porterfield, away from us. Mr. Porterfield is more than a principal. He's the heartbeat of our school. He teaches our STEM class. How many schools in the country have a principal who teaches students every week? Because he's in the classroom, he knows us by name. We see him at lunch. He talks with us outside and sometimes even plays with us. He even asks about our families. When we're in STEM with him, our teacher has time for lesson plans or to reach out to parents. That helps every student, not just a few. Combining schools would add to the demands of that job and could pull him out of our building. We would lose the relationship that makes Whitewood safe, encouraging, and strong. I also understand Mr. Porterfield leads the online school. Whitewood has room to house that staff and help it grow right here. Instead of removing our principal, could we grow the online program at Whitewood and keep him with us? That would support teachers, bring more students into the district, and protect what's working without longer bus rides or bigger class sizes. What better school to host this program than your best scoring one? Let's build on success, not break it. Please keep Whitewood open with its own principal. Let us keep the leadership that lifts our school every day. Thank you for listening. Hello, my name is David Allen. I'm a 3rd grader at Whitewood Elementary, I think that you should not put Mr. Porterfield somewhere else or add more to his job. If you do Kids will need your help, and no one can help them. They will need to talk to someone, and they can't tell the counselor because the counselor can't do anything. Our STEM program that he teaches will suffer, and will make our teachers not have time to do their plan, which means we won't have as good lessons and more stress on my teacher. Teachers have a hard job. My parents choose where to live because of the teachers and test scores. Thank you for your time.
What was your name, buddy? What was his name?
His name's David.
David, thank you.
Yes. Just to reiterate my kids, I'm here. I'm pretty sure you've seen me at all these meetings because of them. I work a full workload up in Meade, but I hear the joy of my kids. Mason, the kid's mature beyond his years, as you probably could tell. David has always been shy. David would have never been up here to speak. It is the education that he's gotten at Whitewood that has helped him exceed. He has been in the play. He speaks highly of Mr. Porterfield and how much he looks up to that man. I am grateful for the role model he plays in my kids' lives. We chose Whitewood. We chose the school district because of Whitewood when we moved here. If you start taking programs or start breaking apart the best school you have, we will look elsewhere to live.
Hi, I'm Jen Aldrin.
Still from Sturgis?
Still from Sturgis, though we have my husband's family ranches outside of Whitewood, and my husband went through a Whitewood school as well. Question, any other head principals have to cover multiple schools? No other precedent in other areas of the district? Okay.
We have assistant principals that do that across our district, and we've had that in the past with head principals, yes.
Okay. And so by making this change, it's going to reduce presence and accessibility. One principal overseeing both schools risks being stretched too thin to effectively support students, staff, and families at either site. This will also put a risk for loss of rural school identity because the rural schools often serve at the heart of their communities, and a shared principal may unintentionally prioritize the town school due to size or accessibility. This can also lead to increased workload and burnout. Covering multiple campuses without additional support can lead to burnout and decrease leadership quality, and we need to retain our high quality, high performing staff. Student and staff relationships will be impacted. Strong leadership relies on daily interaction. Limited presence could weaken trust and mentorship and advocacy. And then there also is concern for equity. So rural students may receive less administrative attention, resources, or opportunities compared to town students. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize outstanding leadership of Britt, who is the principal at Whitewood. Under his guidance, the school has remained a place of academic excellence, emotional support, and strong community values, even in the face of staffing shortages and shrinking budgets. He's gone above and beyond to ensure that every child feels seen, safe, and empowered to succeed. Under his leadership, Whitewood Elementary School was recognized as the National ECEA Distinguished School and National Blue Ribbon School in 2022. Principal Porterfield was part of the team recognized with 21st Century Award from 2020 to 2023, and additionally had the Dan Sweats Robotics Award in 2024. Let's keep our high-performing, high-quality staff. Thank you.
My name is Rainey Lisko, and I'm currently in my second year of teaching pre-K at Whitewood Elementary. I would like to offer a unique perspective that may differ from others, as I previously served as the school's administrative assistant. I worked in that capacity for 6 years. From 2018 to 2022, our building shared a principal with the rural schools. During that time, I often found myself managing the front office alone, which presented significant challenges and responsibilities. While covering for Mr. Porterfield during occasional admin meetings was manageable, being the sole point of contact in the office on a regular basis without an administrator in the building was exhausting. Most days I couldn't take a lunch break because I was responsible for the children in stop or caring for ill or injured students in the nurse's office. I often had to call on the teachers or paraprofessionals to briefly cover for me, even just to use the restroom. I regularly supported students experiencing emotional distress or behavioral issues. Contrary to statements at the most recent board meeting, these behavioral challenges are not limited to students just at Sturgis Elementary. We had and still have a significant number of these students and cases at Whitewood. In the proposed budget cuts with the SRO at Piedmont, the exact wording related to concerns was, quote, response time to safety situations with shared buildings, end quote. If we are concerned with Piedmont not even having an SRO for safety reasons, why would we even entertain the idea of cutting our only admin position in our school? I frequently had to reach out to Mr. Porterfield while he was commuting to the rural schools, but due to unreliable cell service, I would often need to contact other district administrators to confirm I was making the right decisions. This included calls to parents about sending their students home. These conversations should be handled by an administrator and not your secretaries. There are also times when I have 4 to 5 students in stop, all seated in the main office as we do not have a designated stop room like Sturgis. We've had to call EMS for medical emergencies and law enforcement for violent behaviors, both with and without a principal on site. Having an administrator available is critical to ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone involved. When Mr. Porterfield returned to a full-time role in Whitewood, we saw families who had never previously considered public education and now enthusiastically are supporting Whitewood Elementary. I respectfully ask for clarification on a few important questions. Has there been any consideration to reducing the high school administration positions? Because previously there have been numbers higher than what there are today with only 2 principals on site. My other question is, has the district explored budget reductions with non-instructional overhead or administrative costs? For example, staff members in the business office have seen raises of over 40% since 2018 and 2019.
Delana Richter. I'm just curious, just out of curiosity. I didn't look this up. How many ADs does our district have? Our entire district?
Our athletic directors, we have 1 athletic director, a secretary, then we have 2 people that receive a stipend to help with the middle schools, the large middle schools.
As athletic directors?
Activities director.
Activities.
Activities.
They handle the middle school for a stipend amount to schedule things, so they
Okay.
work their regular full-time teacher load, and then they do that on the side, like any extracurricular activity.
Okay. And 2 assistant principals at the high school.
That is correct.
And then, so these positions, one's a 0.5 and one's a 0.4? Admin positions?
0.6 and 0.55.
0.6 and 0.5. So you're eliminating a 0.6 and a 0.55 to add a 1 position. And I do see those numbers up there. But also, as was already mentioned, the rule will be losing interventions, which we haven't had, as Casey said. And then as well as safety. I mean, you guys just said how much safety is important to you. I mean, when you're talking about a secretary that's not only dealing with behavior issues, but is the first stop if there's an intruder. We need an administrator at both of those positions. We need a leader at both of those positions. If safety really is a priority here, they need to stay as they are. We love Mrs. Mickelson. She's been She's been a huge asset to our schools. And so we ask that you look elsewhere in administration.
Hi, my name is Taylor Olson, and I am the teacher for the Homeschool Connections program. I want to voice my full support for our principal, Britt Porterfield. I stand behind everything that has been said in support of him staying at Whitewood. He's a fantastic leader, and we're truly lucky to have him. However, I'm speaking not only to express how valuable he is to Whitewood, but also to highlight how important he is to our entire district through the Homeschool Connections program. This year alone, the program has profited over $100,000 for our district. If any consideration is being given to changing his position for funding reasons, I believe it would have the opposite effect. Without his leadership, I truly don't believe the Homeschool Connections program would continue to grow like it is. I've seen firsthand how much time and effort Mr. Porterfield has dedicated to this program. He spent hours researching and having meetings with different platforms that we could potentially use. He constantly thinks of how to grow the program, and he even went as far as to create a new STEM class for the students this year. 8 students are enrolled in that class, and at 13% FTE each, that increases our total FTE by 1 400ths, bringing in an additional $7,800 for the district. That's money earned simply because he cared enough to offer a better, more engaging option for these kids. With Mr. Porterfield leading the Homeschool Connections program, I'm confident it will continue to thrive, grow, and bring even greater benefits to our district. So please leave Mr. Porterfield in his current position as Whitewood principal, STEM teacher, and Homeschool Connections principal. I know hard decisions need to be made, but I urge you to consider different options before removing a vital part of not only Whitewood Elementary, but our entire district. Thank you.
Josh Bach from Whitewood. I am also one of the parents that brought my kid to Whitewood specifically because of the school there. Had I learned about it sooner, I would have elected to not pay for private school and have taken them there. And for God's sake, if they went all the way to 12th grade there, all of my kids would stay there till then. But having said that, what would be the impact to that program for the homeschool outreach if he got combined again back to the rural program? Would that program still be thriving? To my knowledge, it's been growing. And I do very strongly encourage you guys to explore expanding that, because it seems like a very useful tool of bringing students back into the district. It really has been. And I know Britt has worked. I couldn't even tell you how hard on that. And Mrs. Olson as well. That program, I think, is worth exploring, expanding, because it is bringing kids back out of homeschool, even if it is partially. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Molman. I teach kindergarten at Whitewood, and I don't have a speech, I just have questions. I would like to know who would be placed in this position, because currently there is a Whitewood principal and there is a rural principal, and I feel like that has been kind of a secret of.
We have two things we have to consider on that is what we're going to expand with the homeschool connection program. And we have 2 qualified people for that. I've been very upfront in talking about Britt, the possibilities that takes place with that, with him on that.
So it's not decided who will take that position.
I've talked to him about the possibility of what will take place, but nothing's finally decided till we figure out with homeschool connections what's going to take place.
Okay, do we know
Now,
how
what I do with as a leader, if I have a situation, whether it be a principal, business manager, and somebody that I supervise, if we see possibility there might be a change in roles, I'll meet with Shelley Mickelson, my elementary principals out there, my assistant principals, talk to them as soon as I know what's going to take place ahead of time as a possibility, because I think that's due diligence to allow them to know that. So yes, I've had conversations with Mr. Porterfield and Shelley Mickelson and assistant principals about what possibilities we'll be making changes in administration based on what the board's decisions are.
Okay. I asked just because there seems to be confusion, and other schools are surprised at the things that seem to be decided but are not being shared publicly. My next question is there a clear plan of what this will look like for the admin who is placed in this position? What will the coverage for both Whitewood and rural be? What would it add to the teachers, the secretary? What would happen to STEM? Do we have a plan about?
We'll be working on that plan as soon as we know whether the board's going to continue to pursue that. We have some ideas, but I do not have those finalized, in all honesty.
Okay. Then I feel like this might not be thought out thoroughly enough that
That's why the decision's in March.
Yes.
We presented everything early so we could have it in front of people, so we could hear all the comments as we continue to work forward with this.
Okay.
Instead of waiting until February or March on that. So
Okay.
trying to do the same thing. So.
And then on your presentation, it says, this is a return to a previous practice when the district was under 3,000 students. And I understand that's the whole district, but what does that look like with just Whitewood and rural numbers? Because I'm pretty sure Whitewood is higher than we were.
Whitewood's grown and the rural has shrunk by about equal proportions at that time.
Okay.
With that for numbers. Looking at this is these were decisions to add an assistant principal and to split these principal positions the spring prior to my arrival. So looking at the enrollment numbers that we had, I was looking back at what previous things are. And yes, we are considering other assistant principalship changes too.
Okay, well, that was my other question, was
that it hasn't been considered to use either Piedmont or Stage Barn assistant admin to reach the rural schools geographically. They're closer. Whitewood and rural seem to be opposite sides of the district, but maybe that's being considered. So, thank you.
Shannon Arneson, Elm Springs. I'm just speaking with regards to the elementary, Whitewood Elementary and rural principal. I had noted prior that we've tried separating that or having one individual travel both between Whitewood and the rural area, and we know how difficult that is and how sometimes that's not successful. Mr. Porterfield has obviously done an amazing job in Whitewood, and Mrs. Mickelson has done an amazing job in the rural area. So I think rule of thumb is if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. If it's not broken, it doesn't need fixed, right? Whitewood obviously loves the principal they have. Rural loves the principal that we have. And I feel like, again, these are two communities on the outskirts of this district that are being targeted. And it literally truly feels like that because every time there's a deficit, the rural community gets targeted, and now apparently Whitewood is getting targeted, and their elementary, their 5th grade is going to be moved too, which is also a detriment to that community. So I'm up here in support for both Whitewood and rural principals staying where they are.
Hi, Katie Rave with Whitewood. I don't have any children in the Whitewood school, not a single one. I do have a stepdaughter in Sturgis Middle School. I interface with Britt Porter on a community business level. Him and I work together because I'm the chamber president. And he's a dream to work with. He puts his time and effort into many things that really aren't a requirement for him to do. And the one thing that I think you can really look at Whitewood for is growth. We've talked about it on a multitude of levels. We've talked about it in growth of the developments in the surrounding area. We've talked about it in growth of jobs that we know are coming, that I'm directly a part of, that Derek is a direct example of. And we know that that's coming to Whitewood. And the one thing I want you to take away from tonight's discussion on this very topic is you have the right person already in that seat to handle that growth, that has the support of their community, that supports the community back, and is ready for whatever may come. The one thing that you already have that you can grow on, that we can add numbers to right away, is your homeschool program. And Britt is fully invested. He's done a great job. I'm sure whatever report comes out of your December, January timeframe is going to show that. He doesn't get all the credit for that. To a point that you made earlier tonight, you actually asked the question, is that a Whitewood program? Obviously it's not. It's a program that you helped to pilot through Britt, through the Whitewood school, but not all those numbers come back to Whitewood, although he's doing all the work. Other schools will get the numbers because maybe they have to go in for something at Stage Barn Middle School. But the reality is Britt's doing all the work. Those numbers don't reflect that at our school. We have a very small deficit. It's $48,000. Do you know what the difference of that is? 6 students. 6. By 7, we're actually making money again. By 10, we're very much so in the black. We can do that. We can do that in less than a year. With all the growth that we're bringing, is that my time? Yes. Okay, thank you.
I'll move this down. Hi, my name's Pacincia Lockman. I understand that you guys are all tasked with a really difficult decision, and thank you so much for taking the time to listen to every perspective. I truly believe that all Meade schools are gems, and we're really fortunate to have a district that is filled with dedicated teachers, hardworking administrators, and supportive community members. Someone mentioned earlier that the response time is essential in an emergency, and I completely agree. A principal is often a teacher's first line of defense and support, and I understand that in the past, Whitewood and rural principal positions were shared. However, I'd like to share from personal experience what it was like to share a full-time principal with the rural schools. I often found the office empty, and rural students are just like any other students. They deserve immediate support and leadership when issues arrive. There were many times where I needed assistance right away, but that help simply wasn't available because the principal was miles away at another site, and our administrative assistant was also a para, a nurse, a janitor, and a secretary. When my rural position was cut last year at Central Meade, It was really hard for me to imagine enjoying working in any other building. Now that I teach at a school, now I teach at a school where I have constant access to 2 administrators, and it makes a world of difference. Having leadership present and available for all students changes everything for students, staff, and the overall climate of a building. Combining the Whitewood and Rural positions will inevitably mean more time spent driving between schools and less time connecting with staff, students, and families. All of our principals make an incredible difference when they are visible, accessible, and directly engaged with our schools. When students and staff have constant in-person access to the principal, it builds trust, strengthens relationships, and creates a safer, more supportive learning environment. Please keep a full-time principal at each school. Also, all of our schools in our district are more than just buildings. They are the centers of our communities, and we should continue to protect and invest in what makes Meade truly shine. Thank you so much, and good night.
My name is Sally Jo Michelson Cooper. When I was a child out here, my mom taught at all the rural schools, almost all of them anyway. I remember very clearly when the principal was split between either Sturgis or Whitewood or wherever, it was as though we had no principal. That's what it was like. The teachers just accepted it. They did not reach out to principals. That entire structure made me hate the public school so much. I thought I would never put my kid in that school because watching the stress that my mom and other parents had to deal with it on their own. Things are different now, and that is part of why my child is in the school. Also, I would like to say, because I think I could have used my words better in the past, if it would benefit Sturgis, if it would benefit Whitewood, I would see rural school programs and extras cut, every last single one besides reading, writing, and arithmetic, heat, and 1 teacher and 1 aide per student. That is not, my feeling of peers is not limited to the students out there. It is also to Whitewood. It is also to Sturgis. And I hope people understand people aren't choosing between a program that's nice for some and not for others, but just school it all or no school.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Weiss-Schultz from Whitewood, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired and hungry, so let's see if I can get through this 2 minutes. But I just wanted to point out in this position, like I said at the last meeting, everybody keeps saying a full-time principal, and I have to remind everybody we have a 0.5 principal at Whitewood, which is the lowest administrative role that our school has ever had. It has also been talked about by Rainey. She'd made a great statement, as well as this other kind girl over here, that Wayne keeps saying we'll resume to what we were when we were below 3,000 students, and it's been proven to be inefficient and ineffective. And so I need us all as a board to remember that it doesn't work. So going back to it really isn't an option. As a reminder, so I said Britt is a 0.5 principal, a 0.4 STEM teacher, and 0.1 homeschool connection, and he has talked with Wayne extensively about growing that homeschool connection program, which I think is an extremely viable option to bring in more revenue and more of those students that are lost. But the other point that I did want to make is that in our last meeting, Wayne had said that if he could cut one thing off of this list, that it would be that counselor. And I was deeply offended by this, that 1.0 counselor is from COVID money, which we don't have anymore. And it still leaves our district with a handful of counselors. And my feeling is what do you think is going to have more of an impact on my children's mental health? A principal who is technically there at 0.5, but is there 5 days a week, greeting my kids, dealing with their behaviors on a regular basis, is a great mentor, leader, is there for staff. I mean, the list could go on and on. You guys have heard all of it about Mr. Porterfield. And so I just kindly ask that you really take that into consideration.
Hearing no more discussion. Does any of the board members need a real short break or everybody good? Good. Keep going. 6M, move Whitewood Elementary 5th grade to Sturgis Williams Middle School.
So we can offer educational opportunities in the class sizes similar to the other middle school classrooms and align all of our programs along the I-90 corridor with K-4 settings. With that, savings is $64,000 for reduction of one teacher. Prior to December 1st is preferred but not required, but we'd like to know before the retirements and transfers to be able to take those and absorb those. Increased class size estimate 22.8 to 25.8 on that, and our rooms are designed to handle that number. Questions?
Mason, you ready?
Hello, my name is Mason Allen. I'm here to explain why keeping 5th grade at Whitewood matters. First, I moved here from Texas. I used to be excited about starting middle school there, but after experiencing 5th grade at Whitewood, I found it's the right fit. Being the oldest grade in an elementary school lets us be leaders and role models. We help younger students, and that responsibility has helped me grow. Second, small class sizes make a huge difference. In Texas, there were 6 teachers per grade, over 20 students per class, and about 150 kids per grade. The noise and crowds triggered my anxiety. I sometimes had to leave the class to calm down, and I missed learning time. At Whitewood, I haven't had a single anxiety attack. The smaller classes and calmer hallways help me focus. Kids get more one-on-one time with our teacher, so they understand the work and feel confident. Finally, Whitewood is one of the district's strongest schools. Moving 5th grade away would take from what's working, strong relationships, steady routines, and a safe environment that helps kids like me succeed. Bigger classes and long bus rides won't give us the same chance to learn and lead. Also, you would probably lose enrollment because parents are going to be upset about those big changes. I know budgets are hard, but please don't fix the problem by taking away something that's already helping students. Keep 5th grade at Whitewood and use our school as a model for what works. Thank you for listening and for considering students like me.
Hello, my name is Tilly Sabers again. And I'm Hannah Hale. So I want to talk about taking out 5th grade. So it's going to affect student council, and basically me and Hannah are on student council. And there's the 5th grade teacher. It's her 2nd year, and it's her 1st year doing she's basically the person who's running student council. So it's kind of we kind of depend on her. So it might have to go into my teacher, Miss Zocker's hands, and it might be a lot for her. So thank you. And it might be stressing shoving 5th graders into the middle school. They might not be ready to go into crowded hallways, and if their lockers get jammed, they'll be late to classes, and it might be stressing for them. Thank you.
Dustin Hale again with Whitewood. You guys might not remember, but Whitewood used to have a 6th grade. Anybody remember that? You know why I do? Because I was one of the ones that fundraised for the new school. I was the first class that had 6th grade in Whitewood. When I came to Sturgis for middle school, I was ready. Okay? That's already been taken away. That 22.8 to 25.8 may not seem like a big number, especially when you're dealing with this. But in a class, it is. That's the difference between a kid understanding what's going on and not. That is what breeds anxiety, stress, and depression. Keep our classes small, let our teachers teach. Do not combine into a huge school. We are not a huge area. We are not Atlanta. Keep our classes small.
Josh Bach again. I was also around for when the sixth grade left. It didn't just affect the sixth grade. The younger siblings that were also affected by that, they left the school with their older siblings because parents had trouble commuting to two different schools. So I don't know if that number got accounted into it as well on how many of the underclassmen would also be shifting over to Sturgis with this change as well.
Hey Josh, can I backtrack just a second with you? And
Yeah.
Can you explain why the DARE program may go away if the fifth grade goes away? I heard that earlier.
Well, the DARE program itself won't go away because they will receive it in Sturgis as well, but my program will be gone, would be the end of that. As fifth grade is the youngest grade that has the 10-week curriculum for that, so I would be relinquished to a single day.
Josh is our police chief. Oh, okay, yeah. But if they go to Spearfish, there is no DARE program in Spearfish schools. The choice, go to Spearfish or Sturgis.
Okay. Julie Molman from Whitewood. Kind of bouncing off of them, I just have one question. Since I started here 6 or 7 years ago, I should know that number, but I don't, sorry. There's been this pressure of getting higher enrollment and higher enrollment and higher enrollment to make us worthy enough to keep our fifth grade and all these things. If we lose our fifth grade, our enrollment numbers drop because siblings move over as well, or families just leave the district completely. Are we still gonna have that pressure to have our high enrollment? I know I asked this at the town hall, but I feel like I didn't have a clear answer.
Intention is keep the, excuse me, to maintain the same structure of K4s as the other two elementaries along I-90.
Okay.
I can't predict right now if they're going to have 18 or 22, as sometimes we've had 24, as low as 12 in those classrooms, but align that same structure K4 for programming and all those buildings.
Okay, because currently we bus kids over from Sturgis, well, from all towns, Sturgis, Spearfish, I have Lead Deadwood, I have St. Ange, all in my classroom alone, which is the highest in the biggest kindergarten class in the district, with 21 kids. And we already bus all of them over, and I don't see the appeal for parents to want to keep bringing them over if they only go through fourth grade. It was kind of a hard sell at the beginning of just going up through fifth grade. They're, well, I don't know, should we, have them here for this short amount of time? And of course, all our distinguished school and all of that helps bring people over, but it's hard for us to make that sell when we have that pressure of we need high enrollment, higher enrollment, but then we keep losing all these grade levels. So I just hope that pressure would maybe go away if we're going to be losing things that help us keep kids in our school. Thank you.
Hello again. Jen Aldrin. So I just want to start out by saying that fifth grade at Sturgis Williams Middle School was a wonderful experience. And initially I was hesitant to jump into another building and was concerned that I was going to be having my child exposed to more mature things because they were with older kids. But I just want to make you aware that that was not the case, that they're very isolated from the older children and they're in a newly remodeled area. And the teachers were amazing, and my son had a great experience. But my hesitation is the increase of class size from 22.8 to 25.6. So he's in sixth grade. He said his classes have around 22 kids in his class. Smaller class sizes improve learning outcomes, especially in reading and math. And we can see that in like Whitewood scores with the smaller class sizes likely contribute to their increased test scores. Research shows that classes of 15 to 20 students in upper elementary grades, including fifth grade, often produce higher test scores compared to classes of 25 to 30 students. Effects are particularly strong for students at risk or from low-income backgrounds who benefit from more individual attention. Smaller classes reduce disciplinary issues and allow teachers to manage behaviors more effectively. Students receive more individualized attention, increased engagement, participation, and on-task behavior. Teachers can use differentiated instruction more effectively in smaller classes, and they can build stronger relationships with students and identify learning gaps quickly. Planning and assessment are more manageable, allowing for more evidence-based instruction and feedback. Burnout is reduced when teachers are not overwhelmed by high student numbers, and evidence suggests an effective fifth grade class size is roughly 18 to 22 students. Classes larger than 25 to 28 tend to diminish academic gains, especially for struggling learners. While ultra-small classes less than 15 are beneficial, the cost to benefit ratio increases significantly. And so if we're worried about enrollment, if our test scores are reduced, it may also impact our enrollment. Thank you.
I'm Raylyn Psychos from Whitewood area, and I was looking at some of these numbers up here, and I think that maybe there's some numbers that have not been considered. And I was wondering about the district loss by transferring fifth grade and combining the principal positions. I kind of came up with a number. It's obviously estimates, but a loss of students to other districts could well be $30,000. We have 4 students that decide that they don't want to go to Sturgis, and I know that there's some that go to Spearfish every year, and from this specific group, there's even one that says they'll go to Bellefouche. So you have $30,000. You have to have a teacher for the STEM and computers classes. I said $20,000 for that. Just an estimate. Busing to transfer students, $15,000. A principal for the Homeschool Connections program. I don't know, was that included in any of this?
We have not set up what that's going to look like next year as we go from a pilot program to a standing program yet.
Like if you'd need more. So I just said that like that would be 10,000 with, that's a total of $75,000 that hasn't been looked at.
The cost on that, yes, I'm going to just be honest, we have every single item that we have listed for cuts, and if I add more items for cuts, we will continue to hear we're going to move our kids. If it's an athletic program, if it's increased class size at Sturgis Elementary, we're going to hear that all the way across the board. That will not change. As everybody comes forward and says, we will take kids, we will move kids, we will do this. Done this before, that is a constant theme on everything that I could propose different from this across the board. That won't change, and some of that may happen, and some of it may not happen. But I go to the secondary list, I'm going to hear the exact same things, the board's going to hear the exact same things, that people are going to pull their kids out of school. They're going to homeschool, they're going to go to a different school. So as I hear that, I believe people are going to possibly do that. The question is going to be is, what's the least impactful? I don't know until after it happens to a degree, but if I put up other programs, which I have a list of different things, I will have the same comments, I don't want to say threats because I believe people will do it, from all these other programs also. So as people continue to factor those numbers off, it's very difficult for me to say that's the net because I don't know until we make those decisions. And each one of those decisions may have an impact on enrollment. Regardless of location, you can pick any location in this district because people are going to be unhappy with increased class sizes, cuts to programs, closures of schools, shifting of grade levels. All those things could lead to very intentional enrollment to other districts or homeschooling. So I do appreciate people telling us that, but that is a reality of every decision I put before the board. And that doesn't change if we take X off and put Y up on that piece. So looking at this as a piece there, the STEM program, that FTE is still in the budget, as is right now as an expenditure. We currently have buses that run from Whitewood directly over here for that.
Mhm.
And we have capacity in that bus. I've confirmed that already.
Okay.
Or the option of having a larger bus if needed for that. So some of those things have been factored in directly. We have great people in all these schools. I have great administrators across the board. We have award-winning administrators across the board. We have great teachers winning awards, doing great things. I don't care which district it is, which building it is, we have great people across this. So as the board considers this, and as they asked for me to put other things up here coming up, or alternative proposals, which you all should hear because that's going to bring a whole new dynamic from the rest of the district on what's going to take place or not take place. Nothing on this is invaluable, or I'm saying not valued. Everything here we're talking about is valued to every single family, every single child, regardless of your location in our district. The fact is we need to get to 1.25 million. And no matter what the board decides, they push items off. They say they don't like Mr. Wormstead's proposal, and they pick something else. It is going to have an impact and effect on the next family and people. That's unavoidable. We delay decisions, spend down our fund balance. We will have bigger targets if we have just a little bit of miss on enrollment. That's going to make it even deeper and harder the next year sitting here again. The fact is there are no easy answers, and I know people can pick apart every possible proposal from a different perspective. I've had to sit and do this before for a couple years. I know that and I respect that. I respect everyone's passion. I am immune to people taking shots. I'm okay with that because I know it comes with the position. But realistically, the board has a tough decision and they're going to direct me to either change or add different things up. And they have to come up with 1.25 million. If we don't, it compounds and makes the matter worse. I hear about bringing more in. We're attempting that. We want to do that. I love the idea about hiring somebody to do that, advertise things. We cut communications years ago. We cut a lot of the stuff that people would like to have in our district. We just don't have.
And our district size should have.
Should have. When I do comparisons, I mean, we run 11 facilities compared to other districts with rural attendance centers, which would be actually colony schools, and the average number of people per building to be efficient, they're running them at 200 kids more per building or 150 kids more building. That's not saying that a rural school or Whitewood's not valuable. It's just that those efficiencies allow us to maintain everything they want to do versus where we're sitting right now. And those schools across the large school group, there's over 800 students that are missing across the large school group of 23 largest district schools in the state, which is 60% of our student population. This is a census issue combined with homeschooling. It's after 10:30 now. Homeschooling that is going to compound that, and we have a shift in public education. I think everybody loves their local schools, but nationally and politically, every public school gets beat up on CNN, Fox, doesn't matter, pick one. But everybody here has a passion and a love for their local school, just like the difference. I'm going to put up a bunch of other items we're going to talk about here in a second. Those buildings, those parents, all love those items also. They don't want to see increased class sizes and diminished programs. I really respect what everyone's saying here, but I probably need to put the other list up because Finance Committee asked me to do this, and I'll end up talking about a lot more items here in a little bit.
Say one last thing, Katie Rafe. So, very true to our school's performance, our community performs at a very high level as well. And we've spent the last week on the phone with state representatives, with lobbyists, with surrounding neighboring school board superintendents as well, to really figure out a plan, because we don't want to come be a problem. We want to bring you a solution. And we provided you an email with all the solutions that we can come to the table with. And that's what we're prepared to do. You opened our eyes in these conversations, and you opened our eyes that we have to be more prepared and we have to be more strategic in our town. And so you gave us a great idea, Mr. Wormstead, to leverage a foundation. We have a foundation. We have a very engaged foundation. I met with that foundation team member this morning. We actually have one of the best presidents around. You might have heard his name. And they're prepared to support us in any kind of fundraising efforts that we can bring to the table. And the community is behind us. But we also have a community that is willing to go the extra mile. I have 25 years of talent acquisition and recruiting. I'd go recruit for your homeschool program for free. That's easy. You pair me up with Britt, it's a no-brainer. I can do that for you. I do that for my day job. It's easy. So we have solutions that we've brought to you. We just graciously ask that you take those into consideration. We can solve our own problem. You don't have to solve it for us. You just have to partner with us. We're not asking for too much other than to be given the opportunity to show you that we can fix it alongside you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, Kelly Weiss Schultz with Whitewood. Speaking on behalf of the 5th grade, I just wanted to, I told you I was tired. A big thing that I was thinking of for 5th grade is one at the town hall meeting, we asked Wayne, you know, we're 47 in the red. You take away 5th grade, we're going even deeper. And he approved that. He said, yeah, you're absolutely right, which is really troublesome to me because then where does this stop? Are we back here every year fighting for our great school that's producing just great numbers? And, you know, that's worrisome to me. 2, we also have the highest Title I school, like percent of Title I kids. And Katie brought up such a great point that we have an after-school program. And I think that is a huge point that we should be thinking of for that 5th grade class, that they're still able to utilize that by still being in Whitewood. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is that I reached out to 20 families within the Sturgis School District. And
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I was passing down Tilly's
yeah,
card.
Tilly's card
that she sent.
I reached out to 20 families that have kids within the Sturgis School District, and I just asked them if they had heard of reverse busing and asking if they knew that they could reverse bus and come over to Whitewood if they wanted to K through 5 or pre-K through 5. And only one family knew about that. So I think that there is a lot of potential in that I hope that we could bring to the table as another potential option.
Yeah, when we started reverse busing, I think it was 3 years ago for that. And we've had between 7 and 15 students get on a bus and go that direction for that. And that's really a benefit primarily towards our K-4, without a doubt. And we probably can advertise that better, or what do we need to do there for that, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
With only one section there and what our open enrollment policy is, do we have much room to reverse bus right now?
Depends. We ran up into the cap a little bit first in kindergarten, 1st grade this year. Some years we have at grade levels, like right now, we have a lot of room for that. So it'd be placed by that. What we got to be careful is, as I talk to our administrators all the time, is we need to make sure we leave room for students in our district as they move in. This year, the board increased our number of enrollment cap allowed in our district, and that probably brought in about 13 more students because we increased our cap for open enrollment on that. So, and I believe Britt and Whitewood got taken advantage of that, and I know the other schools, the 4 larger schools, took advantage of that to have more kids in their building to help us offset our loss of students. Increased enrollment.
I'm Sally Willen. I
Sally.
sent you an email. One thing that's, I guess we moved to the district. This is our 3rd year. So it was 3 years ago that you started the reverse busing, but we moved to the district. I never heard about it. I didn't know that was an option until halfway through the year, and I was like, wait, you guys are riding the bus with Whitewood kids? And then that's when I started looking into it, and it was a really hard decision to make because changes are hard. But you need every student that's coming into the district, and if you have full class sizes, you need to be saying, we have reverse busing up to Whitewood. And if class sizes in 6th grade are sort of large, reverse bus back up to Whitewood. Bring that 6th grade back to Whitewood. They have room for the 6th grade. Grow Whitewood. It'll serve you back.
I wanted to know if I could just say one thing about the cards real quick.
Yes.
For the cards, we formally invite you to come to our school and see how magnificent it is and how a regular day flows.
I'm Christina Culverhouse. My son is actually dual enrolled. He goes to Sturgis and Whitewood. So I think all of us as parents would be willing to sacrifice and do 4-day school weeks if we can save these rural schools and save 5th grade. I think it's important for all kids to have an education no matter what, and it's not fair to get rid of them because they're the easiest to pick off. So. And I think that you should leave Britt with Whitewood because you got to leave the best with the best because he's the reason we are.
I want to touch up on the invitation. If you do visit Whitewood, please make sure my kids see you, because one thing that from the last board meeting when the kids invited you, their feelings were hurt that you guys haven't even given them a chance and showed up. And I'm pretty sure some of you probably have showed up, but they didn't know that. So please let them know that you're there.
Quick.
I wasn't going to get up here. I'm Bruce Sabers, Whitewood. But I just wanted to support Britt and let you board members know that we really appreciate him up there in Whitewood and what he does. My wife just took off with Tilly, and I'd like them to hear it, but it's 10:30 at night. So appreciate your time and keep the 5th grade. Bring 6th grade back. I think we've got the room. I'm speaking out of line here, Britt, but
Give us up to
it's growing. You know, you guys know that. You've heard it. I ain't got to tell you, but Whitewood's growing. It's right in between everything. So let her buck. Go Wranglers.
Six N, alternative proposals for current recommendation list.
So the Finance Committee asked me to put this together, and this is just a general overview. We'd be looking at K-8 reductions of teachers, increasing class sizes, or K-8 program elimination or cost and reduction of teachers, or combination numbers 1 and 2. What does that look like across our district? That means probably looking at physical education changes, elimination of middle school programs, increased class sizes in the middle school, and or the elementaries across that. Realize everything we don't cut, you gotta figure that every time, if it's $60,000 not decided here, it's somewhere else, all the way through that program. So when I look at some of those class sizes, if you looked at our class size ratio in our PowerPoint presentation, who has the link to the recommendations page that has the PowerPoint and everything else on it from our board packet? Looking at the list, looking at our enrollment and everything that we have there. If I reduce a position example, real quick, I can take a 3rd grade classroom from 24 to 28. I can take a Sturgis Williams class from 24 to 30, 22 to 28. I can take a 2nd grade classroom at PVE next year in 3rd grade, make them 26. I can make a PVE 3rd grade class next year be 26. I can make a 4th grade classroom be 28 next year. So anytime I pull a teacher out of those sections, I am just compounding that growth area there, or that issue there for class sizes. The alternatives are somewhere else. I get that. The thing is, if we see another roll dip, I will be doing these proposals again next year. Either these, because we didn't do the ones I proposed, which is fine, and then come back to the ones again. The issue is the state funding formula system that we have on a per pupil head. The property taxes you pay, doesn't matter if we're a district that pays a little or a lot. What takes place is the state only makes up that difference on that number. So your property taxes for general education, if it's this much, the state picks up the rest. If it's all the way to the top, like in Lee Deadwood, they get no state aid. That is not conducive to running everything that we'd love to run. It is not. So as the board chooses to either take things off or do those items, I'll be replacing them with those exact same things within that and working through our administration to have all that done by April 15th, because contractually and legally, according to state law, I have to notify every single teacher I have to lay off for that to move forward, especially if we don't get enough early retirement. It's on that. Whether it's in another administrator or a different position, so be it. I just need direction from the board, what they're willing to do and not do, and then I'm going to execute that. This is my proposal, that while it has a great impact to every single person and child in this area, that year 1, I feel this is the first step, and knowing that year 2 is that entire list up there that I have to attack, and that number could be just as big, and I have to attack that and change all the format across the district on those areas. Third area would be, it's going to be changing programming within the high school, which I already know is extremely low with that. And sprinkled across all this, yes, is activity cuts and reductions. And if I say I cut a program, whether it be a basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it is at levels, we'll also have people standing here saying they're going to pull their kids out to go to other districts too. There is not a single list item that I can propose that guarantees everybody says, hey, that's okay, I'll stay for that. I'm sorry. But as they go through that process, we have school choice. It's a great thing, I think, for the state of South Dakota. We currently are a winner in open enrollment that helps support all these other schools because we receive 300 students out of Rapid City. That allows us to have PVE running in the black very well that helps support other items. We don't provide busing inside the Sturgis community other than transit buses, which means PVE and Sturgis Williams run in the black to provide all the extra revenue that we can to support other programs. Everybody talks about, I hear this from business people, run it like a business. We do in the elementary. Highly efficient elementaries have more kids in the classroom, which creates revenue to allow you to have your entire middle school and high school programs usually. We run a middle school program that makes a little bit of money, one that does not, and we have a high school program that is only $38,000 in the red. Last year, 20-something, I think it was. That's unheard of. That high school to offer competent programming for your college-bound, CTE, VOTEC, military family should be $300,000 to $400,000 red if you're offering a comprehensive academic program for kids. My son just graduated last year. He's business finance. He can only find business classes essentially for anything there by going online to colleges because we don't have a business teacher. I don't have room in the high schools. Everybody says this. Yes, activities will have to be trimmed. Outright elimination them, you'll see a mass exodus. I see a real school closure, I might see a exodus. Stuff at 5th grade, an exodus. Whatever decision the board comes to will or may, depends, cause a loss of students. So as everyone comes up, I fully understand that. Doesn't matter what I put up here, that will take place. What's the least impact? I don't know in the end until after we see how it takes place. So, I know it's been a long night. We're ready to receive recommendations or questions on it. Board, do you have questions on what I just said there? I mean, it's very general, but I have a list of things to share with our administrative team to move through and get done.
Pump the brakes a little bit. We got open forum on that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Would anyone like to talk about increasing classroom sizes or cutting programs at middle school, elementary?
Hi, Tomlin Trask again. I don't know if this is really the right time to mention this, but I used to be a high school teacher, so correct me if I'm wrong, you have to take eligibility. We took it once a week. I think some schools do it every 4 or 5 weeks. And you have to be eligible in all of your classes in order to participate in any activity, correct? So that in and of itself says that education is more important. I proposed to you guys on that email that I didn't get very many responses on, to cut all activities the same percent, and everybody took it as, well, we can't cut the whole football program because we might lose 20 students to spearfish. I never said to cut the whole football program, but $99,000 out of the general fund alone going to football, like you could cut $4,500 out of that, and they would still have plenty of money, I'm sure. I'm assuming that $94,500 would still be enough. So has anybody ran the numbers to see if you cut every activity by 5% or 8% or whatever it is, what that would get you in savings and have them make up some of it in separate fundraising?
Our program's already fundraised for a lot of the extras, so basically we spend a little over...
Between the two middle schools and the high school, it's about 1.1 million, so you're looking at $55,000.
For 5%?
If you went 5%.
On all activities across the board?
That's all activities the district has. That's debate, drama, football, basketball, wrestling, FFA, that's everything, just co-curriculars, 1.1.
Okay, so this might be a little bit off topic too, but when you're talking about closing the rural schools and saving $126,000 on each one, but then it's $70,000 to buy a short school bus for each one, if I understood that correctly, plus you have to have your fuel and maintenance and insurance, plus a salary to drive, that's probably close to $100,000. I'm guessing. So
That-
you're really only saving 26,000. So if you could save 50 some thousand with cutting all the activities just a little bit, not cutting all the program. I'm not saying that. Don't cut the tag program. Don't cut the counselor. Just cut everything what you have to the same percent and make it fair.
So looking at cutting the programs across that, I've had that question, and so I ran the numbers very quickly. At Atoll, it'd be $7,750. The high school would be $300,000. That would be beyond our activities. That'd be wholesale program cuts on a program that is already very, very thin for offerings. So we'd have to be very measured about what we do in those areas, because I don't think we can absorb that type. Can we absorb some more activities? Yes, and I have some things there, and I have some other things that I'm still working on. And I'm hoping that, because I really think right now, we have 1.25 million, but Brett and I on the side had figured a way to get to another $250,000 because of what we're not going to see from the state and the feds coming up.
So I guess I just still can't quite figure out why our priority is increasing class sizing, cutting teachers, and leaving activities alone when you have to be eligible, you have to have education to even participate in the activities. It doesn't make sense in my mind. Thank you.
Rainey Lisco, Whitewood. So are these your only alternative proposals at this time?
These are the list of proposals that I have that are outlined that I have not shared to make sure our staff doesn't start in a panic, because I've already got enough people worked up. But yes.
Okay, because I mean, I'm just speaking for me, but it comes across as if you don't agree with what we've come up with, then we're cramming kids into 25, 30 kids a class. It comes across as a threat. As a parent, I'm not talking as a staff member right now.
So
that
realistically, it's just telling you that that's where our next to make up that. If we're $400,000 short, I can't nickel and dime away from things. I have to figure out how to get about 6, 7 staff members minimum off our payroll.
And we still
do that.
haven't brought up the extra principal at the high school.
That's on the list also for that. I have multiple items on this, and I can, which in my career I do not like doing, is listing a $2.25 million option as a smorgasbord pick'em, because what takes place is I take a lot of staff that will never be cut and put them through this entire ringer, and what we find is with the staff shortage, they start shopping jobs elsewhere. And then I've compounded that, and I can't fill those positions either.
So like what we've done to Mr. Porterfield, the rural principal, to the rural schools.
I have to pick something. I do.
But it's the same thing every few years.
So when the district, looking historically, and I wasn't here for the entire process conversation, when the district chose not to, I think it was Atoll at the time, that was about a $500,000 decision over this time frame. That's what the board chose. This is where we're at. Now we have to make decisions moving forward from here. I can't justify or say why they didn't do those things, because I wasn't here for that, and that was 4 years before I arrived.
So, problem with this is our board has a very hard choice to make, right? Your alternatives don't give them numbers. Your alternatives are very vague. How are they supposed to make an educated vote when they don't really know what the possible alternatives are? And you haven't even listed all the alternatives. You just most extreme. We've listed a whole bunch of more alternatives. Extra funding, foundations. Why aren't those up there? Why isn't Whitewood needs to raise this much money in a foundation, an option up there?
Because that was just last Wednesday, we had that conversation.
Yes, but this vote's coming up in December.
Could be in December, November, December. So I can list I can explain this very simply. Every reduction that we don't hit at $64,000 is a position across the board in one of these areas to be identified with the administrative team that's the least impactful for student learning across our district, which means I sit down with our administrative team and we go through this, and everybody sits around the table and says, that's a bad idea, but this is the best bad idea we have to make up that money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And that list, that list has not been developed by the administrative team, because the board has not said, Mr. Wormstead, we are not going to do this. So by the February meeting, you need to bring our alternatives. They say they don't move 5th grade. They don't close in elementary. I take those numbers, I roll those in and say, this is what we'll be doing. I did this as a general idea of where that's at, and I know every position that we'd be looking at, but I don't even know if the administration team would say come with a better idea and the other ideas we have to get there.
As a board, if I was on the board, I would want to know what my alternatives are before I make a vote, because I may want to vote, yeah, let's remove fifth grade because that's the best option, but you never gave me the other options as a board member. And as board members, I want you guys to know you are voted in. And if you get bullied around, we can vote you out. Like, you represent us. Don't find out those numbers. And yeah, removing fifth grade, removing the principal might be the best option, but make sure it is before you vote for it.
I'm Becky Brooke.
Board wants that list, I'll get the list.
Mr. Allen, you and I had a discussion Wednesday night after that meeting, talking about a foundation, and we talked about it with state or the Secretary of Ed, and it's a really interesting thing. And like I told you, if it's a sustainable option, you're going to get the board's attention. Like it. Right. So we are exploring other ideas, and Mr. Wormstead has got this list here, and we can draw conclusions to what that is. So we know that when you talk about K-8 reduction, that we're talking $64,000 multiplied by whatever. Now, I don't know whether he's going to do a Spanish teacher or a STEM teacher or a PE teacher. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I understand that we're going to be impacting classrooms greatly as we go further down this list. And we also have to understand what our net negative is. So if we end up making a decision and it goes net negative, that means we've got worse decisions next year to make because we did a net negative decision.
But also that 5% cut all across everything, that's not an option.
So that's wrapped into the supplies budget, and that supplies budget, like Mr. Wormstead, could increase, and he alluded to that earlier, that they were going to look into activities. If I understood that correct, is that you were looking into what those budgets could do, and you're hoping to see that 50,000 increase.
Oh, we can make that $50,000 increase quite easily. So I can give you a run because people want to know this. It's 2 teachers within the physical education department, 2 teachers at Stell Elementary, 1 teacher at PVE, probable 1 teacher at Sturgis Williams, and 1 teacher at Stage Barn. Okay, those are the core teachers. Then also on that, elimination of our Spanish program, reduction of our STEM program across the district where we don't offer it K through 4 in order to make things meet. I have the list and stuff like that, but I'm not saying it's any better. And go through that. That's easy. Now, as my principals are back there going, well, that's a great list because I just moved my class sizes to 25, 26 in an elementary classroom and 1, 2, or 3. Folks, there isn't a great idea to hit 1.25 million. I'm looking at an appropriations person there and going, there are no good ideas. They're all bad. What? Well, actually, reducing staff for a school district is the fastest way to make a correction to figure out where your enrollment bottoms out to be in a good position, because 80% of it's going to be towards our staff across the district. It's not the way I like it, but that's the way the math works on that, and that is the fastest way to make a correction and still maintain as much of your programming and opportunities for kids. But, I mean, I probably shouldn't have brought it out that quickly and surprised everybody, but realistically, that's there. Now, those numbers increase by whatever the board chooses not to do. That is my starting list for the 27-28 school year across the rest of the district for this. If we don't make the decisions this year for 26-27, I move all those up for the board to decide by April 15th, legally. I need 1.25 million minus $350,000 tax increase to make this work. I will tell you again, the easy solution, which nobody likes to hear, if they want to sustain their programming, it's not even foundation or anything else, it is an opt-out of 0.5 mils per $1,000 or $50 per $100,000 valuation. That gives you a 5-year window to see where your enrollment, where we can grow homeschool connections, listen to Whitewood grow their population, those things there. That is the window that allows you to keep everything you want across the district. 1.5 million or $50 per $100,000 of value. So if you have a home that's $300,000, you pay extra $150 in taxes, which would be about $12 some odd cents per month, which is a K cup of coffee at your Keurig.
And just full disclosure on that. If enrollment declines and continues to decline,
It doesn't solve the problem.
that doesn't fix it. You have to make changes. So that 1.5 million, if our enrollment flat lines at that, we can sustain that. And we'll need increases from the state to do pay raises, insurance increases, etc. But if we go into next year and we see another 30, 40, 50 student drop, that allotment of 1.5 million of a opt-out doesn't protect, because now we are another, so you're 50 students, you're another 375,000 down.
So, and then the board, then if your enrollment actually grows like everybody hopes it will, then you'll actually start reducing the amount of opt-out you ask for. The board does not have to ask for the amount if they don't need it. They'd ask for 1.2 million instead of 1.5 if that's all they needed. Because that's how you keep that, just like we do with our capital outlay structure over these years. Ask for what we need and try to build a 5-year plan without asking for every tax dollar. There's 2 ways. The board approves it, no one challenges it with the petition, it's done. People challenge with petition, we gotta get a lot of people to vote yes to pass it.
60%.
60%, I believe it is, yeah. So, can we vote tonight? Yeah, I think I have the votes tonight, maybe. And there's a system to do that. I passed an opt-out and a bond referendum, both above the 60% level, in less conservative areas for taxes, okay? An area that was a little, not as conservative for taxes.
More willing to pay taxes.
More willing to pay it for the school, for that. So there is a strategy to do that called the Army of 10. I've worked that and done that, but I've looked up and down this board list, and there's hesitation every time I say it. When I look in the crowd, there's not a lot of people saying, well, that's a good idea.
I think that you should float that if we're having a public open discussion here. I think when you get this bad press with regard to these topics.
Mike, please, so people can hear you. You too, Al.
I believe that if you're going to take, as a school board body, and you have been, and I feel bad about it, taking some bad press, you should respond with your own press that there's alternatives. This is one. That's your first step to your publicity, to protect to your voters and your school district and your members. This is on the table. It's a this or a that. And so you'll already start building your case for if you do vote.
I would like to say that that has been out there. It has been out there from the very first time Mr. Wormstead has brought up any of this, that the first thing, like the biggest thing that we could do is have an opt-out. And we have not gotten any feedback on that piece of that recommendation. None. I haven't seen anything on it, good or bad. So it has been out there.
Yes, because
and I think there are probably a lot of people who don't understand at all what that entails or anything about it, and that's probably why you haven't heard any feedback about it. I mean, that's just not something that a lot of people don't understand taxes. They get their bill, they pay them.
Terry, can you use the mic, please?
I think that probably the reason that you haven't gotten any feedback on that is because a lot of people don't understand what an opt-out even is, all the things that it would entail. They don't understand how the taxes work. So you're not going to get any feedback because they don't know what to even say or how that would even look or what it even is. They get their tax bill, they pay it, they don't have time, don't understand, don't want to understand, don't know anything about it. I think that's probably the problem, and maybe some education on that issue would help that.
We represent all the voters, and right now we hear out there right now that they want to get rid of taxes on property and so forth. They're going to deal with it in the legislature. Governors are running on it. And so we think the last thing you guys want to hear is we're going to increase your taxes. That's probably why.
So the property tax committee that met this year, had all those meetings, came to Rapid City and everything else, is very clear in that group and party that it's anti-public school. Just be blunt about it. And it's about reducing the ability for school districts to use their capital outlay levy, which is in statute, to reduce the ability for them to use it and shrink down the ability for them to ask for taxes to, like we're doing, to roll that over and support. They want to make it more difficult to do anything. Everything goes to the voter. Example, one of the proposals is this. If we want to do the remodel and spend any capital outlay certificates, even though we have the funding, we have the levy authority, they want to say, take that to the voters. We are seeing more and more obstacles for the school board to use their funds in a discretionary manner that's within their legal authority. You have legislators in this area, okay, and they're absolutely against spending more money. I just talked to one tonight and says, gotta make cuts. Simple as that. We have another one that's a leadership in there that is shooting for governor. He thinks it's great for this. He has not given us a single suggestion how to support these rural schools. But he's ran on the platform and social media. It's good for, we got to keep this, but not a single word about how he's going to help support your rural schools or any school district. The people we vote into the state legislature make a difference on what's going to take place for your schools. The school board reacts to what the state legislature allows us to do, and it's pretty much that simple. So when the primary comes around, you need to be asking well, how they support your rural schools and any public schools, because that is what is putting the biggest crunch on our districts right now across the state, and we're not immune to that. Compounding decline in enrollment, it's not easy. So I'll stop.
I'm Becky Brook. One thing that comes to mind is supporting and talking about and encouraging our government in this state to do a corporate income tax. I think I've heard some beautiful things that could be very helpful, but I think there needs to be a grassroots movement from people, especially burdened with large amounts of property taxes. I think that would help our state a lot, but it starts at this level. People promoting that, I think that would help. Another thing I wanted to say, Schneller, thank you for suggesting that we could move the $600,000 for the turf down the road a bit. I would be willing to come in, my kids and I, to help raise money for your turf. It makes my heart happy to see the kids playing on the fields when we come into town. I love that there's kids out running, playing sports. We're not as opposed to sports in the rural. We have dads at home and kids come home and they can go out and build fences. And I know the kids in town don't have that opportunity, and sports is that for them. And I don't hold it against anybody that there's sports in town, but I agree with Schneller. Maybe we could raise that money ourselves, and it would be a fun thing to raise money for. One other thing that I was gonna ask about the capital outlay, you say it's reserved for a catastrophic event. Is not tonight kind of catastrophic sounding? All of these things sound pretty catastrophic. I think there's some money there. We could use it. I'm pretty sure we could look at that more seriously and not just say it's kicking a ball down a road, it's a birthday party. We have an emergency. I think it's valid to look at our emergency funds. That's what families do. They save a little bit amount for an emergency fund. And when times get hard, we don't, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which one of the kids' piggy bank are we going to smash? No, we have money set aside. One other thing, and then I'll stop. Other school districts, I don't quite understand all of this, but the lady in the education department said other school districts will wait until after count day so that there isn't over budgeting and these problems. Maybe we need to consider doing that. I realize we're a way bigger district than some of those districts that do that. Sorry, I said one more thing. I have one more thing. I was going to ask also, other districts have 7 school board members. Is it possible, and I mean this with no disrespect, is it possible that we could make our decisions with 2 less people?
I think a few of us would volunteer to get off.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, actually, there's a procedure for that, and actually, the policy committee is looking at bringing forward a rotation for our board members to go to every other election aligned to the primary, because that'd save us about $12,000 every other year, and have elections of 5 and 4. It could be 4 and 3 if the board chose to do that. I don't want you to rush to get off the board though right now. But yeah, those are actually, and we've actually researched the statute on that, how we do that to save some money on elections.
I was just gonna say something on this opt-out. This is kind of the first I've been hearing about it. You talked a little bit about it at the town hall, but so I'm pretty sure no one in here would have a problem paying another $150 to resolve this solution. If, you know, there's probably some individuals in here that got property valued $8-10 million, so they're paying more than $150, but even a couple $1,000 for your kids to resolve this problem. I don't see an issue with that. Where I see the issue is that we're asked to pay more money, but then we see this capital outlay stuff all the time, or we see this turf, or we see, and so we're being asked to pay more money, which most of us parents don't have a problem with. But then we see these things that we don't deem necessary. And I think a big part of the problem here is the transparency. It all needs to happen. Maintenance has to happen. But we're not informed until there's a problem. And then it hits us and we said, well, we've been given more money. We've been given more money, so we're out of this situation. We were here 2 years ago and we found a solution. Now we're here again. And then we hear, oh, well, this expense is going here and this expense is going here. And so I don't think it's a problem of asking the community to come together and pay this or opt out. I think it's the manner of which it's done. So
Yeah, with an opt-out, there's a fire process with that. And I agree with you, because from what you have to do in prep for the 3 months prior to even you start really getting that information out, and all the literature you send to every single taxpayer so they understand the tax impact and everything that takes place. I've done this before. I know exactly the process of this, but what we need to have is people, decide that this is something from the board on down that there's willing to do it. Because it's called the Army of 10, which means I need 100 people minimum to recruit 10 yes votes, and those 10 people that they recruit get another 10 yes votes. Because only half will show up at the polls, and that's how you end up passing that, is by getting that type of community involvement. If you don't have that, you'll never get there. With that, I'm going to say this, and I got Joe Urbanek in the corner, and he can probably tell you the number of people that showed up at budget meetings in his 9 years, and how many people I've seen in my 4 years here that show up at our preliminary and our budget meeting every year to spend and tax and do everything else well north of $30 million across all the funds. I think 1 to none might be the total amount on this. We get great turnout when things aren't going well, but when things are going well the last 6 years, we get zero participation. And I appreciate that you're here, because I like listening to this, even though it's midnight.
Not quite.
Okay. I have no problem helping organize and leading an opt-out. I've done it before. I just need to know that there's literally support to do it, because nothing like starting that process and standing out there and realizing no one's behind you who wants it done because it is your taxes, and we are a low tax, slightly anti-tax state, if you might say so, and it is a tough sell. Okay, it's a tough sell. It is countless hours. As much as you or you may want it, I get 60%.
And like the point I said earlier, our surrounding states, the closest to us is $1,353 per student more than we get in South Dakota. And we have one state that's $9,500 more than we are. At $500 more per student allocation, we aren't having these discussions. All of us are sleeping, everybody in this room, and we've got a smile on our face because nobody wants to go through this. It's the way that education is funded in South Dakota. And it's because we keep our taxes low, and that's how we want to operate our state, and we respect that. We just have to make sure as a board that we get in line with what the state expects us to do.
Nathan Hannon from Hereford. I got a whole list here of stuff that we sat down last night strategizing what we wanted to talk about for this meeting. These are all things off the top of our heads in an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. And just the poor country folk out in the rural areas came up with that could be used to nickel and dime our way to fixing our problem. On top of a wonderful suggestion, let's kick the turf can down the road for a minute. Since you already paid $650,000 for a down payment, we can wait on the other half of that and find a way to fund that. 4-day school weeks work everywhere else, and we don't want to rush that, but we're willing to rush October 10th to December 1st deadline to close down a school. One of your belief system deals on your website, the things that the board believes, is that A, you guys are accountable to us, the community, and B, you want to give an educational experience to every single student. And I do believe Mr. Judd said that to the media the other day, and I read it in the article. Well, if that's the case, then what about the 20 kids from Atoll and Hereford? What about the 5th graders that are going to get shipped all the way to Sturgis from Whitewood? Those kids are part of that 2,948 students that you claim you want to help. We got suggestions. Delay the vote. Let us help you. Okay? And another thing, it's not a bad idea to tax people to get the money you want, but not everybody pays $150. Own a ranch the size that my family owns, we're paying way more than that. And while education is important, I got to feed the kids too. I got to drive to my job, which is also an education. I got to take my kids to different stuff, doctor's appointments and stuff. Got to have gas money for it. I can't spend it all on someone else's budgetary problems that have been going on since before 2014. Sorry, that's the facts with a little emotion.
Kelly Weiss Schultz from Whitewood. When I saw alternative proposals to current recommendation list, I was so excited because I was like, oh, maybe there's some open-mindedness. And like, I was kind of like, wah, 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 when I read what was up there. Because I was hoping to see like this huge list of like putting opt-out on there of, I know that you all have received the proposals that we've put together for Whitewood. That includes, we could come up with our $48,000 tomorrow to cover our deficit. We have a plan for increasing our enrollment. We have like commitments to really increasing the homeschool connection program. Like, I thought I was gonna see all of those options that I really truly hope that all of you on the board will truly look at and be like, wow, they've really come to the table and they have 10 things that their whole community is gearing towards. And so especially the opt-out, I mean, I'd just love to see all of those on there versus, If you don't vote for this, we're reducing teachers, eliminating programs, and increasing class sizes. So I truly hope that you guys read all of those proposals that have come from a couple of our head Whitewood representatives.
I'll try to be quick. It's past my bedtime. So there's no good decision. And ideally, we would need to find more funding, and specifically permanent funding, not temporary grants, where we're in a cycle of being short every few years. And I would like to see more pressure on a state and federal level because enrollment decreases are happening all over the nation due to lower birth rates. Because what happened 5 years ago when our current kindergartners were born was 2020. So the future is a little bit unknown because we experienced that period of time with a lot of changes with what was going on around the world. I already spoke to the point of increasing class sizes and how that it isn't a great option. But I did just want to make a couple corrections about like the athletic program. And so I heard several times through the night about our football jerseys, them having 3. They actually are in a 7-year rotation where they get a new one based on each activity. And the team has fundraised for the red jersey, and their camo jersey is actually provided by the Army National Guard. And I wanted to ask about impact of activities being cut, how that impacts homeschool communities and homeschool enrollment.
The state law allows homeschool students to participate within our activities. For that was changed, I think, 3 years ago on that, and we get if they participate in at least one activity, we get a maximum of 0.1 ADM for that. So last year we had 0.9, so we received just shy of $7,500.
And is there a projected loss if we have loss in activities available?
For homeschool?
Mm-hmm.
On 9 students, I do not know that information.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just have a quick. The gentleman over there just gave me an idea when he said it's the manner in which it is done. And that just made me think that there is maybe a better way to do this. You said that every program you decide to cut, somebody's going to come and they're going to be mad about it. When we had to cut, I think it was 2012 or 13, when Dugard said 10% across the board, even education, and each of the principals were asked to cut by 10%, bring those ideas. I think that it might be something that is a whole lot more palatable to people if we could maybe do it that way. And we only need 5% here to make this up. Whatever amount you need from each principal, if they could go to their staff and talk with them and say, okay, here's the deal, and this is what we need to cut. What would be okay with you? What are your ideas? And then it's on them, and they don't have to come and be angry about it. If they say, okay, we're okay with that Spanish program going away. We're okay with no PE teachers, and we will take that half an hour less of the week for planning time instead of overloading our classes. They might be okay with those things and with some of those cuts if it keeps them from having 4 or 5 more kids in their classes. And then when the public comes, you can also say that, the staff at that school had to look at things. They made these decisions. They know what's best there. They deal with everything in that building, and that just might help out in that way if we changed up the way we're doing this instead of all the decisions coming down from the top and saying this is the way it is. Thank you.
Delana Richter. I'll read some of the suggestions we came up with. I mentioned earlier freeze admin pay for 3 years. Energy efficient overhaul with grants. Grants something that really hasn't been addressed. I questioned the purchase of a van a little bit ago and asked, you know, why couldn't we look into a grant? And they said, well, it's too late. We needed to get done. Grants are something we definitely should be looking at. And we can do that either with on staff or hire somebody part-time, but grants should be looked at and should have been considered. Again, we came up with this in an hour and a half. Renegotiate vendor contracts, food services, custodial, tech support, and then rebid those every year. Co-purchasing as directed by the ASBSD. Our own Mr. Walker would provide an excellent custodian for the role, so no per diem. He'd fix things right the first time and would overall cost the district less because he could work as needed. The 4-day a week. We need to be looking at, I think we could do it sooner than what's being proposed. Eliminate low enrollment electives and assess class and programs productivity. Lease, like we talked about before, the health insurance reform that I brought up that could have a reduction of 8 to 12%.
I'm sorry, say that
Capital
one.
outlay.
Say that one before about
I already
insurance.
said it. You can go back and look at that. Grant maximization, hire part-time grant writers, like I said before. And then across the board activities cuts, like was brought up before, which would help replace what's lost with endowments. We still can look at that, fundraising and corporate sponsorships for those activities. Some concerns I have, Mick Trask had asked a question of the board earlier, and not only did he not get a response from the board, Wayne Wormstead had answered him. We need a board. You guys are the boss. You're the leaders. We need you to take direction. We need you to bring these to the forefront. And we need you to stop taking one person's ideas as gold. We need you to step up for the people that you represent.
I want to say something just to defend the board members here. They all live in the community. They all care about what's going on. And some of them served a long time and dealt with a lot of different things. And they'll continue to be around. And a lot of these ideas we've thought about, we're here just to listen at this point in time because of the time factor and so forth. Thank you all for being here, though. Appreciate it.
And those of you that have emailed the board, other than about 3 o'clock on today, everybody has received a response from me. And Mr. Wormstead's phone or email is blowing up, and I'm like, how can we do this? How can we do this? There's members in the community that I've reached out to talk, to actually bring it out of them and have those discussions of, hey, what do you think about this? Because it is important to all of us as board members. And we are trying to process how to go through this and make the best decisions right now. So we are having those communications. Now, we can't talk as an entire board without doing it in a session like this. But I'm reaching out to community members that I know, former board members that have went through things like this, other board members throughout the state that are looking at doing things like this, and using resources that I have to try and have those discussions. But if you're emailing, you're getting a response from me. And like I said, if it was after about 2, 3 o'clock today, I haven't responded to those emails yet. I'm hoping to get to those yet tonight, but might be tomorrow. We got 28 minutes.
I want to say too, and I've responded to a lot of emails saying in, I don't know, some way or another that my mind is in a constant overdrive spin right now, trying to think of creative solutions as well. And, I've talked to Mr. Wormstead about some ideas. I've been trying to bring some ideas. I've read through the budget that Daryl talked about over and over and over and trying to look for those areas. And so, I don't even know what to say. I care. We care. And we're getting this information at the same time as well and trying to look into those solutions. And it's maybe not all, I don't know. I've thought of a lot of things, and then I've realized why a lot of those things won't work. And then I try to go back and I try to look at a lot of other things, and I try to take those ideas to Wayne and try to figure out what are some alternatives as well. So it's not for, it's not like we're not doing that, I guess I want to say.
And somebody made a comment earlier that we were in a position where we are this for that right now. What's that? So, and I will look at your email. But whoever pointed out, and I remember they were over here talking, and it's a discussion that I've had with other patrons, is we don't get to vote yes or no on this stuff this time. A lot of times we get to vote yes or no, and then we move on. At this time, with what we're faced with, it's this for that. Like, we literally have to choose this, or we have to find that to replace this with. And it has put a lot of stress on this board, I know, to look at that. I know that everybody may not be getting a response from board members, but board members are reading those. They're reaching out to me and saying, hey, did you see this? What do you think about that? They're reaching out to Mr. Wormstead, Mr. Burdett, as we know that we've got some decisions to make, and we're trying to make the best decision for this district to move forward for academic success for all of our students.
Okay, I was at all the board meetings this summer, and my alarm bells started going off in May when Mr. Jennings, you stood before all of the staff and said, you want to be bigger and better. And immediately this little Hereford country girl knew exactly what that meant. And you said that. We want to be bigger and better. We don't need bigger, better buildings. We just need schools and incredibly talented professionals. How long has Britt been working for the district? How long have you been working for the district? 7 years. Missy, how long have you been working for Meade School District? 23 years. Okay, there's probably another attrition that we would like to retire. Oh, let's close her school and then we can force her into retirement. I'm just saying you're choosing this for that. I sat through a meeting and watched all of you vote to purchase a football field and then turn around and turf it. And in the same next time, this grand strategic plan, which as Nathan Hannon already showed, has already been a big plan to eliminate our schools. So you've made it very apparent what your this and your that is. My next question is, if we have a 5-year plan and you're always planning to build, I want to know what building projects you have behind all of this. Are there building projects in the next 5 or 10 years that you are looking at besides turfing the football field?
Currently, right now in our 5-year plan that we have coming up is we'll be looking at playground issues because of ADA and safety issues at both first Sturgis Elementary, then Piedmont Valley, and then Whitewood for that. The other thing is that we have dilapidated buildings within our CT program and issues at the high school, so we'll be looking at doing some renovations there.
How
and
much of the
changes.
renovations?
We don't know yet. We haven't even designed. We're only in the concept ideas, and we don't even have an architect full-time to even go through that. That would be a 28, 29?
28, 29, or 29.
Before that would kick off. That's how far out that is.
So to put it in English, adding on to the high school.
Actually replace some of the stuff in the back that is old and move teachers into the building for efficiency, and also upgrade our facility that's been between 1970 and other issues with that.
I went there, yes.
Yeah, so yes, that's in there as we're looking at that. We do not have a final number on that. We don't even have a final plan yet. That is in the early stages of that, of planning for the future for our CT and offerings for money of your young kids going there for that, yes.
So there are building projects being...
With our size district, there's always either remodel, improvements, or building projects. We have about a 5-year to 10-year cycle where we have debt fall off. We bring new on to take care of our facilities. Also within that, we have roof replacements that are currently going to be planned for Piedmont Valley. I think that's next summer or this summer.
Yeah, no, it used to be our target was 20 years old on a membrane roof, and now the insurance company is discounting it to 15 now, and so we've changed our model. You know, we have over 50,000 square foot of roof to replace at the high school to get it under 10 years old. Piedmont Valley, we've replaced Sturgis Elementary's roof. All the rural schools have gotten new metal roofs. And so really we're looking at electrical upgrades, we're looking at HVAC upgrades, we're looking at roofing upgrades. And as far as new construction would be the CTE at the high school.
Are there others that are being thought about?
No, our next project within our, if you look at our facility study that was done in 22, 23, along with the census study, when you look at birth rates and who's buying homes, as 50 to 55 plus people like me with gray hair with no kids, is our primary purchaser across our district. So there's a lot of people moving in. That's all inside there. And one of the things was CTE is our next issue at the high school. But also we identified the need for some classroom additions because of the age and what's taking place out in the old ACT building and the shape that that building's in as a pole barn shed. So, yeah.
Come to Hereford School. Come to Hereford School. We just want open, we just want a school. We don't ask for a whole lot. We just want a school. And, you know, it's irritating to me to think that you're already thinking about what other building projects that you can do when you wonder why we're so passionate and upset, because I've seen this happen again and again and again. And we are an agriculture county. We are. So serve your agriculture people and keep our few little schools that we have left, keep them open.
Six P, board discussion on public comments.
I have been chomping at the bit for this one. Can I jump in?
Jump in.
All right, I've got prepared remarks. The school board, me included, have given Mr. Wormstead and Mr. Burdett the Herculean task to resolve our debt issue, and they have completed their task on time and in full. However, there is an old expression, how do you eat an elephant? And the answer is one bite at a time. In my opinion, a $1.25 million reduction on our first attempt is like trying to eat an elephant all at once. There are items, however, on this proposal that I can stand behind, like a levy increase and a voluntary reduction in force. And there are other considerations that have been brought forward from our community members. Some of the alternative, these are getting bad, approaches include a reduction in abduction way. Even outright donations have been offered. A quick view of our mission, vision, and belief statements tells us that the people are our greatest resources and that the needs of our students should be our first priority. So what is the best proposals? Reduce or eliminate the need for some of the more draconian cuts stated in the current plan.
So you said an opt-out or as an opt-out of the taxes? Pros and cons. Is that what you're referring to? Of the opt-out? Or are you talking about some other, that's because the tax opt-out? Oh yeah, you use the word opt-out, so I'm not sure if you're talking about the tax opt-out or is there something else on your mind? I only have one, the opt-out. I'm curious what the options, different options. So I don't have that list in front of me entirely right now, but there are viable options of cutting things across the board at certain percentages that will require some of our programming at the high school to be drastically cut, okay, within that. And that's the one building you should not cut. Professionally speaking, that's the one building you should not, especially academically, because as thin as we are right there. Because those programs will not come back. I know that, just like anything else with a closure. Other options within that, which ones are we speaking towards specifically pro and con? That's a very general one. A tax opt-out, the pro is, the funding source is there, it's committed to by the taxpayers, it's leviable the entire time. The con is, how do you get it sold and ensure that people actually support it? Second thing that's a con to an opt-out is you have to renew it. And that renewal will probably take another vote every single time in a community such as this. So you have to be ramped up every 5 years to have an entire crew that's willing to get that done for that. So that's a con. The pro is obvious because you have the funds and you don't have to worry about any of the other things. What other specifically are you asking for, Mr. Schneller? Items that you want me to speak to?
Yeah, I was just speaking to the community's approach to alternative ideas. Pros or cons to those?
I'm not opposed to any ideas. Which one are you specifically speaking to? Because you're asking me to, there's been a lot of said here. And what is the specific item you want me to speak to?
Foundation.
Foundation. Pros are that it's actually controlled by the community members that control that foundation, so the funds are directed by them and not by the district. It's pre-set up of what it will support, will not support. The public has better control over that in their minds for the targeted use that they want it for. Pro. Con to a foundation is getting these startup funds that it earns enough interest off it that it's actually stable long-term as an endowment, because if you need 5%, you need $50,000, that's $1 million foundation start to get $50,000 a year off that. That's a major con to that, is getting that startup funds. What's the next one? I have like 32 pages of notes, so which specific one would you like me to speak to?
Again, I think we've had 32 different options available for it. So you just pick the ones you want to speak to.
The best option.
The best options, that'd be great.
Best options? I don't think there's any good options across the board what we have to do for our educational setting. You listed them right there. Counseling, safety, closing schools, increasing class sizes, reducing opportunities for students, shifting all those items. Give me the specific one you want me to speak to, because there has been so many and I don't want to sit here and misquote somebody on what's taking place there. Which one do you want me to speak to as a pro or con on it? Which one would you like me to speak to?
Yeah, I'm not going to play that game. I would like to know all of the options. The community has told us several options. I'm not trying to pick you.
I just want to be able to answer specifically what you want me to answer, and I'm just asking, what would you like me to speak to as I look through multiple notes for this? Which one?
Is this time for school board discussion amongst ourselves, or is this hammer the superintendent time?
It's discussion.
It is fine.
I don't think it's fair to ask him to get the pros and cons. He hasn't been able to do his research. He's had time to do research on everything else. But all we're asking is that you do the research on the alternatives and you have those results before you force the board to vote.
Yeah, I'll take back that question about pros and cons.
I mean, I can't force the board to vote. I can give them the recommendations. The board chair and I decide what goes on the agenda. The board either chooses to make a motion, second that motion, move that forward, and yes or no. I will definitely look at all those. I just need to make sure I have the correct list, because there is a long list of different items jotted through this. And I'd love to have that handed to me, given to me, so I can go through those. I have some emails on that stuff, so I can parse through it all. Because as I parse through it, we'll tie numbers and things, pros and cons to it. I can do that. That's not possible. Now, if the board wants to delay things, there's ramifications to that too. I've talked to Brett at everything we delayed and how long our reserves last if we don't make a decision on some of these things.
But just because there's a quick deadline doesn't mean you don't have to do the research.
No, I didn't say that. I did do the research. I have no problem reading through stuff and doing research and figuring out what we can and can't do and where I need more information or less information.
We need you to speak into a mic.
I just want to know if the board will see those alternative numbers before they make the vote.
I can put all the numbers together based on what people provide me here and what I have on my alternative list and be more detailed on that and show the exact numbers, what their options are.
Perfect.
I just need that to make sure I have your list.
I just want to draw attention to two policies. One is that you do need to provide that information to your board for adequate presentation. So last board meeting, Justin Judding had made the comment that we're just looking at this. We haven't had to, a chance to look at your board proposal. So that is a part of the board policy that you've adopted, that you do need to provide that to them. In addition to, you mentioned vote earlier, in addition to, and Mr. Sneller, which thank you so much. We need that from the board. We need that. When you brought that up at the last meeting, actually policy states that if you were to get a majority vote on that right there, that you could pass that. Justin Judding brought it up for a vote and Wayne Wormstead stopped him. That's actually against policy. So you have the ability as a board member to bring that up for a vote majority wise. And you had the right to proceed and you were stopped.
Point of
Please
order.
remember.
We're on board discussion, right?
Right. So
I want to get out of here tonight at some point.
So it does need to stay between the board because we're in the board discussion and we're outside of the open forum. I guess if we could, I will search through my emails and the list that I was provided today. I will try and get you a comprehensive list that I see. And I will try to compile a comprehensive list of stuff that you and I've discussed to make sure that you have a comprehensive list. I know you and I've talked about a lot of things. I guess one thing that I would ask from Whitewood specifically, you guys brought up the funding, the $48,000 or a dollar amount. At some point, could you guys schedule a meeting with Mr. Wormstead and Mr. Burdett so they know the viability of that? Because if we have to know the viability, if that's even a consideration. So like, if that's a one-time allotment of money, it doesn't help us with this problem because this problem is a continual 1.25 million per year plus if we stay flat with our enrollment. So it's a continual problem next year and the following year and the following year. Right. So we want to make sure that we understand the viability of things as we make a decision on it, decide to table it, etc. So if you can make that happen,
I can.
Is there any other discussion from the board?
If we're here 9 more minutes, we get 2 paychecks, right?
I can't afford it.
I will entertain.
Hold on. I do have a couple of comments, I think. So I just want to reiterate again, and I know I said it a little bit earlier about, I think we're all taking this really seriously and we're all trying to take in all of the information that we're receiving. And I think we're all up here with a variety of backgrounds that not everybody knows even. I mean, I grew up on a ranch. My dad's a rancher. My husband's a rancher. My father-in-law's a rancher. My kids were in the TAG program. I've taught in multiple schools across the district. And so I think it's fair to say that we all have different experiences up here and that they're maybe not all as they seem, I think. And I don't think it would be fair for me to sit up here and say, because my kids were in the TAG program, and because I hold the TAG program very dearly, that I can put that at the top of my list and say, I can't look at the TAG program because that impacted me and my children. Like, that's not fair for me to say. I want to, but that's not the job that I've been tasked with. And that's super, super hard sitting up here and looking at any of these decisions. I could say the same thing because we're looking at this, I think, district-wide, and it was said multiple times tonight, education first and kids first, and I 100% agree. Like, that's why we're here. That's why we ran to be here and on this board, and I just think, we have some hard decisions ahead of us, and we're all going to try to make the best decisions that we can.
All right. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. So, Tim with the motion and Lee with the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you everyone for showing up, providing input. I'll be reaching out to you that have emailed me recently.